Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday, 5 p.m. Pacific. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer supported. Guys, we got everybody's trying to cancel us. DHS, funding, 6 figures of funding to these woke universities, trying to cancel us. Got the heavy YouTube demonetization. So please consider donating through Streamlabs, which we have pulled up here, instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. Some quick maths for y'all. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. Messages $10 and up will be displayed in Stream Overlay. Messages $100 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit that join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Guys, pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Nick, if you can pull that up, drop us a follow on the stream. Oh, right, yeah. Drop us a follow on the Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com, stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal, get some merch. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, even if you disagree with myself or the podcast, we'd love to have you. We welcome debate. And if you're interested in sponsoring the podcast, you can also DM us there. Also, apparently our message button is broken, so in order for you guys to message us, you're going to have to go into your draft, into your message tab, do a draft, type in whatever, or you can just do a reply to a story. It's absolutely scuffed, but anyways, follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short, really the pressing issue of our time. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a clips channel. Link for that is in the description. We've got 3 clips channels. Speaking of which, guys, I got to do a little announcement here. I should have had Mady do this. Guys, we hit the 1 mil on the clips channel, so I'm going to do a scuffed unboxing. This thing's massive.
Congratulations.
Oh, you look at me to say it again?
I said that's what she said. Joke. All right, here's the unboxing. Boom. You get a little, we got a little letter here from Neil. Okay, cool. Thank you, Neil. Appreciate it. Thank you, homie. Then we got, oh, fuck, scuffed already. There we go.
Oh my God.
And you take that off. And look at that. Yay. All right. So big thank you to everybody who has subbed over there and who watches the show and supports us. Thank you, guys. We got a plaque for our clips channel, so very much appreciated. And I'm going to, we'll leave it on the table, I think, during the show. Anyways, thank you guys for that. We have a Discord. Discord.gg/whatever. Link is in the description. And then lastly, disclaimer. The views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. With that said, and without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Natalia Taylor. I'm 27. I'm from the Coachella Valley, and I'm a traditional model and a cashier at a gift shop.
So what's a traditional model?
So I have a modeling agency in LA. I'm not an OF model.
Or an Instagram model.
Like you do actual modeling.
Traditional modeling.
Traditional modeling. So do you have beef with girls who like do that other kind of modeling who claim to be models? Is that?
No.
Okay.
I just thought it would be important to distinguish that.
Make a distinction. Yeah, it's fair. It's fair because we got two OF girls at the panel today. So did you guys take any quarrel with the distinction she chooses to make? You guys aren't real models.
I mean, I'm not offended by that.
No. Yeah, not like
She's putting the work to say that.
They're
non-traditional.
18 plus model.
Big air quotes here on the model part, but okay.
Well,
Okay,
when you
cool.
say traditional model, can you maybe help us out there? What kind
Scuffed
of traditional model?
already?
Yeah, so like I do, well, they call it like
It's gonna be
print.
the top.
Like
It's
fashion.
the third
Yeah.
one down.
Fashion
Third one
Yeah,
down.
well, print is basically, it's considered runway and print stuff too.
Oh, cool.
But
You're
yeah,
gonna
I
probably have to
recently was
adjust
in a
it on the
runway
split.
show.
Nice.
Her first one.
Which is really exciting. Yeah.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
Well, I'm 5'10", so
yeah.
pretty tall.
So you're not doing things like lingerie modeling, that kind of thing.
Not at this point.
Are
Would
you going to
you?
expand into something like that, you think?
I would have to be really particular about like the lingerie brand. If I was like offered, to do something for like Rihanna's lingerie or, even Victoria's Secret nowadays, I would consider it.
Okay, thank you.
What about you?
My name is Nicole. I'm 24 years old and I live in Huntington Beach. I am a freelance makeup artist for a brand called It Cosmetics and YSL Beauty as well.
And she's also my best friend.
Oh, okay. And where are you from?
I'm originally from Palm Springs, but I live in Huntington Beach now.
All right, cool.
I'm Demi Hawks. I'm 24 and I live in Los Angeles and I'm a porn star.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Allie Hardesty. I'm 27. I live in Huntington Beach, and I'm a YouTuber/OF model.
Welcome.
Very good.
My name is Aspen. I live in Eastern Washington. I'm 28 years old and I work as an emergency nurse and I do international disaster response nursing and then I work at a pro-life crisis pregnancy center.
All right. Can we have you scoot into the table just a tad? Gustavo, what about you?
Gustavo, buenos tardes.
Como se dice? Oh, wait, that's Italian.
Como se dice? Right?
How do you say?
How do you say? Como se dice?
Okay.
There's going to be a language barrier here. I'm just going to move on.
Okay.
What about you?
I'm Morgan. I'm 28. I am from the Bay Area. I am in bartending and recently joined the Lash community, so lash teching, and ex OnlyFans.
Oh, did not know that. Okay, X used to do OF. What kind of content were you making on OF?
Solo.
Okay, you never did BG content?
No.
Okay.
And just to give credit where credit is due, I will say your podcast did help solidify that decision.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, look at that. All right.
I was already like getting out of it, but after coming into
Thank you.
contact with the
Thank you.
podcast, it
You're
definitely
welcome.
That is
solidified
so
that.
cool.
You're welcome.
How
That's
long
so
did you
cool.
do it for?
I'm doing,
It was really on and off,
Doing the Lord's
but
work.
I'd say I would do it sporadically for months at a time, and then I'd kind of get sick of it. On and off for about 2 years.
Okay.
Maddie, what about you?
My name is Madysen. I'm 19 years old. I'm from San Diego, but I currently live in Santa Barbara. I work for the Whatever podcast, and I'm a student at Santa Barbara City College studying communications.
All right. Welcome, everybody. And then, last but not least, the great debate god, my Caucasian, Andrew Wilson. Take it away.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I am the host of the one and only Crucible, the fastest growing debate channel on the internet, to my knowledge. I'm a political satirist. I do political commentary, and I'm also a blood sport debater. And I work as by trade, as a robotics engineer.
Welcome, Andrew. Appreciate it. Glad to have you back.
Congrats, man. 1 million. You did it.
We did it.
You did it.
We did
Good
it.
job.
Now, Andrew, you were you got into a bit of, I don't know if you want to talk about it. You had a beef in Miami, in Florida. Do you want to talk about it or not really?
You had a beef?
Oh, with Mr. Roid Rage? Yeah, I remember that. So, actually, we were kind of surprised by that. The panel itself, we weren't exactly sure what the format of it was going to be. I'm not really sure that they knew exactly what the format was going to be. So, when we were kind of told, hey, we're just going to talk about kind of what our different viewpoints are as far as success goes, and it was kind of funny because I was talking with Walter before it started, and Walter was like, the the best thing about having you on is your adversarial nature. He's like, so don't lose that on the panel. And I was like, well, okay, I won't lose the adversarial nature on the panel, I promise. So, but he wasn't expecting it to go like that either.
Did you guys squash it behind the scenes? Like, is it good, or are you guys still kind of beefing?
Well, I mean, I don't like ongoing beefs. They're not very productive.
Yeah.
And I don't think that Wes Watson is, particularly inclined. So I'm sure I'll do a show discussing it. I haven't even done a show discussing that yet.
Okay. Sure.
And then other than that, like, I'm not looking for any kind of long-term problem with the guy. He was just kind of a roided out blowhard. But what was interesting about it is he was triggered so quickly by so little. And it drew a contrast. But one of the things that kind of made I think the manosphere looked bad, and the red pill looked bad, and the reason they were so upset with him is because he looked like a caricature of what basically the opponents of the red pill say, right? These guys are just a bunch of materialist, roided out, woman-bashing lunatics. That's essentially what what the people in opposition to the red pill manosphere say. And this guy ended up becoming kind of a caricature for that. So it didn't go over very well for him. But yeah, we were actually kind of surprised at how much he freaked out and how much of a slave to his emotions he was. So.
Yeah. Good times. Good times. Did you shave your arms?
I did not shave my arms.
Okay.
That was I couldn't believe that the guy said
was
that.
The call to
You
action.
need to shave your arms. I was like, what? And Jim Bob, of course, said, shave his arms? He's a man. Why would he shave his arms?
Anyways, so we're going to go around the table once more. So what is everybody's current relationship status? So are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex, cult, harem, whatever it may be? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Starting with you. Go ahead.
I'm married. I've been married for 2.5 years now. And I've been with my husband for, I believe, 8 years now. So yeah, that's the longest relationship I've ever been in. Thank you.
How old did you say you were?
I'm 27.
Okay, 27.
So you said you were married for 2 years?
Yep.
But you've been together for 8 years total?
Yep.
Okay. And consecutively, like, there weren't any on again, off again, there weren't any breaks? Or?
There weren't any breaks.
Okay, wow. Okay, so from basically 19 to now at 27, you've been together? Maybe it was 20.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the math in my head. We met in 2017. So I thought that was 8 years. Maybe it's 7, but yeah.
Okay. All right. And never broke up? Always together?
No, and I'm very happily married.
Can confirm. I've known them both a long time.
Shout out to Zach.
Yeah, that's great. Good for you.
Thank you.
And it's rare for the whatever podcast to hear from someone who's actually in a healthy, ongoing relationship that's never.
Okay,
anyways.
Brian, that's kind of like a huge reason that I'm here because, my friend Allie, she's been on the podcast before and she thought, it might be interesting to have you on because it's a little bit different than what you guys normally do. And just to let you know, no offense, but I've never seen the show. So I have no idea. I have no idea. I watched a few clips and so yeah, I can't wait to contribute what my experiences are and my opinions.
Rock and roll, rock and roll. What about you?
I'm in a relationship with my boyfriend. His name is Will. We've been together for 4 years. And that's my longest relationship that I've been in. So.
How did you guys meet?
Well, I used to date his best friend a long time ago when I was in high school.
Okay.
So yeah, I dated his friend and we broke up. Him and I stayed in contact for about 3 years. And then I think at a certain point, we kind of got a crush on each other. And he actually went the right route. He spoke to him before anything happened and he got his blessing. So yeah. But he was an asshole, so honestly, it's fine.
The ex.
He was a complete asshole. He still is. So
what would have happened if he didn't get his blessing?
I was just thinking that.
I don't think we would have continued. I mean,
really?
Yeah, we would have stopped right there. Yeah.
Are they still friends?
No.
The two guys?
No, they're not. But it is.
Were they best friends or just friends?
They were best friends, but they did grow in completely opposite directions. I think that.
Wait, question. Did they stop being friends after you got with
Yeah.
new guy, your current boyfriend.
Yes.
Huh. It could just be a coincidence.
Listen. Okay, so when he told him about, like, I think I like Nicole or whatever, like, would you mind if I, pursued that? He actually said, dude, if you guys get married, I'll be the best man at your wedding. Like, I don't even care. And I'm actually glad you said that, because I actually hooked up with this girl that you were seeing. And so I'm glad, like, he put that on the table. So he wasn't a really good friend. He grew in a completely different direction. So I don't think they would have been friends regardless. At least I hope not, because my boyfriend, like, grew into this amazing person. And I think that he's...
Will is so great.
He's grown a lot since we've been together. And I don't think that relationship would be compatible anymore, like that friendship.
Okay. What about you?
I'm still single.
Still single,
but loving it on the streets.
You're loving it?
Yeah.
On the streets?
I've been single since January, like mid to end of January, and yeah, it's been good. I've never been single for long stretches of time. This is the longest period of time I've ever been single in my life.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
I'm a lover girl. I let guys just lock me down.
Wait, you're a what girl?
I'm a lover girl.
You're a lover girl.
I can't say that.
How long was your longest relationship?
7 years.
Wow. How old are you again?
I'm 24.
24, okay.
So you're a lover girl, and so...
Not anymore, though.
Are there any guys
in
the
like
picture?
There's some guys that I'm, kind of going on dates. I'm not trying to be in a relationship with anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I like going on, dates here and there. I've definitely been hooking up with people, but I'm making it very clear, I just want to have fun. I don't want to be locked down.
Does lover girl kind of mean like promiscuous? Is that what you mean?
I guess I meant it in that I'm sappy and I get kind of pulled into like
a romantic.
Yeah, I get kind of romantic, and I'm not being like that so much anymore.
You said that there's a couple guys in the picture?
There are, although
so you got a roster.
I'm trying to build a roster, and it's I'm building it. This is my plan, but it's kind of difficult because I'm very busy and I only hook up with other guys in the porn industry. Part of that is the testing bubble and all that I worry about. So they're busy and I'm busy, and then it's kind of hard to maintain this roster that I'm building.
And so the roster does the roster consist of only guys in the industry?
Yeah.
And how many? So what's the roster looking like currently? 2-3 guys?
Oh,
Three?
It's sad. Yeah, maybe 2 or 3.
It's sad because there's too few.
Yeah, I feel like it should be like Pokemon. Gotta catch them all.
You want 10?
Yeah.
It's guys that you're interested in, or guys that you're actively sleeping with?
Into the mic. You can scoot into the table. You can scoot into the table too.
It's guys that I like spending time with. I like sleeping with them. I'm not interested in pursuing a relationship right now. I've just like I said, I've kind of been locked down my whole life, definitely my whole adult life. And that was I just wanted to experience being single and being free. And I had some bad relationships. I made really bad choices about the men that I got into relationships with. So I'm just kind of
if you don't mind me following up, when you say that you've been locked down most of your adult life, how old are you?
24.
So your adult life has been 5 years? 6 years?
Yeah, wait.
Yeah,
6 years.
So, it's not really... How many different lockdowns did you have in that 6-year period?
I had 2 long-term relationships.
Were they both about 3 years
Well, I had
each?
one that I met a guy in high school, and we were together through high school, and then through... till I was 20, 21, and then... or 22, and then I was in a relationship for 2 years with another guy.
Were you in the porn industry while you were in a relationship?
Mm-hmm.
And did he mind, or?
No, honestly, that's not why we broke up. It was others. Well, kind of from my perspective, because he saw how much money I was making in porn and was well, I don't want to work. And that started to bother me.
Yeah. Wait, that bothered you?
A little bit, just there were a lot of other things going on in that relationship, and we were just like, we were spending less and less time together.
Ask you a question on that? If you were dating a billionaire and your earning potential was like $40,000 a year, wouldn't it be like make sense for like you to not work a 9 to 5 while dating a billionaire, and like for him it's like a penny basically?
I think that might make sense, but I think he or whoever, you know, I was dating, and this was sort of what happened, was he might get bored if I'm just don't have an ambition. And what happened was like you can definitely like do other things besides work and be an ambitious and interesting person. Mm-hmm. Or you can decide, oh, I'm not going to work. I'm going to play video games all day. I'm not going to be an interesting or ambitious person.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that was kind of what happened.
I don't understand though. If let's just say that this guy should probably get additional points right away because by your own admission, you're a prostitute, right?
No.
So,
no, hold on.
Well, if you're a porn star, it's prostitution.
There's a difference.
There is a difference.
What's the difference?
One is being filmed.
Yeah, one is being filmed. It's like what I do is entertainment
So the difference between prostitution and pornography is that other people can jerk off to it?
I think though that because I'm in the mainstream.
I want to be clear. I want this question answered. What is the difference between prostitution and pornography? I'm actually not clear on this point.
Prostitution is a lot less regulated, I would say. It's a lot less like when I walk into like a professional porn studio set, it's very like...
There's prostitutes who are regulated. If you go to Nevada, there's all sorts of regulations which they impose on their prostitutes. That includes testing, that includes all sorts of different things. They have professional brothels. They're still prostitutes. Why would you make the distinguishment between prostitution and pornography? It's prostitution.
I think for the sake of the argument you're about to make, so I'll let you get there, like... You're right. I'll let you have that point and let you make the rest of your case. Although I will say, like, industry-wise, like, it's just like it's two different kind of experiences. I won't say like, oh, one's better than the other and one's safer or cleaner or like just in the sake of this argument, like, fine. If you want to say like, I fuck for money, therefore I'm a prostitute.
Well, what else would you be?
A porn star.
A porn star.
Well, okay, but this is it's a non-semantic distinction. So if you say people who have sexual intercourse for money are prostitutes, and you're having sexual intercourse for money, this would make you a what?
That would make me a prostitute.
That would make you a prostitute. So unless you can give me a semantic distinction, something which actually creates a delineation, obviously prostitutes can have sex on camera as well, as not on camera, they would still be prostitutes. What would the actual distinction between the two be?
I wouldn't say that I'm a prostitute or I'm an escort because I'm not, and I don't want to like take, I don't know, like I don't want to take away from girls who do. It's kind of like the distinction between like, well, it's the distinction between porn and content creation. Like,
stolen valor? Is that what's going on?
All right,
stolen valor.
Is it prostitution, stolen valor? Like, I don't want to take away from the valor of the prostitutes as I engage in the same exact type of sexual act. I don't get it. Like, what can you make an actual distinction between the two for me?
It's not the same exact thing. When I walk onto a set, I have like, there's a script, there's a call sheet, there's a specific like studio or company. It's managed very differently than like walking into a date with like
couldn't a guy hire a prostitute and then have a script for her to read when she came in because, you know, it made him happy? I don't understand what is the actual semantic distinction. It seems like
the talents
you're a prostitute who gets paid to have sex on camera, or you're a prostitute who does not get paid to have sex on camera. If you can actually give me a delineation that makes sense, I'm willing to accept it.
So the person I'm having sex with on camera is not the person who's paying me, and they're also being paid to have sex on camera.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm not.
Wait, hang on. So I could also hire two prostitutes to have sex and pay them both, even though I don't have sex with either of them, correct?
Yeah, and then you're creating an amateur porno, I guess, if you want to film it and put it somewhere.
Well, no, I mean, I could hire two prostitutes. They could have sex with each other, and I could never have sex with either of them. They would definitely be engaged in prostitution, right? Sure. Yeah, so I still need a distinction from you, because everything you say, it sounds like the prostitute does the same exact thing.
It's the combination of things, like, like I said, like it is that I'm being paid to have sex and the person who's having sex with me is being paid. There's a company that's like funding it, like a big studio.
So there's two prostitutes being paid?
Let me ask you, would you say that you consider it more of entertainment because it is filmed and as opposed to prostitution?
It's adult entertainment. I think though, like prostitution is also like entertaining to the person being entertained.
Exactly.
So what was the point you were going with this? Because I feel like you were going somewhere else.
That I guess to bring it back around, if you can't give me an actual distinction between what would actually be a delineation between prostitution and being a porn star, because they're both just prostitution as far as I'm aware. Again, willing to be corrected, but the point I was making was that shouldn't this guy kind of get additional bonus points for the fact that he's with a prostitute willingly? If she's making a ton of cash and he's with her willingly, like isn't that kind of bonus points for him, like from your perspective?
Well, if he's just using her, it's kind of like he would be almost acting as like a pimp in that way, where he's...
Yeah, like that's not how I want my personal relationships to function.
What? How would he be a pimp?
Because he's letting her make money. If we're going with the prostitution angle, he's just like laying back doing nothing and letting her make money for him as well for the prostitution or the porn, if that makes sense.
Okay, but let me test this for you, or test the logic here, and you can tell me where I get this wrong. Let's assume for a second you're engaged in prostitution, and then you meet a guy. And you end up with this guy and you continue to be engaged in prostitution. How in the world would he be the pimp? You were already a prostitute. Like now he's with you and you're still doing the same thing you were doing before. How would that be on him?
Because he's collecting the money.
Yeah, we have this term in the industry. It's kind of a jokey term, but we call them a suitcase pimp. You know, a guy who usually lives off the income of their girlfriend or their wife, and they just kind of don't contribute in other ways. I mean, yeah, we kind of call that a suitcase pimp. It's not a full-on pimp, but it is creating a situation where
hang on, I want to make sure I get this right. Inside of the industry where you're definitely not a prostitute, boyfriends who take the money from the girls are called pimps. But definitely not prostitution in any way, shape, or form, right?
I think you're confusing prostitution with sex work, in which case, like, you are correct. Sex work is like this blanket term where, like, you engage in sexual activity for money.
Well, you call boyfriends of these porn stars pimps. Pimps are associated with what? What are they associated with?
Sex work?
Prostitutes. What do you mean sex work? They're associated with prostitutes.
We live in a new age where there's so many different...
Hey, there's a hooker in the back if you want her. They don't go, here, I got a sex worker for you.
The point is, because you were asking about the guy and like why she didn't want to be with him. I just said pimp because going along with the prostitute scenario, I guess. She didn't want to be with the guy because he had no ambition of his own and he just wanted her to basically go out and...
be the breadwinner.
Film porn, and live off of her income and, have no...
Yeah, but I don't understand. If he is willing to look past that, right? If he's willing to look past the prostitution...
What if he was just using her?
To Brian's point, well, then this could operate the exact opposite way too, right? You would say that women then, who are with men who make a lot of money, are just using them?
Sometimes, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you would say at least it's a case by case though, right?
Yes, yeah, and I'm saying in my case, like that guy got boring and kind of mean and very ambitiousless, and no amount of other so-called bonus points would make up for that. It's just not what I wanted in my life. It just wasn't working.
Yeah, right. But I guess my point is do you give extra points to somebody because they're willing to be with a prostitute?
No, because if somebody is willing to be with me, then they already have like those points. You know what I mean? Like anybody I would date, anybody who I interact with in my personal life, like they are okay with that, or I never interact with them. So like to me, that's kind of just like a given. That like it's not like, oh, this boyfriend's better than that boyfriend because that boyfriend was like okay with me doing my job. It's like I really only date guys who are okay with me doing my job.
Would you prefer a man who told you that he didn't want you to engage in prostitution anymore?
No, absolutely not. That's why I love being single. Nobody's
case,
telling me what to do.
Yeah. So if that's the case, then he could never be a pimp if he's with you, in spite of the fact that you're a prostitute, because you wouldn't want him to tell you not to be anyway, right?
I don't think it mattered what my job is. I think it was just that I was working a ton and making a lot of money, and he just fell off because of that.
Andrew, I do need to move it on. Do you have a final? Do you have a final?
No, okay. We're good.
You had something? Go ahead.
Oh no, I already.
You good? Okay. Really quick, just to wrap up on the relationship status. You said you currently have 3 people on your roster,
Yeah.
and these are all people who work in the industry. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. What's the most you've ever had on a roster?
3. This is my first time being single. It's my first time doing the roster thing, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you're like seeing each of these guys once a week, twice a week?
I wish. Like once a month, twice a month.
Okay.
And that's just scheduling and kind of just me. Like sometimes I'll make plans to hang out and then I'm too tired.
Okay. What about you?
I am happily single. I've been single for exactly 20 days now.
Wow.
And I believe my longest relationship was about 3 years. I've had a couple of those.
How long was the one that ended 20 days ago?
It was 2 months, but we were best friends for 2 years. So things moved really quickly.
For that 2-year period that you were friends, was there any sexual involvement or strictly platonic?
We met in an orgy. But we didn't have sex. We interacted. We didn't swap fully. And then we just were platonic friends.
So when you say orgy, are you like, do you consider yourself a swinger?
I think at that time there was a little bit of that, but it was just with my partner, and then it was like the other couple, which...
So you would go to orgies with your boyfriend at the time?
Yes.
So to be clear,
he wasn't my boyfriend, but he was my long-term friends with benefits situation guy.
How long were you in that? 3 years?
Like 2 years.
You were in an open situationship for 2 years?
Yeah.
Basically?
Yeah, like on and off.
Okay. And you met your most recent guy who you dated for a couple months at an orgy while you were at said orgy with your 2-year situationship.
They were roommates, yes.
Hold on, just to be clear. So the guy the guy that you broke up with, or that you guys broke up 20 days ago, who you were dating for two months, was it? 2-3 months? He was roommates with your 2-year situationship?
Yeah, they weren't roommates anymore, but that's when I met him. At the time they were.
At the time when you met him?
In the orgy, they were roommates.
In the orgy?
It was at their house, yes.
Okay. Trying to keep track
I
of
guess
all
it was, to be technical, a foursome that we did not swap in. And so he was the other person, like the other guy.
Okay. So wait, you met him during an orgy?
Yes. Well,
Was
I
it
met him.
a foursome or an orgy?
It was a foursome. Is that
Okay.
an orgy? I'm not really sure.
I don't know.
There was 4 people. No one swapped fully.
I don't know if that's
we were interacting.
Do we need to get the requirement down for how many people it takes for it to be an orgy?
It was more than 3. I consider that an orgy, but maybe it's
Yeah,
not.
I
More than
consider
3?
maybe 5.
Oh,
okay.
I'm 27.
Okay.
So I was 25 at the time.
So you were in an orgy, and then you met this guy?
Well, I guess I knew him prior to that, but just like that's when we really got close and I got to know him.
Were they like high-fiving over your head, or
Something like that.
So okay, you broke up 20 days ago. Who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
Why?
There was a few reasons. It was a little similar to what she was talking about. I do OnlyFans, and he was really comfortable just like kind of living at my place, using my car. And we were at Coachella, and some things had happened there, and he was like with another girl. He told her we were in an open relationship, which we weren't. We were completely monogamous when we got together. And then when I broke up with him, he vandalized my car.
Ooh.
Good times.
Mm-hmm.
Good times.
I sure know how to pick him.
So he had nothing going for him. He was living at your place.
I'm not gonna say he had nothing going for him, but I am not shallow. I wasn't gonna break up with him from like just lack of ambition alone. So it really took him kind of like being sneaky, weird, like, because I always thought he was so loyal, and that's why I was with him. I was like, oh, he treats me so good, he's so sweet. And then when I started to realize that he was maybe not doing that, I was like, I'm out.
But you met him at a foursome.
Right, you met him.
Yeah, but that was 2 years ago. We weren't together then.
Okay.
But somebody who has an inclination towards that kind of sexual conduct is probably not the best bet for like, well, down the road, I'm going to have a monogamous relationship with this person.
Well, I think that like with certain people, you could like choose to be poly, and then other people, you choose to be in a committed relationship. So I disagree with that.
Well, hang on. So if you don't mind if I ask a few questions here.
Sure.
Can I give you a scenario?
Sure.
Let us imagine for a moment that this relationship that you had with this gentleman worked out, and you're 35 years old, and you're sitting around with little Stephanie, your daughter, and she says, "Mommy, how'd you meet Daddy?" And you're like, "Well, we were at a fucking gangbang, and you know there was body fluids going all over the place.
Yeah.
And they high-fived over my head, and I knew then your dad was the one for me." Like, does that sound like maybe if you think about that in the future,
romantic.
That future conversation, does that maybe produce red flags in your head?
I thought it was cute, like a love story, you know. I mean, we didn't have to tell our kid that per se. We could just say we met like from mutual friends.
That's not a lie.
Nicholas Spark movie.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't blow me up.
Like, it's not like I was the first time meeting him, but like I had met him pretty recent before that. So, yeah, good times.
Well, I mean, but you would have to then lie to your kids, right?
I would be honest then. I don't really have a problem if
Yeah,
they're
you'd
old
be
enough.
honest, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to be honest about me doing OnlyFans, like all sorts of things. So,
Yeah.
I'm not a liar. I'm not opposed
But I mean,
to telling them.
would it make you uncomfortable to have that conversation at 35 with little Stephanie, with the origin story of how I met your father was at a gangbang?
I mean, I think like, you know, when people become a certain age, you're gonna have the conversation about the birds and the bees and stuff like that anyways. I don't think when they, you know, are like a newborn baby or like a toddler, I need to like necessarily be sharing those details.
No, but I mean, even 12, 13, right? Something in there when kids are starting to go through puberty and they become curious about that type of thing. You know what I mean? And they're asking about it. Would you feel any shame at all telling that story to little Stephanie?
I think that they could learn from my experiences, both negative and positive, and I could teach them about safe sex and, you know, times where maybe like I wasn't being that safe. And
So say a safe way to do an orgy? That's what you want to teach little Stephanie?
Wait, sorry, two people are talking.
I was asking, what if somebody else told Stephanie that story? How would you feel about how you met him?
I'm not really ashamed of it, honestly. It is what it is. It also like there were boundaries, and like we became very, very close friends before we ever got together. And at the time I was just with that partner who I was like experimenting and doing those things with.
Is he still friends with the guy? Like
they already weren't friends before that happened.
Oh, they were just roommates. Okay.
Well, they were friends at the time, but they fell out like long before we got together.
Okay. So you ended it 20 days ago. Has there been a rebound?
No, I've been completely celibate, single.
Okay.
Just
you
doing
had
me.
a question for her?
No, sorry, I asked.
Oh, she already answered?
the
Okay.
question, She answered it.
All right. And, okay, no rebound, no guys in the picture?
No.
Nothing?
I don't have the
Zilch?
tolerance right now.
No tolerance?
Mm-mm.
You're sick? Are you sick of men?
I'm sick and tired.
Sick and tired.
I'm going to therapy. That's what I'm doing.
Okay. You said that you...
Well, but you might be only an orgy away from Mr. Right.
No, I actually like was very keen on no longer participating in that stuff, which this boyfriend knew, which is why when he told the girl at Coachella we were open, I was like, I'm out. You know that's not true. So those days are over. I'm no longer fun anymore.
During those days...
I don't think that's true.
Yeah. Thank you. That's what he said.
Okay, so during those days, how many like orgies were you participating in? Have you?
Again, define orgy because I guess 4 doesn't count as one. I guess I've never had one.
Let's just count it.
Kind of community?
Yeah, with him.
Okay.
Only with him.
Well, would you go to like
let's say
sex
4 or
parties?
more.
Would you go to sex parties?
Yeah,
How
but
many
not many.
How many did you go to?
Oh, actually, that's a lie. I've been to a few actually.
More than 10?
What's that?
More than 10?
Oh no.
5 to 10?
5.
Sex parties?
Let's say 5.
Okay.
And you
then-
would have sex with your partner, or you would like swap?
I was only with him, and there were times where I've been to parties like that, and I'm just watching or like interacting, but like not having intercourse. So
Was your partner with other people?
we would have threesomes a lot.
What's that like to just watch? Just sit there and watch while people do that?
Yeah, I couldn't do that.
It's interesting. It can be really overwhelming, and I would get turned on by watching him with other people, but then you know, you experience things like jealousy, which is natural, but usually I would experience that more like if it was like after the fact. Like if it was just like in the moment, like I actually really liked it.
Sure. What about you?
So my longest relationship was like probably 5 years on and off. It was really bad. And then from age 21 to now, I have been single.
Wait, hold on. So your current relationship status is single. And you said from 21 to 28, you've been single?
Yeah,
Did you say 20?
I've gone on dates, and I talked to one guy in that time, and otherwise I've been single.
So you've been single for 8 years?
Probably 7.
Okay, 7. You've been single for 7 years. You were in a 5-year relationship from what age to what age?
It was like 17 to 21-ish. So
I see. And you said it was on again, off again?
Yeah.
How many times was it on, off?
Oh my gosh, probably like 20 times.
20 times.
It was so bad.
Is that fairly, like, you think it's more, 30, 40, 50 times?
I think probably 20.
20 is fair.
I hope
okay.
not more than 20, but.
More often than not, who was making it off?
Me. Like.
Exclusively, all the 20 times?
No, there was one time where he had like gotten a new girlfriend. And that was like, and he like didn't message me that time, and I found out about it, and so I guess that would be him like.
So you would break up with him?
I would break up with him, yeah.
And then.
But if he got a girlfriend, I was like trying to win him back.
So who would, of the 20 or so times, who would try to rekindle things?
Him.
Was it split?
Him.
Always him.
Him always trying to get me back.
Trying to get you back, and
yeah.
you would take him back. Typically, how long? I know sometimes there would be variance. What would be the break typically in these off periods? 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, a week? What was the shortest? What was the longest?
Okay, maybe like 3 days to like 2 weeks.
2 weeks was the longest off period.
No, there's probably months. There's probably some months periods in there.
I see.
It's so long ago. I'm trying to block it out of my memory.
And typically, what precipitated you ending things?
Coming to my senses.
Sometimes you just have to go back until you hate them.
Yeah, and
Is
that's
that
what
what happened?
That's what happened. Actually, what happened was.
Well, what would he do to precipitate?
Just tell me that to us getting back together?
No, to precipitate a you ending thing, even if temporary. Was he cheating?
He was cheating constantly.
Mm-hmm.
Cheating constantly.
Did you cheat on him at all?
No.
Okay. So he cheated on you like 20 times then? Because you said it was
maybe.
on
It might have been 20. I don't know. Definitely more than 10.
Why did you keep going back?
Because I loved him. In my own brain, that's what I told myself. I was like, I would rather chop my arms and legs off. That's how I felt. I was like,
then what?
I would then not end up
him?
with him. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Wait, you'd rather chop your than not be with him, or be with him?
The pain of him and I not working out, like, was like I would rather deal with any kind of hurt, deal with any kind of wrong thing that he did to me or whatever, and try to make it work, because the pain of like severing that relationship that I had with him was like so painful. So it would always lead me like, so then he'd be all sweet and be like, you're the love of my life, you're this, you're that, and I would end up getting back with him. When's
the last time you spoke with him?
He accidentally called my phone maybe last year.
Have you? So you said you've been single for 7 years.
Yeah.
In that 7-year period, did you guys have any contact?
No.
Except for like a year ago, you said he accidentally texted you?
Yeah.
Okay. So then, let's see. In that 7-year period, you said there was one guy you dated?
There was one guy that I was like interested in that 7 years.
How long did you date him?
We probably went on like 3 dates, maybe 4 dates, and that was like over like 3 months.
Was there carnal knowledge?
There was intimacy in that relationship.
Okay.
Yes, there was.
And is that the only guy that you've had carnal knowledge with in
Yes.
7 years?
Yes.
How long ago was that?
That was 2 years ago.
So you were celibate for 5 years and then 2 years.
Yeah, and
basically.
I was so upset that I like gave into that, because I had really been trucking along.
Okay, and so Was this guy that you were on and off again with for 5 years? Are these other guys that have come along? Have they just not been up to snuff as compared to him?
Like the other people I've gone on dates with?
Well, like, can you describe your partner, the 5-year one?
Like, what do you mean describe him?
Like some physical characteristics, personality-wise.
Tall, skater, punk, jobless.
How tall?
Probably 6'3", 6'2".
Fit?
Scrawny skater.
Skater boy?
Yeah.
Treated you like shit?
No.
It's
No?
the 6'3".
I mean, he was cheating on you.
He just cheated on me.
Okay, but he treated you well otherwise.
Yeah. I mean, except for he didn't have a job and like had no ambition and lied and yeah.
Did he have a good personality though?
He was really creative. But did he have a good personality? And he was really outdoorsy and like, I don't know.
Did he have game?
Did he have game?
Riz?
No.
No Riz?
No. He's handsome. He's handsome.
Good looking guy.
He's a good looking guy.
Very handsome guy.
Yeah.
Very handsome guy.
I'm trying to get into another relationship, dude. I can't be on my
So then he hold on, wait. Was the sex really good? Was that it?
I'm not going to talk about
well,
that.
that's fair.
I'm not going to talk about it. He was my first.
I'll just assume
he was my first.
Oh, he took okay.
Yes. So I think that had like a huge part of me being like, I would rather chop my arms and legs off than.
Wait, I have a question for you. So if you could talk to yourself back then,
I would just punch myself in the head. That's what I would do. I would just like grab myself and shake
and say
and
what?
Be like,
I just want to know. What would you tell yourself back then?
Okay, actually, what I would say is, you don't understand how much your husband's gonna love you. You don't understand how valuable you are.
Yeah.
That's what I would say to myself, and that's what I plan on saying to my children. Like, what we have as women is like so unique and so beautiful.
Wait.
And
what you have as women is so unique. What precisely do
the
all
sexual
women have
connection
that
you can have, but in your relationship with your spouse?
Well, how's that?
Yeah, I was looking at my notes here, and forgive me if I got this wrong. Are you currently married?
Me? No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay,
just let everybody know. No.
She's talking
really
about
weird.
her future husband.
Okay, so the reason I asked is odd. She had asked, what would you go back and tell yourself? And you said, I would tell myself that you don't even know what the relationship between you and your future spouse is going to be like.
Yeah.
But what's the frame of reference there?
I think like the promise of like I have many people in my life that are in very strong, good relationships with their husband or wife, and they're in love with them, and understanding that like there really is somebody out there for me. I just have to wait until God brings that person into my life, and
okay.
So it's like holding on to that hope of.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
I just wanted to understand the mentality. And then my last question before I turn back over to Brian, would you describe this guy as a narcissist?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably not.
No?
I don't think that he was a narcissist.
Was he a sex addict? Is that why you think?
I never asked him.
I just asked because my toxic ex was definitely a sex addict, and sometimes that's why people have a hard time staying faithful. Mm-hmm. I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We should find
Just a
out.
theory.
I don't know. He should find out.
So okay, the guy you were with for 5 years, that was the first guy you were ever with in an intimate.
Mm-hmm.
So you've only been with 2 guys.
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't say that on the last.
Okay.
On the last show.
Yeah, sure. So
now it's out there.
Aside from that one, would you call it a slip up?
Yeah.
You
and it was
almost
not like
been celibate for 7
it was
years.
not like a one night stand. It was like I actually had feelings for him.
But you guys only hung out a couple times. It sounded like.
Yeah.
Okay. So celibate for 5 years. Slip up. Maybe?
I guess we only went on probably like 3 or 4 proper dates.
Yeah.
But like, he would like come see me before work and like bring me food, or like there would be like little times that we'd see each other. And so it wasn't, there was a relationship that was like being built.
Why did you lose interest in him?
I think I just realized that like we had a lot of different core values. He had let me down a few different times, and
how so?
So like him and I were actually supposed to hang out last month, and he had, after we had like broke everything off, and he was like saying that he like had been working on all this stuff that he was like, you know, really trying to do, and like for him it really mattered to him that he like lost weight and like got off a couple of these meds. And anyway, so he finally reached out to me where he was at a spot where I think he felt like he really could be in a relationship with somebody. And then he said, all right, let's hang out Thursday. I told him what days I was free. And then on Thursday, I was like, are you going to bail on me? Because he wasn't texting me. He wasn't texting me at all. And he had already done this to me like a couple times where he just like kind of brushed off something that like I assumed was like intentional. And anyways, and so basically I waited until the time that we were supposed to go on our date, and he never messaged me, and I just blocked him, and that was it.
Wait, but this was a month ago. So you guys reconnected. He reached back out to you, or you reached back out to him?
He reached out to me, and I said, what are you doing in my DMs? Get out of here. And then I like entertained it, and then I entertained it.
Yeah, okay.
I'll be honest, like I did entertain it. Because I really enjoyed him. Like his company, like he's so funny, but I knew like that it was never going to work.
Wait, okay. So just going back here though. So you went on how many dates with him? 3 or 4?
Maybe 5.
How many times did you see him in person?
Oh my God. In person? Oh, probably like 10 or 12 times.
Oh, what's the differentiation between
like him, like
seeing him in
like
person
planning,
and going on
like,
a date?
Well, I don't feel like him dropping food off for me before I go into work is a date.
Okay.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
You spent
No.
seeing
Can
him.
you imagine?
Seeing him for 1 minute, I wouldn't count that as like, you know, meeting up or a date, really. When I say meet up, I mean like you actually spent a couple hours together.
Yeah, so he took me on a date. We went shooting one time, and then he took me out to dinner a couple other times. Yeah. And
then so you guys, but that was it. And then he broke up with you?
No, we went to go hang out and like go to dinner, and it just naturally came up in conversation like, yeah, like you and I both know that we have different core values. So I don't know.
Who said that?
I did, because he didn't say anything.
What do you mean he didn't say anything?
Like he just, I don't know how to describe it.
So
like,
just, okay.
Like he would not tell me what was going on in his head at all.
Wait, but so what if there's nothing going on? Like I think women have this tendency to be like, what's wrong? Is like, and if we say we're good,
listen to me.
We're good. There's nothing. We're not thinking about anything.
He wasn't saying that he was good. He was like, I didn't know if he wanted to date me. I didn't know if he wanted to like.
Would you ask him and he would just say absolutely
no?
not?
I didn't ask him. I didn't be like, do you want to date me? No, I didn't do that.
Well, did you ask him like, oh, what are you looking for or anything?
What are we?
Yeah, what are we?
No, because I wasn't trying to like put any pressure on him. I just enjoyed hanging out with him and like was like, maybe this will go somewhere. But then it was like he didn't want to like go out. Like he didn't want to take me on dates. Okay, this is what I really think it was. I think that, and I hope that he doesn't see this because I would feel really bad, but I think that he like has like is maybe like self-conscious and like had a lot of anxiety about going out and stuff like that. And what is that? Why are you laughing?
No, sorry. Keep going.
No, this is really what I think.
But
and
what are
like
the core values that were different? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm a Christian, and he's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait. So okay, hold on.
Talk to me.
So you went on how many like
dude I don't
hangouts? Don't include he dropped food off. You saw him for 2 minutes.
Okay.
How many times did you guys spend together for A couple hours.
Oh,
including dates.
Maybe
3 or 4?
No, more than that.
5, 6, 7.
Well, what do you count as a date? Like, what's your
a date?
Yeah,
a
like
date
what's your
is
standard?
like maybe like an extended period of time where we go and do something that is planned. Like
Okay.
Yes, but a date
so it's
could also
pre-planned.
be.
It's a couple hours, and you do an activity or you eat food or something, and that's a date.
yeah, what would you
Okay.
call a date?
Okay.
I just pretty much that, but like everybody kind of has different standards of like,
the
oh,
way
we
I'm
can get
using
food
date,
or
the way I'm
whatever.
using date is it doesn't necessarily mean you have to go out in public together. It's just you've hung out and spent time together. It could be at his house, your house.
Yeah, what I'm trying
that
to
could
figure out.
include at least in my framework, that could include what a date is.
What are you
So-
trying to figure out with like the whole like how many times did you guys date?
Well, so, okay, you said you hooked up with him, right?
Yes.
So what date? The 3rd date, 4th date, something like that?
Probably like the 3rd or 4th date.
Okay, so then you
No,
guys.
sorry, no, probably further into that. Because
So you hooked up with him once or twice? How many times? 2, 3 times?
I don't want to go into like
Well, I'm
detail
trying
on that.
I have a reason for why I'm asking. I'm not just like curious, like, oh, I really like, you know.
I don't
It would be
share that
helpful in
information.
it would be helpful in analyzing this. Well, because you
It
said you
wasn't-
had a difference of values.
I was not sleeping with him every time I hung out with him.
But you only went on so few dates, so it could have only been what, 1 or 2 times? 3
Maybe.
times? Okay, whatever. I mean, we can just make some assumptions based off the fact that you only
Well,
hung out with him
assume
a couple
low,
times.
okay? I don't know.
I don't have any objections if you fucked him 100 times. I don't care. I guess I'm just trying to get a sense of like, because okay. Why did this determination occur like after you hooked up with him? That's my confusion.
I think because I think I knew the whole time. I just chose to give in.
You chose to give in.
I chose to give in and sleep with him.
Just feeling weak and horny. Like, was there a reason? Sorry.
Yeah. Well, when you're single for so long and you finally like somebody, it's like you know, it's difficult. It's really hard to like not sleep around.
You give in to yourself maybe, because like obviously that's a commitment you made to yourself to be celibate while you're being
and
single.
I just understand that like, man, I really value this aspect of my life, and that's not something I just want to like give to people. Yeah. That's not something that I don't want to know a bunch of people in that way.
So, and then shortly after having, you guys hooked up for the first 1 or 2 or 3 times, whatever, you ended things with him, correct?
Yeah. Oh, you mean like just...
You ended things with him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's interesting, women often complain that men like fuck them and then just leave. But I mean, you basically did that to him.
He would have been comfortable with whatever, like...
Sure.
But I'm not.
You did fuck him and then just walk though. Women do that shit too. It's interesting.
But
What if he really
like
liked you? If he really liked you, and then you fuck him, and then
I felt like I
you got what you
wasn't
wanted.
getting anywhere in the relationship with him. I'm like, all right,
You just
like
met him, right?
I had
You
known
only-
him for I had been hanging out with him for a few months.
Okay, you weren't getting anywhere. Did you ask to be exclusive?
No, I didn't ask that.
Did you ask for a relationship?
No. So what should I have done?
Well, I don't know all the details of a
No, I
relationship.
shouldn't have done
but
anything because
if you feel
he's
like you
not
weren't
the
getting
guy
anywhere,
that I'm going to end up with, like plain and simple.
Well, hold on, but you said he's come back into the picture a couple times, and the last time you entertained him was a month ago.
Yeah, that's because I was being...
But then he flaked on you.
I know.
So you're planning
Thank
to go on a
God he
date.
did.
But you're planning to go on a date with him.
I was, yeah.
Well, hold on. So just to be clear, you dated him 2 years ago. You broke your 5-year celibacy for him. You made the determination after having slept with him that this wasn't the guy for you. There wasn't shared values.
Yeah, there's a lot of mistakes made.
So why are you made the determination already? He's not a Christian. You've made that determination. Why continue entertaining him if he's not a Christian?
Because
if that's such a
I'm
deal breaker.
Lonely. Because I liked him. I enjoyed him as a person. And so it's like, I'm not saying that it was right. I'm not saying that it was right at all. Like, it was wrong. It wasn't logical either. It was my emotions that were talking, and I was giving into those, not giving into what I know to be true, what I know about myself, what I want for myself. Like, I gave in, plain and simple. And it was like,
are you on dating apps at all?
absolutely not.
Ever on dating apps?
Yeah, no, I actually think that Tinder blocked me, because I would
I
like,
got blocked
For
on there
what?
too.
because I would like download it and then I would delete it.
Yeah,
and then I would
same.
download it and just get so disappointed or
Okay.
like traumatized. And then I would be like, oh my gosh, like, all right, I shouldn't be afraid to like go on here and go on these dating apps. And then I'm like, this is the worst.
So is it a must that the guy you date has to be Christian?
Yeah, it just wouldn't work.
Okay.
It wouldn't work.
You were celibate though for almost 7 years total. For 5 years there was a break, and then you've been celibate for 2 years. So why are you finding it difficult to find somebody? I mean, that's to
Okay.
be single for essentially 7 years. You're an attractive girl. Do you think your standards are too high? Do you
No.
feel like you still have feelings for your first guy?
No.
It's all gone?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
took a lot of work, but yeah, it's gone.
Okay. So why, like, are just no guys hitting on you?
No, it's actually kind of funny because I have a date tomorrow. Maybe I might have a date tomorrow, and then I think
Wait, hold on. You have a date tomorrow?
yeah.
Is it
Here in Santa Barbara?
California?
Nope.
Wait, so you're flying back?
So
You're in
this is really
Colorado?
cute. This is really cute. So he offered. So he actually saw me on the first podcast,
Okay.
and somebody sent it to me. So I didn't know him. He didn't like find me. I have a friend who sent him the show, and he said to me, "Not meeting you wasn't an option." And then he has like a connection to move some flights around. And so he has offered, which I don't even know, so I don't know when I'm flying out tomorrow, but he has offered to get me a new flight from LA to Seattle, and I'll have he lives in Seattle, I live in Eastern Washington. And so he's offered to like reroute that so that he can take me on a date when I get to Seattle. So if it's really cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Supposed to fly out to see him tomorrow?
Yeah.
Is he a
Hopefully,
Christian?
Wait, how long
Yeah.
have you been? Because you were on the show like a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
When did he initially message you?
Oh, this happened like within a week. This is this is fresh. This is new.
Like a week ago.
Yeah, like a week ago. I met him. He came down.
You already met him?
Yeah, he came down to my hometown. I don't want to share it.
Sure.
He came down to my hometown, and yeah, I met him.
Nice.
Okay.
And we've talked on the phone a couple times.
I have a question,
Yeah.
if I may. The boyfriend that you were with for 5 years,
Mm-hmm,
and the one like a while ago, was he a Christian? The one that cheated on you? Or did he identify as a
Yeah, he
Christian?
identified as one.
Okay, so
Does he sound like one? No, he doesn't. He wasn't one.
So that was my question. So if you were dating, like you described two different people, one cheated on you, treated you like crap, but identified as a Christian. The other one had a seemingly normal personality, just wasn't really piquing your interest, but didn't identify as a Christian. I mean, out of those two, it seemed like you were willing to work more on the first relationship, even though he cheated on you.
Well, I also think that he was my first love.
You were very young, right?
Yeah,
Like,
I
you
was
were-
like 17.
Yeah.
I lost my virginity to him. Like, I was tied to that
Can
guy.
you scoot hold on, let me make some adjustments here. Hold on. No, that's good. Try to speak there. Go ahead.
And the reason I ask is just because there's so many people, I guess, that identify as a Christian, but their actions say otherwise. And so that's why I
yeah.
asked.
All right. I got moved on. Gustavo, what about you?
Sí, bueno. Hola.
Yeah. What about you?
My longest relationship, maybe a little bit longer than a year and a half, between a year and a half and 2 years. And currently single, very single. Very single right now, and have been single for about 2 years.
All right. Single for 2 years.
Do you
And
want to be single?
sorry, what was your longest relationship?
Between a year and a half and 2 years.
2 years. Okay. And the relationship that ended 2 years ago, you've been single for 2 years. Was that the 2-year one?
No.
Okay.
That one actually was almost, So there was a term that one of your, I think.
Alpha widow?
Yes.
Is that it?
I realized that I think I had that issue going on.
Why don't you tell us about that?
Yeah.
Similar. So I understand my first love met in high school. Known him for almost 15 years. Had a really, really hard time dating other people because it took me a long time to even realize this. I was very, very hung up on him because we kind of would date on and off. Like we'd date for like a year and then we'd break up and not talk for like a year or two and then we'd get back together. And then we did that probably 3 or 4 times.
This is the guy. This
is not
2 years ago.
This is not the 2-year guy. No.
Oh, okay.
No.
This is a past
He's
relation.
the most recent one.
Oh, wait. He's the most recent.
He's the most recent. My longest though was before him. My longest was throughout the on and off time, but he is my most recent ex.
Okay. And so why do you categorize this as you being alpha widowed?
I think
and explain what your sense of that is to the viewers.
Well, I think the person who had brought it up on the panel last said it was kind of like when you're hung up on a certain ex or person you've been with and it like kind of makes it impossible for you to date. At least that's what I took from it, and that's what I feel like happened to me. Like I could meet somebody and I would just look for problems in them because I would be comparing them to him. So yeah, so I've been single, like I said, I've been single for 2 years, but about a year ago, I guess I was kind of in we weren't boyfriend, girlfriend, but we were seeing each other. But yeah, that didn't work out, but that wasn't, I think due to my ex, that was part of the reason, but also he was a little bit too
feminine?
Yeah. Why did the relationship with the alpha guy, why did that one break up?
Many reasons. I think maybe distance played a part into it. I think also I was kind of a a-hole to him when we were in high school. That probably played into it. I think also, so another fun fact, I have a child. He has two children. So there was some baby mama drama on his side that also caused some issues.
Yeah,
you have a child from him?
Not from him, no.
A different...
long time ago.
How old's your kid?
He will be 10 next month.
And you're 28, right?
And I will be 29 next month.
So you had him when you were 18, 19?
Had him on my 19th birthday.
Oh, wow.
You guys share a birthday, okay.
Well, I mean, so technically he was born, I'm June 21st, he was born June 22nd at 12:34 a.m.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Okay.
We're working
all right.
Everything.
I don't know. Do you have a lucky you tattoo somewhere?
Yes, I do.
Where is that? Don't show us. Don't show us.
No, I wasn't going to. It's right here.
Where you get
It's
lucky?
above your hoo-ha.
It's above my hoo-ha.
Okay. I saw it on your Instagram.
I kind of forgot about that.
Pain-wise, how is that spot to get tattooed?
That was probably my worst tattoo.
Really?
Yes.
So
is
it's
it kind of
how
on
big
the
is it?
bone there?
Lucky you. Is it in cursive?
Yes.
Cursive?
Yes.
Why does that
Yes.
matter to you?
It's very important.
It is
Yeah,
incredible.
what's
Did you
the
see
font?
the tattoo? If you saw it on her Instagram?
He probably doesn't remember.
He wants to paint a
Did you
picture
not
for the
see the
folks
tattoo?
at
Yeah.
Yeah, I
home.
saw it.
Oh,
I saw
okay.
it.
You're trying
I
to
saw
describe it though.
I saw it on Instagram. And so what, I'm curious, what's the meaning
Oh,
of
there
the
is
tattoo?
actually, okay, so, sorry, Dad.
I could guess.
No, honestly, the main reason I got it, as dumb as it is I used to really be into Harley Quinn, and Harley Quinn has the tattoo.
Oh, she has that same
Yeah.
tattoo.
Oh.
Yeah.
Where is it on her body?
Same spot.
Oh.
Above
Yeah, same
the
spot.
hoo-ha.
Inspiration.
Yeah, that's cute. How old were you when
Okay.
you got it?
Oh, God.
Okay, well, so two things, right? Just want to let you know
Oh yeah, he's here.
just how bad the tattoo actually is because that's not canon. It's not even Harley Quinn canon. So you fell for a non-canonical Harley Quinn and
No, I
then
know.
replicated a non-canonical tattoo. So that's like a double fail.
I know.
Right? That's a
Trust me, my father's let me know.
Fathers.
Father, sorry, no,
Okay.
father, only one.
I think so. Okay. Hold on, guys. I think we missed a One sec, guys. We have Senior Muffin Top. Natalia, can I have you read this? We'll have you read some of these chats.
I found out my ex was never worried about 4 dogs. She left me to have a relationship with her ex and immediately got knocked up by him. Then she told him to quit his job and he did. Then she quit her job and they are letting their cars get repoed back to my passport bro life. What is that?
What?
Is that my high? Or yeah. There's also no punctuation in the whole sentence.
I think he's just saying bro passport? Life. Like,
well, have you heard of passport bros?
Senior Muffin Top.
Those are like the guys
dude,
who
you
go
dodged a
overseas
bullet,
to get a
bro.
girl.
You dodged a bullet.
Wait, but how does that have to do with his car?
Passport bro.
You dodged a bullet, Senior Muffin Top.
Wait, but what is the 4 dogs?
Don't worry.
Yeah, what happened to the dogs?
It's got dogs. Victor Ramsahawk, you sent in Australian 100. Unfortunately, we lost it, so I apologize. We're just going to read it. He just says, how do you talk to these people without losing IQ points? So there's that. It's a good question. I don't know. We got a good panel.
How do you have enough to spare?
We don't know that he hasn't lost IQ points.
We have a good panel. And then I'm going to pull up 2. You can hide that.
What is your IQ?
Can I have you read this, please?
Do you know it?
Just read this while it's up, please.
Which one? The red one?
Just
the one on the screen.
It's about to disappear.
Mind-boggling how these girls.
It's mind-boggling how these girls can sit here and say how they have OF, do blank or orgies, but want to find a good guy. Like, hey, I just took 4 roosters at one time.
Where are all the good guys? You can re-show. You can show.
Where are all the good guys?
Just leave it up. For those of you who do OF, any thoughts on that?
I just want to clarify, not that it matters, and zero judgment. I think you're a badass, but I don't actually do porn on my OnlyFans. So I do like solo content, but I don't do boy girl. I did not film those orgies, or if they were filmed, they were not ever sold or posted online.
You never did BG, though.
Not that it makes a difference, but I just wanted to put that in there.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question. Do you want to weigh in on this?
I mean, me specifically, I'm not looking for a man, good or otherwise. Sure. You know, it's more about like...
But you will at some point.
I might. I'm really learning to enjoy my own company right now.
That's
just
good.
focusing on myself and my work. And yeah.
Also, I just want to say, I would hope that...
I mean, that's probably a good skill to start developing now, right?
What is?
Being able to be alone.
Enjoying your own company.
Yeah, honestly. And like, plus I know plenty of performers in the industry who are happily married. Many are married to other performers, so there's not like, you know, that like...
Do you want to get married? Is that a goal you have?
I maybe. You know, it's like if somebody would really have to like improve on my life by myself. It's not so much as like competing with other men and competing with like past men I've been with. It's like, do I like being with you more than I like being with just me? And right now I really like being with just me.
I mean, I think they can,
months, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they can find a partner. I do think there is like some savage, I think if what I'm trying to understand here is kind of the demands that women who are engaged in these sort of fields, is there's still like this demand for traditional treatment from men, even though they're as far as traditional, like as far as they can be from being traditional women themselves. So I mean, I don't think it precludes them from being able to find a partner, but I do think the issue is there's like still this, well, I want a guy to be chivalrous and traditional, but I want to be a modern woman and do sex work and fuck other men, but you have to be a traditional man. That's where it kind of
I don't feel that
confuses
way,
me.
Yeah, I don't feel
Do you want a guy to pay on the first date?
They don't have to. I've been with people where I paid for everything. I've been with guys where they paid for everything or something in the middle.
And that's totally fine.
Yeah.
I paid for a date once and he hated it.
Oh.
Okay.
Did he feel like emasculated?
Maybe, I don't know.
Boo.
I was like just trying to do like a kind gesture, like, oh, you've taken me on like a few dates.
Yeah.
Like,
anyways, Natalia, can I have you read this one?
Why don't the eggs tell jokes? They are afraid to crack up. Panel. One thing you can do now to improve your future. Go.
Is this? We'll do it. It's just totally like
Irrelevant.
not dating related. But give me a quick answer
We
if
can
you
make
can.
it dating related.
Yeah.
Keep going to therapy.
Oh, that's
And
a
the
terrible
gym.
answer.
Keep him
Make-
fit.
Why is that
Here,
terrible?
hold on. So, guys. We'll start with you. We'll go around the table. Go ahead.
I would say to continue improving my marriage, just to keep communication good and keep God in the middle of my marriage. I think that's how I continue to find more in my husband every day that I'm with him.
In making investments financially.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Smart girl.
Therapy and the gym.
I feel like I want to say. I don't know. Sorry, I don't. Nah, just skip me.
Go ahead.
Me?
Yeah.
Probably working on having a little bit more self-discipline.
Okay.
That's
All
a
right.
good
Cool.
one.
Cool.
Any chance any of you would say slowing down on promiscuity and porn work, maybe?
I want to get more promiscuous, actually.
What?
Okay. Appreciate it. Thank
I'm
you,
celibate
guys.
at the moment, so
She's
This
working on
moment
that.
right now.
Yeah.
How long
Yeah,
have you-
this
how long-
exact me
since the
thing.
breakup, I just have no intention on having.
How long have you been celibate?
I mean, like 3 weeks, but like I have no interest in dating or anything of the sort.
Okay. All right. Well, before we get into the main topic of today's show, which is the viral man versus bear
Yay.
debate, before we get into that, we're going to go around the table. We're going to do a segment called, I haven't named the segment yet, actually, but we're going to have the girls. Now, I know some of you are in relationships, but be good sports and just assume you were not in a relationship. We're going to have you guys go through some Bumble profiles. Each of you gets 20 swipes. You each get 20 swipes.
That's
and
gonna
it's-
take forever.
It'll be quick. It'll be
Trust me,
It's
no,
faster
it
than
won't.
you think.
It'll
No,
be
it
yes or
won't.
no. So yes or no. We're going to show you the profiles. We have Bumble pulled up. Yes, sir. And Nick, could you put us
He's
big?
cute.
I like his name.
So we're going to start with
With me?
no. Yeah, right big, just like last time.
Okay, so how does this
Okay.
work? I just
So-
say if he's cute or not, or
So just a yes or no.
Are these real profiles?
Yeah, yes or no.
no. No. No. Yes. Yes.
Wait, didn't you say yes for last one?
No. No. No, that's a child. No. Yes.
So which one is
Counting? Madysen, you count. Okay, just count 20.
No.
Okay.
No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes.
Okay.
No.
2 or 3.
What am I at? No.
That's it.
Okay.
Okay, now we're going to you.
Okay.
Oh, that one
based
looks like
only
my
on-
husband. Okay.
Yeah, this is all you
Just
got.
on the
Just one
picture?
photo.
Speak into the mic also when you say yes or no.
Yes. Yes. Because the dog, yes. No. No. Yes. No. That kind of looks like my boyfriend, so yes.
It
Sort of
does
in a
look like
weird
him. Oh
way.
my god.
No.
It's not him though.
It's not him. No.
Imagine if
Can
it
you
was.
imagine? Yeah.
That would be crazy. No.
Yeah.
No. I can't even see that guy. No. So dark. No.
Okay, next person, Demi.
No.
Of course.
No. 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 Which one? No, which one? Why do they do that? Maybe. Yeah. No. No.
Which one?
With the multiples. Come on, guys. No.
It's always the least attractive one.
No. It's never the one you hope.
He's cute.
I wish I could
He's
see more of his. I would say
outdoorsy. Look how-
yes.
Where's that at? That's so cool.
You know? No. No.
We can't see their age.
I can't see anything.
I know, like that's a factor for me. That one's a yes. No, because who? Which one?
That's 20.
No.
That's 20.
We have like 4 more.
Okay, Ali, your turn.
My turn?
Well,
Huh? Oh, no.
Like 20.
No to the bad
person, I
mirror
think.
selfie.
yeah.
Yes.
I didn't count 20.
Yes to that guy. No, that means yeah. No. No.
Okay,
Yeah, I'd message
that's 20.
him.
And then we'll
20.
move on. Yeah.
Oh, okay. No.
Yes, because the background. Yes, because he looks tall. Yes, because the dog. I'm just positive. No, I don't know who he is. Which one? No, he looks angry. Nope.
This photo is so disturbing.
I don't like how he's touching down there. So
Yeah, like what's? Where's that hand?
I don't know if they're straight.
Yeah.
No. No, I don't know why he's on the floor. I can't even see him. No. No, I don't know who he is.
Okay,
I can't
someone
even see him.
donated money.
No.
Do you want me to read it?
No.
Okay.
Can't even see his face. Nope. Sure.
He likes that.
No.
that guy
What's up
from
with the
the
back of
other-
their heads or smell?
That guy's about to get
I can't tell
stuffy.
who he is. He's cute, yeah. He's okay, yeah.
Last one.
Sure.
Yeah. No. 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 No.
Oh!
No.
It's like John.
No. No, he didn't. No. Yes. No.
Whoa, those brows.
No. 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 No.
Just blurry.
No. Yes, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I probably would. Something about mullets. No.
Last one.
No.
Me? No. No. I can't really see his face that good, so no. 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 Yeah.
He's cute.
No.
I know him.
No. Yeah. Yeah. No.
The way you guess.
No. 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 If he's the one with the hat, then yes. No.
This game is so funny.
No. No. No.
Last one.
No. No.
Okay, you want me to do it? Oh, no. Okay, no. 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 No.
Racist.
No. 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 Maybe.
He's hiding.
No. Obviously not. No. 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 I lost count. I think I have like 4 more.
Yeah, 3 more.
No.
Oh.
I can't see his face, but
He's
maybe.
cute though.
That guy? You can't even see.
But that body, that location.
Is that it?
That was crazy.
That's it.
Those
y'all
are the
are-
ones we swiped yes on, like barely any, and we didn't even get to see their profiles. Because if a lot of those guys,
sounded like overwhelmingly no, but what do you?
I'm just saying, because like it would be even less. Because if I looked at their profile, I looked at more
You
photos.
think
Like,
you'd disqualify them even more?
yeah, I think I would.
Some of them I feel like, I don't know, it could have helped them. Like, because
Yeah.
the first photo would be like a group photo or like something backlit, something where you can't really see their face, and it's like,
Just circle yourself.
how do I,
Crop them
yeah,
out or
make
put
it
the smiley
easy.
faces on the other people or something. Like.
Yeah.
There's a
All
lot
right, I'm
more
gonna pull this up.
yeses.
Natalia, can I have you read this one?
For the women who do OF or sex work, how would you explain it to your children, should you want any? Why you're naked all over the internet? You set them up for failure, bullying, mental problems, etc.
You guys want to respond to that real quick?
You can go first.
Okay. I've never wanted kids. I thought really like hard when I started doing sex work online about what that would do to my digital footprint and things like that. I know a lot of people, you know, who do have kids, and there's, you know, age appropriate ways to explain it to your kids. Like, you wouldn't tell a toddler like, oh yeah, like mommy takes dick for money. Like, no. But yeah, it's just a job, and I think it could be beneficial potentially, like, as the, you know, to grow up and learn about sex work as work and what safe sex practices are, and also to learn like, hey, like, your digital footprint never goes away.
Assuming for a second that you did have little Stephanie, would you, and little Stephanie came to you at 17 and said that she had aspirations to follow in your footsteps and do pornography for a living because of how much money she saw mommy make from that, would you be encouraging of that, or would you discourage it?
I would encourage her, especially at 17, to think long and hard about that, because, you know, I was realistic when I got into it that there's that digital footprint, man. Like, it never goes away. It does affect your future opportunities, and don't get into it for
Okay, so she's thought
money.
about it, right? She went and had a good think. Now she's 19 years old. She thought about it for 2 years. She said, Mom, look, I just absolutely have to go out and take that D for money because it makes so much of it. What do you say to Stephanie? You going to support Stephanie and all of her? Would you give her your contact cards? Do you think your old contact cards?
That might feel
like
a little.
I mean, honestly, I'm honestly curious about this.
You know, if she really seriously wants to do this and understands that once you're in it, and it's not smart to do it for like, oh, I'll do it for a couple years when I'm young and then I'll leave. Like, that's not realistic, and she knows that it's gonna follow her around forever, and it's something that if she wants to do, she should really commit to. Then, yeah, absolutely, go for it. Like, I would be such a hypocrite to say not to do it because I did it.
You wouldn't be a hypocrite. It wouldn't be a hypocrisy to tell her not to do it. You engage in an activity. So if, like, for instance, if my 6-year-old son came to me and was like, hey, Dad, give me one of those Marlboros, and I said no, would I be a hypocrite?
No, that's a 6-year-old.
Well, but
that's not a 19-year-old who's making a decision about their career.
If my 20-year-old came over to me, let's say, and said, hey, let me have one of those smokes, and I said, no, it's bad for you. Does that make me a hypocrite in your worldview?
Doesn't make you a hypocrite, but I wouldn't say porn's bad for you the way that, like, cigarettes are bad for you. Now, I smoke cigarettes too, but you know, like, one will give you cancer. It has all these health detriments that have been long recorded, and
yeah, but that's not my question. My question isn't whether or not cigarette smoking is bad for you in comparison to pornography. My question is, are you saying that it would make a person a hypocrite if they smoked and told other people that smoking was bad for them? How would that be hypocrisy?
Okay, I don't think that was your original question, though. Your original question was, would I encourage, like if I had a daughter to get into porn? I don't think porn. Well, I don't think drawing the comparison to cigarettes.
Hang on. Before we go off into like a bunch of prattle, let's go back.
Into what?
Okay? And before we go into a bunch of prattle, let's move back. Okay, so how this conversation went was, you said, no, I couldn't say that to her because I'd be a hypocrite. And so I said, well, wait a second. If that's true, then that's like saying that I'd be a hypocrite if I told someone, hey, smoking cigarettes is bad for your health, and I'm not going to give you one, even though I smoke. Are you saying that's hypocrisy? Because that doesn't make any sense to me.
Porn's not bad for your health, though. And as like an of-age
what do you think the
adult,
HPV rates are for porn stars?
I'm sorry, what?
What are the HPV rates for porn stars? Do you know?
What are the rates?
And the increased
I don't
rates,
know.
the increased rates of cervical cancer for women. The increased rates of STDs, which are inside the industry, very much inside the industry. We can pretend that that's not true, but yeah, it is true. How can you say that it's not an increased risk, even for violence and for SA?
There are many jobs that have certain risks, and that's what I said. Like, you think about it. It's not a decision you take lightly, but if this is what, like, if I had a daughter and she really thought about it and was being, like, had a good head on her shoulders about it, then yeah, of course, like, she should absolutely do it. Who am I to stop her?
So then it stands to reason then that we could assume that other people's daughters, let's say from a single father, something like this, who talked with you, came to you and asked for advice on this, that you would be encouraging to them as well?
Well, there's a reason I don't give advice to people. I'm not like a role model necessarily. Like, I'm not in a position to be a role model. I don't speak to anybody underage about what I do ever. I never.
No, I
ever would bring that up.
understand that, but it stands to reason, though, that if you would give that advice to your own daughter, wouldn't you give it to other people's daughters as well?
I mean, everybody is somebody's daughter, so if I was talking to a young woman and she was asking me questions about the porn industry, I would answer, but I don't go around encouraging people to do porn or do sex work. I think it's a personal decision, and I think it's something
you just said that you would encourage your daughter and to help her in any way possible if she wanted to. You wouldn't discourage her at all.
I would support my daughter's dreams no matter what they were. That's what I said. I wouldn't go out of my way to be like, oh, like, you should do porn. It's going to make you a ton of money. That's not how I would go about it. But if she came to me...
you wouldn't think... you don't think it's good parenting to support your kids in all their endeavors, right? I mean, that seems counterproductive to parenting, doesn't it?
But this isn't an endeavor that would be bad to be supportive of. I think it would be more dangerous to... cut somebody off and be like, well, if you do that, I'm not speaking to you. And then she runs off and does it anyway, and she has nobody to speak to.
What is enabling? Isn't enabling when you enable a bad behavior because you refuse to lay down a consequence for it?
It's not a bad behavior.
Pornography is not a bad behavior?
No.
It's an occupation. Mm-hmm. And people can disagree with it, and I would think if it was my kid, I would explain the pros and cons. This affected my life in a positive way, this affected it in a negative way, and you can learn from my experiences. You can't really control someone when they're of age and they want to make their own decisions.
Well, let's just look at it from a pragmatic perspective. You would agree with me that most people who enter into pornography don't make very much money, right?
I think the statistics are widely skewed by people who come in for like a scene or two, or they do OnlyFans or something for like a month or two. They don't really commit to it. And yeah, those people, they do not make a lot of money. And
yeah, so then most people who engage in pornography don't make a lot of money, right?
But that's... what I'm saying is that statistic is skewed by people who come in, they shoot one or two scenes, they're not committed to it, they haven't thought about it beforehand.
So then most people who engage in pornography don't make a lot of money, is that correct?
It's the entertainment industry. Not everybody is successful, but the people who commit to it, there is a lot of money in this industry.
Yeah, so again, to my question, I'll ask it a fourth time, so then most people who engage in pornography don't make a lot of money, correct?
It's only the really successful people that work hard at it that end up making the money.
I think that's I think that's true of like many professions. Mm-hmm. What exactly are you getting out of this?
I need to table this conversation. We can get back to the porn is bad conversation later on in the show. I need to table it for now because I want to move into pretty much move into our main segment here. So. Before I do that, though, there's one pre-question to this. So, hold on one sec, guys. One sec. I'm getting there. All right. First thing is, and we won't linger on this specific topic, but we perhaps will come back to it later. This has kind of been a heated conversation that's gone on the past two shows. So, would you want your guy to sacrifice his life for you? And I suppose the best way to frame this is, in some hypothetical scenario, would you want your boyfriend or husband to take a bullet for you? Starting with you.
Sure. So I wouldn't necessarily want that scenario to take place, but you're saying in a hypothetical situation
where one of you has to...
One of us, okay. Yeah. So my relationship, my marriage is based off of biblical principles. So when I ask that question, I say, what does the Bible say about it? And the Bible says that the husband's role in a marriage is to love his wife like Christ loved the church. And so that means basically to lay down your life if you have to, because that's what Christ did for the church. He laid down his life. So I guess in that hypothetical situation, if my husband was following the principles of the Bible, he would want to do that. So yes.
Yeah, but to clarify this, though, hang on, I'm sorry, before we can move on the question, I got to clarify two points. First, just for my own curiosity, what denomination are you?
I'm non-denominational.
Non-denominational Protestant?
I think Protestant's a denomination, isn't it?
No. It's just we won't get into the
call
specifics.
myself
It's not important, but just for my own.
I call myself a follower of Jesus. That's it. I don't say I'm one thing or the other.
Okay, got it. So the question specifically is, would you want in that situation, would your preference be in that situation that the husband, because you're saying he has higher duty, correct? So you're saying he has a higher duty, and part of this duty is to protect you, and part of that protection is that he takes the bullet, right? Just to clarify.
I would say yes.
Okay. All right.
I think when you love someone, if you love them unconditionally and...
No such thing as unconditional love.
When you really love someone, I think you would want to put your life down for them. So honestly, I wouldn't want him to necessarily step in front of a bullet for me, because I would give my life for someone I love. Does that make any sense? So he would want to do that for me, as I would want to do that for him.
I feel the same. So I agree with her. I would also do the same. I would do the same for my husband, but yeah.
Yeah, but see, this is why I was really specific on questioning you about this, because you claimed that it was not a preference, but that he had a higher duty. There's a distinction, and I hate to harp on this but details matter, right? So does he have whether you want it or not, does he have a higher duty to do it from your worldview?
I guess define higher duty,
so the definition of a higher duty is the prevalence that his duty to jump in front of a bullet takes precedent over your duty to take one for him.
Then no. Sorry, I didn't understand what you meant. So
then how is that a reflection of the church? I don't understand. Because you started with the reflection of the church is that the man is the sacrifice, as he's the head of he's the representation of the head of the church, which is Jesus Christ, who sacrificed himself on a cross, right?
Right.
So then,
but my duty
so then his duty, wouldn't his duty, his higher duty, be to sacrifice himself for you?
Yes. So it's yes and no, because I also feel like my position as a Christian or as someone that loves Jesus is to also replicate him as well. So for me, I don't just say, okay, only the husband has to do this. I think it's like it's non-exclusive.
What?
So it's my duty as a Christian that believes in God to replicate basically what Jesus lived. So it's to follow Jesus is to live as he lived on this earth. And so that means to lay down your life for a friend, a husband, someone you love, whoever. That's just the way that it is, the way that I believe. So I don't want to say my husband, I require my husband to do it, and I don't expect myself to also want to do that thing for him, if that makes sense.
It doesn't make any sense, but we can move on from him.
Okay.
I think you answered you would take a bullet for him. I mean, but do you think, would you date a guy who wouldn't be willing to do that for you?
No, because that means that he doesn't love me in the same way that I love him. If you love someone, you're in a relationship with them, or let's say in a friendship, this is my best friend, if I would take a bullet for her as well, just as I know she would want to do for me.
But isn't this sort of a unidirectional thing? Only one person can protect in this scenario. Only one person can take the bullet, right? Mm-hmm. So, I mean...
it's whoever's faster at...
Exactly.
Would it be... do you think men would refuse to date a woman who isn't prepared to take a bullet for them?
No, I don't think men necessarily. I don't think
they don't look to women for protection.
Mm-hmm. No.
Yeah.
Do you think a guy is less masculine if he wouldn't be willing to take a bullet or die for his girlfriend?
I do.
Wife?
If there was an active situation where that was happening and he freaking pushed me to the side and ran away, I would be that's not a man.
You dump
that
him.
is a little
Do you
baby.
think men would, at similar rates, if their girlfriend did something similar, ran off scared, coward, whatever, do you think they would be more or less inclined to perhaps they'd lose attraction or end the relationship?
I mean, that's up to the man.
Do you think they would care less, though? then
I
women
think-
would care about that.
I think women probably do care more
Okay.
about that.
Your answer to the question: do you want a guy to sacrifice
Can
his
I?
life?
Can
for
I?
you?
I'm sorry. Can I jump in just
Sure.
real quick, Brian?
Yeah.
Okay. So I wanted to ask you a question on this, kind of following up on Brian's question. Do you think that you're an honorable person? Would you consider yourself an honorable person?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you think that it's appropriate then for whatever man you're with to defend your honor?
Yeah.
So
Does-
if that's the case, if he's defending your honor, that's going to put him in a situation where he could get hurt, right?
Yeah, that actually did happen in my relationship.
So then
now.
hang on. So then
Got-
if that's true, then you're basically saying that he has a higher duty to
Yeah.
take damage over you.
yeah.
So the expectation is not equal, that you're going to take a bullet for him, he takes a bullet for you. The expectation is that he's going to take the bullet, right? Because you're willing to just put him in harm's way on behalf of your honor, right?
I'm not
Yeah,
willing
not that
to.
she's willing.
I'm not willing to put him in harm's way in any scenario, but
Well,
it's-
no,
he-
but hang on. No, because we just went through it. Answer one. Man has a duty to defend your honor because you're an honorable person. You literally said your man has that duty. So if he
doesn't
has a
have to
duty to do
necessarily
this,
lead to
that means you.
violence,
Hang
though.
on, almost done. The entailment of that is that you would be willing to put him in a situation where he takes damage on behalf of just your honor.
If
Describe
someone
a
was
situation like that.
If someone was attacking my honor, how am I putting him in that situation? I'm not going out of my way. I actually have a scenario.
Well,
that
hang on.
goes
I'm going to tell you
perfectly
how.
with this. Okay.
I'm going to explain so that you understand. Because your expectation for him is that he has a duty to defend your honor. So if that's the case, if he has a duty to do this, then you have the expectation that he's willing to put himself at risk just to defend your honor. We're not even talking about, a bullet at this point. Just your honor could actually get this guy killed, right? Potentially it could.
I also have a duty to defend his honor as well.
Yeah, but you're not going to be able to defend it the same way, are you? You're not going to be able to, for instance, if a guy is bad-mouthing him or something, you're not going to be able to walk over and punch him in the face. It's not going to be very effective, is it? But he can do that on behalf of you, for a male, right?
You
He
can verbally
actually do
defend
that.
someone's honor without it leading to violence.
Yeah, but that's not what we were talking about.
Well, it's interesting that
and
you
by the way,
said-
hang on, almost done. And by the way, the situation that you're talking about, when you said that actually happened to me, I'm guessing included violence, didn't it?
Do you want to hear about the situation? Or?
Did it include violence?
Well, yeah, but not.
Yeah, that's what I kind of figured.
Okay,
so anyway, go ahead.
Do you think that he shouldn't then? Do you think that he shouldn't defend
Well,
my honor?
it's not a question for me. It was a question for you. So I'm just giving you the entailment of your logic. If the entailment of your logic is, wait a second, it's equal. I would take a bullet for him. He would take a bullet for me. And yet, when we get down to the nitty-gritty, you believe that you're an honorable person, and you therefore believe that your honor should be defended by a man. This means, if that's true, that you're willing to put a man in harm's way just for the purposes of your honor.
That is putting
We haven't
so
even
many
gotten
words
to
in
it
my
yet.
mouth, but I also
Well,
can
no, I'm not
defend
putting
my
words
own
in your
honor.
mouth. I'm just giving you an
I can
entailment
also
of your
defend
logic.
my own honor, and that's not how logic works. You can't just say that I'm willing
Oh,
to
tell
put
me how
my-
logic works. Give me one rule of law of logic. Give me one law of logic. One.
It's based in fact, in truth.
What? What? Can you give me a single law of logic?
Can you?
Yes. I can
Okay,
give you
so
all three
this
laws
is
of logic. Would
semantics.
you like
This
them
is
all three in a
semantics.
row?
You're putting
Here, let me
words
give
in
you
my
all three.
mouth.
No,
I
no,
also
stop,
can
stop,
defend
stop.
my
I'll answer your
honor.
question. Let me give you the
You
laws of
can
logic so
interrupt
that you
me, but I-
understand them. The first is the law of non-contradiction. The second is the law of excluded middle. Right? How many would you like? Would you like to get into informal logic as well?
Yeah, go for it.
Would you
Andrew.
like to get into the law of identity? That's the third law. What else would you like?
That's semantics at this point.
No, that's literally the opposite of semantics. Do you know what semantics are? Because that's not semantics.
Okay.
Can you help me?
Natalia's enjoying this one. Well,
She has so
I
much
do.
wants to say,
Here,
I
you guys
just
can let me just get everybody's answer on this, and we can come back
What
if
was
necessary.
the question?
I would like to come back to this.
So, you want to keep going?
Well,
okay,
I
here,
just
go
want
for
to.
it.
I just
Okay,
want to
give yours-
clarify that by me saying that I would want my man to defend my honor is not me purposefully putting him in harm's way. I'm fully capable of defending my own honor as well. And I did say that I would be willing to defend his honor, but you said it wouldn't be effective. So that's
Yeah, I found that interesting that you literally said that she would not be able to.
Hang on.
In the same way
said it would be about. No.
Just let him respond. Let him respond. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, let me respond. So, the entailment, it is an entailment of your logic, so that you understand. If you make the claim that you have honor and a man needs to defend that honor, the entailment of that is that he's going to get put in harm's way. I don't know how you get out of that. That is basic deductive reasoning.
I also said that I would be willing to defend his honor, but you said it wouldn't be effective.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with anything? Even if that's true, it does not negate
that if you
the point of the
respect
entailment of your logic.
And someone is attacking someone that you respect, you would be willing to defend their honor. That's just...
A man also has honor.
Hold on. Okay. I'm moving it on. Go ahead. Answer the question.
What was it? Would I take a bullet?
What's the question?
What was the question?
Would you want a guy to sacrifice his life for you, take a bullet for you?
Oh God, like right in front of me? No.
Just let you know. So you'll take the bullet?
Oh gosh.
Okay, here's an other way to frame it. Would you date a guy who wasn't willing to sacrifice his life for you, assuming you've been dating for 2 years or you're married?
No, I would. I mean, like, because the expectation would probably be, and as he said, that I wouldn't be able to defend his honor in the same way. But
Forget the honor thing.
Sure, but if, you know.
Just answer the actual question.
Well, I think of like my friends who I love, and I would take a bullet for them.
Would you?
I would. And so if I were to be in a committed relationship with somebody, with a man, and I would feel that way about him, I would want him to feel the same way about me.
But okay, isn't there a gender expectation for men to protect women?
Who are these people who are coming up to me and being like, you are your boyfriend, like choose now? Like that's not a hypothetical that I'm ever...
But it's a mentality.
Yeah, it is a mentality.
Okay,
and I'm not saying I expect somebody to die for me, but...
Let me help you guys.
Like a burglary.
Hold on. Let me help you guys.
Yeah, I need some help.
Let me help you guys so you can have an enemy. I would not be willing, I don't care if she's my girlfriend or wife, I would not be willing in that scenario to take a bullet for her. I would not die for my girlfriend or wife.
Would you watch her die in front of you?
If in a hypothetical scenario, it's me or her, she can take the bullet.
Okay.
Absolutely. I'm not taking it for her.
Have you been in
Have you been in
love with somebody before?
Yeah, I've been in love.
So,
and you would let her die?
These women...
Something spill.
No, it's empty.
You're single?
I don't disclose my relationship status.
Why not? I'm not going to put words in your mouth, so I'm just going to ask, and you can tell me if this is correct.
Go ahead.
You
can do split.
would probably prefer a woman who respects herself and has, confidence, high self-esteem.
Yeah. He
What?
wanted, I think.
Do you want a woman who respects herself or doesn't respect herself? Do you think a self-respecting woman would look for that in a partner? For them to blatantly say...
Don't care.
Okay, so...
She can respect her. Yeah, I'd prefer to date a woman who respects herself, sure. I don't really see how that's related.
Okay, so if we're talking about like high-value women...
So now, because I've taken this position, now you guys can actually answer the question. So what you're saying is, in order for a woman to respect herself, she would only date a man who would be willing to sacrifice his life for his partner.
I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm more so asking like the kind of women that you would want to attract, right? Because what you put out there, you also attract.
Yeah. So is your position a woman who doesn't respect herself would be willing to date someone like me? Because ignore any other considerations, but just by the fact of
if a woman
I would not be willing to sacrifice my life for a girl who, for example, I've dated 1 year. I wouldn't be willing to do it.
You said wife also.
Sure,
so.
Fine. 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, whatever. Don't care. Any period of time.
I guess in this situation, I would say probably not.
She's not self-respecting.
If you're actively advertising that, I don't think a woman, yeah.
Okay, so then just reverse it. So would a guy not be self-respecting of himself if he wasn't willing to date a woman, or if he dated a woman who wasn't willing to take a bullet for him?
We've already established that I think men have a higher...
okay, so it's a gender role.
Yeah, it's a gender role.
Okay. Okay.
So that's not really your beliefs.
It absolutely is, but did you give your answer? Demi,
huh?
Did you give your answer?
It worked.
Yeah, didn't I?
Did you?
The,
You guys can't actually answer this straight.
what did I say? That I would expect him to take a bullet? Yeah.
You guys say, well, I would do the same thing for him, but you got to understand, this is only one person can take the bullet.
Can I chime in?
Go ahead.
I think it's a lose-lose situation. Because I think if a man did that for me, I would die of a broken heart. If I had to watch the person I love die in front of me, like what would be the point?
We weren't allowed to say that word.
Whatever, I have the pass.
Sorry.
I'm a arsler. I can say it. I have the pass. You would die of a broken heart. Okay.
That is so traumatic, watching your husband or loved
I think you're
one.
overthinking the hypothetical a little bit here.
Are we or are you? Like, what is, are we in two separate rooms? Like, we don't have to watch? Like, what is the hypothetical?
Yeah, it sucks for widows. I get it. Do you think they die, like they die too?
I would never be the same. I would never be the same.
Yeah, but okay, that's kind of irrelevant.
I would honestly rather take the bullet, I think, because I don't think I could mentally handle that.
Yeah,
Like,
and then to
So
live with
you'd
the
rather
trauma.
die.
Yeah, it
You
would
can
be my time
mentally
to
handle
die.
orgies and shit. You couldn't mentally
Those
handle
are
this?
fun.
Like,
Those are
isn't
fun.
that
Excuse
also
you.
extremely damaging to a person's psyche? You can handle all
fair.
that.
It depends how you
Watching
look at
someone
it.
get murdered is just a little bit
It's-
different.
Yeah, I think it's just
Yeah.
a tiny bit of a different thing.
Okay. Here, go around the table on this. I need to adjust the camera set.
Yeah, I think that there is an expectation on men to protect women, and I think that I think it's extremely noble, extremely honorable, extremely sacrificial, and I think men should be looked up to for that responsibility. That's
So would you prefer the man to take the bullet for you?
Yeah,
That's
I would. I would prefer it. Even though, like, I would be a wreck and I would be heartbroken. Like, I would be hurt if I would not want to be with somebody that didn't have that mindset.
I agree.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What about you?
Yeah, I'd prefer it.
Okay. Perhaps this question ought to be framed as, would you date a guy who was not willing to sacrifice his life for you?
Well, see, that's what I was kind of like. I would prefer it, but I wouldn't necessarily immediately look down on a man if he didn't.
And he has more
I
to
wouldn't say
lose.
he was low value just for that reason alone.
Yeah, well, because we brought this question up recently, and it will kind of somewhat segue into the main topic of the show, the man versus bear thing. But, and I've stated this in 2 other podcasts so far, and it's honestly quite an interesting conversation that we always have on this. But the frequent comments that I get on this is, well, you're less masculine because of it. You're not a real man because of it. You're going to have a hard time finding a woman because of it. Women shouldn't date you because of that. So women seem very upset by this idea of men not falling into this disposable role of they ought to sacrifice their life for a woman. But so ultimately at the end of the day, what would you want?
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I would. Sure, it would be nice if I like the idea of a man I'm with caring enough to want to protect me like that. But like I said, I don't think if a man like if for whatever reason that conversation somehow got brought up, I wouldn't say that he's low value or not a real man or anything of that nature just because he wouldn't want to take a bullet.
Okay, here's the scenario. Let me change this up a little bit. You've been dating a guy for 2 years.
Just Gerald donated $200. For the panel, what about you, specifically, is worth dying for?
Okay, we'll go around on that in just a second here. But so the question is, you've been dating a guy for 2 years. This conversation comes up because you watch the Whatever podcast and you're like, that host is a pussy.
I wouldn't say that.
And then you're like, what would you do for me, babe? Would you take a bullet for me? And he's like, nah. He doesn't say like whatever. He says it in the most diplomatic way possible. He just says, I love you, babe, but no, I wouldn't do it. Would you break up with him?
No.
Is it the end of the relationship?
No.
End of the relationship? Causes serious issues in the relationship?
No.
No, I don't think it would end the relationship.
No.
If that's the case, if the guy really says that, there's probably other things going on in that relationship that
Billy
he's
donated
falling short at.
$200. The delusion, being in the real situation none of you would, expecting the man to do it isn't realistic. Only time a man would dive in front of a bullet and die would be for his children.
Yeah, that's one scenario where I'd be more inclined to do it, would be for the kids, but not for the lady friend. It is what it is. Going back to Gerald, he asks, for the panel, what about you specifically is worth dying for? You can give short answers if you'd like. We'll start with you. Go ahead.
My faith.
Wait.
Your what?
Your faith in your husband?
My faith in God. I would die for my faith.
Would that? No. The
Why?
question isn't what you would die for. The question is, what about you makes it worth someone else dying on your behalf? That's the question.
I don't think there's
She just
a
answered
good
that.
answer.
No, I don't know, to be honest.
Okay. What about you?
I don't think that there's anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I think to like a
Specifically.
random stranger, nothing, but to somebody that I had like a very close, personal, intimate relationship, I'm sure they could find many reasons, many things they like about me.
I agree with that. I think if I'm the love of someone's life and they were willing to make that sacrifice, then it would be important to them and they would see things.
Well, what are the what are the specifics though? What would you say the specifics are that would make you a person who's worth dying for?
I'm not specifically saying that I am, but I also think that I'm awesome, and whoever ends up with me should probably think that too.
What?
Sorry. I didn't do that. All right. What about you?
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think this is what the problem, or one of the problems with society is that I think, and tell me like why this is wrong if it's wrong, but I really think that, can you not? It just distracts me more. I think that it's because I'm a woman. So a man should be... Yeah, that's my answer.
Sorry.
Actually, I'm happy to go down this line
Thank
with
you.
Grid 1
help me
Motorsports donated
understand it.
$200. Of course these girls expect a man to take a bullet for them, so they can step over his corpse and move on to the next swinging deck. Do not expect a man to be a bullet magnet when you are a degen.
Who hurt you, and are you an incel?
Ooh.
Who hurt you? And are you a prostitute?
No, she's not the.
No, that's me.
That's Demi.
Girl.
That's Demi. Yo, Grid, you don't want to invoke his. You don't want to invoke Grid once more. He'll be sending in chats all night now.
Don't you want that? It's more money.
By the way, he's married and he has kids. He's definitely not an incel. Thank you, Grid One. Appreciate it.
But I wouldn't mind going down this line with you real quick because I kind of enjoy where it's going. So you're talking about the ontology or the being. You're saying that by nature of being a woman, there's possibly some kind of entitlement in society for that, you think?
I think that there is an aspect in society where women should be protected. So if it means entitlement, which actually I think it probably would actually be, I don't like the word entitlement, but I don't know what other word to choose.
Well, let's go with entitlement. I think that's a good word, and I think that kind of encapsulates what you're saying. If such a thing is true and you have this type of entitlement, this would give you feminine privilege, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think men do have it worse.
Yeah, so
I love
if
being a
that's the
woman.
case, shouldn't men get additional privileges that perhaps women don't get?
What privilege are you thinking of?
Well, I don't know.
What's an idea of that privilege?
The expectation is that they die on behalf of women just because of the ontology of women being women.
Well, they do that. They go to war and they do that.
No, I understand, but we're not talking about what they do. We're talking about what they should do. And you're saying they should do it just via the nature of you being a woman. Okay, fair enough. I can grant that that's true. But if it is true, then shouldn't they get some kind of additional privileges on top of that? Shouldn't they be kind of heralded in society?
I do think that.
Yeah.
I think that's part of the problem is that we're not looking up to men. We're not respecting men. We're not.
You can show it. Keep going. Don't worry.
I think that is part of the problem, and it's like a cause and effect type thing where women are being devalued because men are not being valued like they should be.
I also think it's like the sassy men apocalypse out here, and that's why women are doing things like OnlyFans these days.
Wait, it's men's fault?
No, I'm not saying that. I can take ownership. I make my own decisions. But I do think that...
Go, girl.
Is it sassy man apocalypse to not want to die for your girlfriend?
No, not necessarily. I don't really have a strong opinion on that either way.
Sassy man for not wanting to.
Some people might think that. I don't really.
I think something's wrong there.
You're sassy for a lot of reasons.
I think that something is wrong with
I think when you
your
say sassy, you just mean doesn't put up with your shit. I think that's what that means.
No, I think it's like the men who want to be catered to.
Guy doesn't put up with your shit. That makes him sassy.
No, it probably should be that.
Here, let's get everybody's answer to this because I do want to get into the main thing. We will come back to the bullet conversation though.
I'm kind of confused on what the new question is now.
Wait, no, we went around on this.
Yeah.
Madysen, I think we're just.
He said he wanted to engage on the original.
Here, we'll come back to that just so we can get to the bear thing.
I actually oddly agree with your position on this, and I can explain myself why. So, Frankie and I have actually had this conversation before the question was even proposed on the show. But personally, obviously, we'd want to have a future together and children. So I would take the bullet personally because I think that he would be mentally stronger to take care of the children afterwards. I think I'm a lot weaker. So after he died, it'd be harder for me to just live without him. And
this is if you had kids,
children.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
And just even about the honorable question, I do think I am honorable, but I think he's more honorable.
Yeah, I mean, so this is actually this is actually one of the arguments I make. Even in the scenario, let's say we have 2 kids together, you could, if we look to men to be providers and protectors, well then, if we're looking at this from this new angle of what's best for the children then, I think, and we know the outcomes of comparing single father households as compared to single mother households. Children raised in single father households tend to fare far better than the reverse. There's actually a very compelling argument to be made that actually it's better if the father survives in these circumstances.
But if his role is to be a protector, wouldn't he have already failed at that role and therefore not be a suitable protector for the children?
Well, you could.
That's a good point.
I mean, you're making some assumptions there. I mean, who's to say that he would fail at protecting the children?
I don't think necessarily. I get what you mean, but I feel like if the father, which I do feel in most, not all cases, are usually more of the provider for the family in general, that they're going to be able to continue still providing for their children. Whereas, let's say it was a stay-at-home mom. Now what?
Well,
I mean, we can do let's say all day.
To provide a little pushback on the other end of the table to the question which is asked of Brian is, and forgive me, I'll steel man the position. You can tell me if I got this question wrong, but you asked, wouldn't the man already have failed in his position as a protector if this happens? But that's actually a straw man to Brian's position, because Brian already laid down that men have no obligation to protect women. He said that he would lay down his life maybe for his children. So it actually logically follows what he's saying when he says, no, I'm not going to lay down my life for a woman. So how would he fail at his job as a protector when he doesn't believe that that's his obligation?
You believe your role as a father is to be a provider and a protector, but not as to your wife?
Not to the mother of your children?
There's 2 different things here. I think you can absolutely still be a protector, but if there's some scenario where the calculus is, well, if my role as protector it's not even necessarily the role as protector. You could still protect her with the hoped or anticipated outcome that you both still survive. But in some scenario where one of you has to die, I don't think it has anything really to do with protection necessarily if she's the one who has to die.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also on a case-to-case basis, because there are a lot of situations where the man is more financially, makes more money, but then there's also the opposite. So if you want to really sit down and talk to your partner about that, that's maybe one thing, but...
Well, men are typically the breadwinner, typically. Yeah. Not always, though. Certainly there are women who are breadwinners too, but...
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's a case-to-case basis because, for example, my dad made more money, but I would have been way better off just being raised by my mom because money wasn't as important as...
Were you raised by your father?
I was raised by... Well, my parents are divorced, but I was mostly raised by my mom. But my dad would not have been able to... emotionally...
Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that...
Even though he made more money.
There's more important things.
You're taking love out of the equation.
are fathers incapable of loving their children?
No, it's just your argument doesn't take love into account. It just talks about how you're the provider and the protector for the children first and foremost.
I'm just speaking in generalities here.
How the outcome would be, you know, if you needed to provide for the children. And I think like you're taking providing and looking at that as like monetarily is
Do you think fathers,
equal to love, basically. But
do you
it's
think
not.
That sounds like you're making an argument that the man is far more disposable than the woman.
No, I'm saying that it's a case-to-case basis because money is not the most important thing in a child's life.
Sure. So if it's a case-by-case basis, then Brian would be right in saying that he should not immediately move towards the self-sacrifice, because in his particular case, especially, it may be the case that that would not be in the best interest of the children who he would make the sacrifice for, right?
I'm not saying he's wrong for feeling that way about himself. Like, that's his
about
position.
Not being willing to take the bullet?
Yeah, you can have that.
I think we can all agree that you all think I'm entitled to have that position, but I think you all object to the position.
No.
Come on, you guys all object.
Not taking the bullet?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
as a man,
there's been a lot of subtle objection, whether you see it or not.
Object.
The pushback to Brian has definitely been seemingly. Now this is seeming, so this would be inductive logic, not deductive, for those of you on that side of the table. But it does seem like you are pushing back on his worldview here a little bit. So I think that's fine, right? That's what the show is for.
Yeah,
but I'd like to hear it.
I object to that worldview.
That I wouldn't be willing to sacrifice my life for.
Yeah, I think that there's probably not the right value maybe that you're going to put on your marriage.
That's fine. One last thing on this. We will get to the bear versus man thing as soon as we get past this. Do you think, because one of the criticisms I receive when I bring up this argument quite a bit, sometimes from the panel, but oftentimes from the chat, they're like, Brian, you're a beta male for not being willing to sacrifice your life.
That is so rude.
For your woman. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I disagree with that.
Look what he's done, people.
Do you guys think it's less? And I don't like the beta alpha thing. I don't use that kind of language really, but just for simplicity's sake, do you think that it would be so-called less alpha to be unwilling to die for your wife or girlfriend? Would it be a beta male?
Yeah.
Starting with you.
It's hard to say because like alpha is so like animal kingdom, and animal kingdom's all about survival.
We are.
Well, and actually,
so if you want to survive as an alpha male, then you would not want to take the bullet, and that
is kind of a good point.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's kind of a little bit.
But not
no,
because lions, that's what the male lion is for, is to like defend the girls.
No, the female lions.
Yeah,
actually,
hunt.
The
females hunt. Lead the pack.
Females hunt. But it's when another male lion comes in that the other male lion
She is right.
Well, and actually, just one thing on the whole alpha beta thing. This originated in like someone who did a study on wolves, but it actually was totally debunked. There's more nuance to this whole the categorization in wolf packs, for example, than an alpha.
Yeah, it's not so easily broken down into just alpha and betas.
Yeah.
So,
but it is somewhat helpful a little bit. But so do you think it's beta or less alpha to
totally
not want to take a bullet for your girl? Quick answers if you can.
Yes, no.
Just call me a beta Brian. Just do it. I don't care.
Okay. Yeah, I do think
it's
a little bit.
Okay. Okay.
Beta Brian.
Beta Brian.
I kind of see your point, just because if you're an alpha, then you might have like more to lose per se. You've accomplished more in your life. Like you have this podcast, you're successful.
I'm not calling myself, just to be clear, not calling myself an alpha
I'm
male.
just saying, like, I could see your point of view on that. I'm not saying I agree or disagree, but
one
like,
could argue because he's done all that, he's already accomplished it. So
that's true.
That is true.
Your thought?
Beta.
Huh?
Beta.
I honestly wouldn't say either or.
Okay.
Yeah, I
all right.
Not my preference, but I don't think you're a beta for having that decision.
So, because this occurred to me, right? Like, because a lot of people in the chat, and maybe it's not your position that this would make somebody less alpha or beta, But like, let's think of some conquerors throughout history. Do you guys know Genghis Khan?
No.
Okay, Genghis Khan, he was like in the 12th century or something. He had 14 wives of high rank. I got these notes here. Oh my God. God damn it.
Billy donated $200.
Sorry, thank you,
Father
man.
brings home $250K plus a year and the mother is unemployed without any educational background. Who should really take the bullet for the future of the children? Alpha Brian.
Right. I mean, if you've already had kids, I mean, in no scenario do I think the man takes the bullet. But if the guy's the breadwinner, he's more capable of protecting the children. He's more capable of providing for the children, assuming he's the breadwinner. So,
okay, but let's say it's the opposite and the roles were reversed, and it was the male who was unemployed and the wife was bringing in that money.
You would have a stronger argument for at least one argument for.
Still not willing to say that it's a stronger argument because then we're deferring away from outcomes, which is what Brian's position is initially anyways, that the outcome for single parent homes, generally speaking, for men is better than it is for women. So even then, even with that pushback, he would still have to take that in consideration. So I still wouldn't consider that to be a great counter argument.
Yeah. Anyways, hold on. I'm going to bring it back. I'm going to bring it back here. So Genghis Khan, he had 14 wives of higher rank. I Googled this. He had many lesser wives. It's estimated he had another 500 concubines who also bore him children. Wow. Genghis Khan, founder and Khan of the largest contiguous empire in history. I suspect if he had this dilemma of he had to sacrifice his life for one of his dozens of wives, right? Do you think, would he be a beta male because he didn't want to die for one of his many, many wives?
I think we all know that he didn't care about those
Exactly.
ladies.
But does that, so, I mean, you could argue Genghis Khan.
Well, I'm not so sure that.
Andrew doesn't like this argument.
We've got a loaded presupposition here from you. I'm not sure that I'm willing to concede he didn't care about him.
Yeah, he probably did.
I'm not willing to concede that.
Well put, Andrew. He probably cared about them. Would he sacrifice his life for one of them? Probably. He'd just be like, I got 50. Let me just get another one.
I don't think that is right.
Okay,
on
Alpha,
Genghis
isn't
Khan's
that
part.
treating
Wait, hold on.
the women
We're
as
upset about
disposable?
Genghis Khan because of.
No,
Hold on. I think there's other things. There might have been other things.
Was this a moral man?
Could have been other things. You could have been upset about. The conquering. Sorry, what?
I was basically just saying, like, is this a moral man? Like, he could.
Genghis Khan.
Yeah.
I mean,
was he moral?
Might makes
probably
you
not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know Genghis Khan.
So, I don't want to be one of 14
How's sex workers going to talk about who's moral? What?
I am not a sex worker.
She is not a prostitute.
Raise
Raise your hand if you're a sex worker.
Have you
Raise your hand.
To be clear.
I feel like you just kind of zone out and then come back.
It's just
Go smoke another cigarette.
Can't call anybody else.
Let me ask.
Just cigarettes are getting to your head.
Hold on.
But I got to ask, when you ask this question of morality,
I am not a sex worker.
There is a Christian I see. There is a Christian I see.
She's a makeup artist.
So she's not a relativist. She probably has some standard justification for morals, but you guys are probably relativists, right? So why would you say is he a moral man or not?
So
What's that?
I'm also a Christian, so my morals are based on biblical values.
Fascism.
Okay, that's where you justify your morality then on God.
Yeah.
Okay, got you. So moving over though to the next gal, when you said, is this moral or this not?
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200.
Gotta preserve the bloodline.
The bloodline must be preserved. Girls like the who are in the second seat are not worthy of ending the bloodline of a man willing to take a bullet for others. Do the right thing and step in front of it.
Why was the
girl?
man's bloodline be preserved but not the one? Aren't I?
Richard Dawkins wrote a book called The Selfish Gene.
Oh my God.
And I think there is something, look, it would be selfish, but if you could argue the most alpha thing, Genghis Khan shit, she takes the bullet. I can just find another wife, have 7 children with her. If she dies, 7 children with the next woman.
And that works
7
for you.
children with the next woman.
That works for you. What do you think a woman is going to want, though?
And continuously moving on to the
she-
next woman, that's kind of a hoe-ass mentality, to be honest
Fine,
with you.
call me a hoe ass. I'm a live. I'm gonna survive.
So like going back to the comment that was previous or whatever, where like if I were to move on right away.
Hilly donated $200.
You've invoked.
Yes,
invoked his
grind
invoked
one's
his wrath.
wrath.
Hold on, before I have you make your.
Is that the one I called an incel?
You called Grid one. You did call him an incel.
Oh, so that's
Let
why
me
he's so
read
mad.
some of these chats.
You did call this happily married man with many children an incel.
Well, he clearly hates women, so
No, he
I
doesn't
just
hate-
assumed
he loves
that
women.
I think you hate men and you're a misandrist. So we'll just make generalities back and forth.
Why would you think I hate men?
Why would you think that he hates women? You just made it up, right?
Well, he's calling me a whore for Lord knows what. I mean, just
Who started it?
No.
Who started
There's
it?
no reason. You started by attacking him personally, so he attacked you back personally. You can't cry foul.
Did he attack her personally?
He did attack us.
Who knows who
Anything
started it?
else?
He's the one that left
really?
the
What did he
comment
say
for
that
me.
actually was a personal attack to you in his first super chat?
He made a comment, and I responded to the comment.
You don't even remember what he said, do you?
There's been multiple.
I
Yeah, you
think-
don't even
is
remember
it
what he
this
said.
one?
So what happened is
Is
he
it
made
this
a general
one?
Grid One
statement.
Motorsports donated $200.
I think it's this one.
Of course, these girls expect a man to take a bullet for them, so they can step over his corpse and move on to the next swinging deck. Do not expect a man to be a bullet magnet when you are a degen.
A little
Right,
abrasive.
so he did not.
A little abrasive, but
personally attack you. Hang on. So he did not personally attack you at all. That's a replay of his comment. He did not. You personally attacked him, and so he responded in kind. Now you're crying foul.
you did make a bit of an escalation. It was his comments a bit abrasive, but you did escalate it by calling him an incel.
Okay.
It's okay though.
I'm sure you
We're all
guys would be
friends
friends
here.
in person.
We're all
Grid One.
friends
okay.
here. It's all good.
Yeah,
Grid,
I mean, I don't take
respond.
any of this personally. It doesn't bother
To
me.
me,
I'm just pointing out. I'm just pointing this out
Hold
so
on.
that you understand.
Let's move away from the meta conversation. Let me get through a couple chats here. What is wrong with you girls? Actually, Natalia, can you read that?
What is wrong with you girls? I have two, and I think your fathers are disengaged. Andrew, help me. Polly? ? WTF, you idiot girls.
Well,
love that accent.
It's good. It's good. Now we have another one that's about to come up. If I could have you read this one. Thank you, Pico Steins.
Great to see you back, Andrew. Congrats on the plaque, Brian. Why do women say they aren't sex objects, but their number one profitable occupation is being a sex object? Ban porn and save society.
Ban porn. Okay. Thank you, Dylan Lawley, for that. Appreciate it, man. We have another one coming through. If you can read this one.
I would jump in front of a bullet to save a child I don't even know. I certainly would do the same for my gal. I exchange for my assigned risk. She has to defer to me in reducing risk, so I don't have to.
Very well said.
I agree with
Thank
that.
you, Big Sarge.
I think
Thank you for the message, Big
Andrew,
Sarge.
can you
Appreciate it.
talk about that? Can you, like, what's your opinion on if you should jump in front of a bullet for your wife or not?
Well, so I have a different worldview than Brian does. I'm an Eastern Orthodox Christian. I follow Christian ethics. So under an ethical system, I was enjoying the initial answer by the gal with the ginormous blue cross on her chest, where she said that there is a representation of how men and women are supposed to act as representations of the church, not only in marriage, but also in greater society. But I also enjoyed your answer when you were talking about the ontological differences and that there's greater duties between men and women. The reason I'm testing your guys' logic is because I seem to note that you understand that the men have higher duties, but I'm not so sure that you understand what yours are. So my take on this is, of course, for my wife, I would absolutely lay down my life, and I already have, essentially, right? I've spent most of my adult life taking care of her, and I've spent my entire adult life taking care of my children as well. So I would say that that's already laying down the time of my life to take care of that. But yeah, I would also physically do this, but I follow a different ethical system. And yeah, so that's
if
my
I
take.
may, I know the verse that I quoted earlier about the husband's role in the marriage. The women's role, I think it's important to talk about as well, because it says the husbands must love their wives, but women respect your husbands. And so that's like
Well, that's not what it says. It says that you need to submit to your husband.
yeah, it says respect and
That's
submit.
not respect. That submission is different. That's an overage, right? There's more to it than just respecting. Submission does not just mean respect. That means submission, and that's something which is absent in society, and that's why guys like Brian refuse to take a bullet for women because they refuse to submit to patriarchal authority. And if they did, he would be far more inclined to do so. That's why, by the way, he would do it for his children. He would do it for his children because they see him as an authority, a patriarchal authority in the household, and so he knows that that's his greater duty. But why would he have a greater duty to women who don't submit?
That was
beautiful. I agree.
That was well put.
I completely agree. And you're right. It does say that.
Andrew.
And I think that's a huge reason why a lot of women nowadays, you know, like there are issues with women not submitting to their significant other or their husband, or submitting to the wrong people. And I think that's how a lot of women get to where they are today, is because they've submitted to the wrong person and they've been hurt. Mm-hmm. And so there's been a response to, okay, well, that must be where I went wrong. Well,
I'm not confident that I believe your framework, that the reason that there's so many of these women who are damaged is because they refuse to submit. I would actually counter that the reason so many of them are damaged is because they wouldn't do it, right? They wouldn't actually submit. That's what I think is going on. I don't think that they embraced submission and had a bad time. I think that the opposite is true. They refused to embrace submission, and that's what gave them the bad time. Yeah. For instance, when we go around this table, the reason we got all the lifetime stories from everybody and made sure that we could get down why it is that you guys, what your occupations are and the different things that you believe. Do you think, for instance, that the gal in the blue, the OnlyFans worker, do you think that she's going to be submitting to a man anytime soon? Because I don't think she is. In fact, she pretty confidently said no. She's not even interested in marriage, not interested in children, not interested in any of that. There's no interest in submission. So I don't think it's a submission issue. I think it's a will issue. They're willful and they're disobedient. And they're disobedient in society.
Only in the bedroom.
Hang on, I'm almost done. They reject patriarchy, and I think that that is the kind of fundamental cause of these flaws.
You're interested in being submissive?
Yeah, I would quit OnlyFans.
Oh, that was going to be my question. So, for example, hypothetical, if me and you were dating and I said, don't like that you're doing OnlyFans, I want you to delete it right now, would you do it?
And you were like totally in love with him?
I mean, I would need to survive, so I couldn't, I'd have to figure it out. But in theory, yes, I would do that. I would have no problem doing that.
All right, let me read one chat, and then we're going to get into, finally, we'll get into the man versus bear, the main topic of tonight. Natalia, can you read this for us, please?
Why do women think, who hurt you? Is an intelligent comeback? Of course it was a woman. Many women these days are selfish, narcissistic scrumpets that don't care about their actions. Should embarrass you.
Thank you, Nickelodeon. I think this was maybe directed at you because you said who hurt you. Was that you?
It should embarrass me, but it just doesn't.
I like that
I
word
wanted to just interject. I looked this up just to make sure that you were clear on this. It's Ephesians 22. Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands as unto the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church, and he is the Savior of the body, meaning that submission in all ways to the husband, you're supposed to liken it as you do unto the Lord, which means the same way that you submit to God is the same way you're supposed to submit to your husband.
And now, that's assuming that you have a godly husband.
I just want to ask this question real quick.
Yeah.
What would be the restrictions that you would put on a submission to God?
Nothing. And it even says later in that verse that even if your husband is not a godly man, your submission will prompt him to become a godly man, because he'll take heart and want to be a good leader to your relationship, want to be a good leader to your family. And so I think the point you're getting at is, why does it not start with the woman? Why should the woman not be the first one to submit and then the husband follows? I think that I completely agree with you, if that is your point.
Well, no, I guess my overarching point would be the first thing that you said, which is, if you want to see the kind of flaw in the logic, the submission, if you want the man to do the best they possibly can for you, take a and things like this, you would have to submit.
$200. Andrew out here spitting hot fire. Lord of the Crucible, what books should I read that would bolster my skills in debate and further my understanding of logic and reason? Pen ready.
Andrew, do you want to finish your point and then answer this?
Yeah, so yeah, back to the, I guess my overarching point instead is that if you really wanted to see a reflection of the church, as the man is the head and the representation of Christ, and the woman, the body, is the representation of the church, then submitting to him like you would unto the Lord. If you make the bold claim, there's no restriction to the submission you would give to the Lord God. Isn't it telling you to do the exact same thing here? And wouldn't you say that that's why you have such societal decadence? How can you look at a man like Brian, for instance, and be angry with him if he says, there's no possible way I would ever lay my life down for a woman unless I had what Ephesians 22 is talking about? How could you even blame him? You know what I mean? How could you even blame him?
I don't.
Yeah.
But I also, I also say, what if Brian found a woman?
I still kind of blame him. I do, because I think he should still choose to take responsibility.
Wait, when you say responsibility, what do you mean?
Like, it doesn't matter how the girl is acting. You should still be taking responsibility.
Holy fuck. Just to be clear,
it
doesn't matter
how my husband is acting, if I had one. Doesn't matter how my husband is acting. I should still be submitting.
What? Yeah, but actually this is counterintuitive to your own logic. Right? So what if you're not submitting? What if you're not submitting?
What if who's not?
You.
Well, I should be.
Yeah, but if you're not, though?
Then he should still take responsibility.
Right. Okay, so do you see the gaping hole in your logic here?
Well, I just see that. The gaping hole in your logic is that you do not have to act as a good wife. Hang on. Let me finish the point, and then you can respond, I promise. The hole in the logic, though, is to say that, wait, he should still be acting as though you are a submissive wife when you're not being a submissive wife. That is insane to me. That's counterintuitive to your own logic. Well, I guess I didn't really mean that.
What? Okay.
I guess yes, I would like to reframe, please.
Okay.
I think that that doesn't change his role in how he should be leading somebody.
How do you lead somebody who doesn't submit to your leadership?
How do you submit to somebody who's not leading properly?
Exactly.
Well, I mean, the problem is that you don't. Let's say for a second that you join the military, okay? You have an expectation that you're going to do what it is that you're expected to do. And if you don't, there's consequences to that. That is part of leadership. So if the consequence to this is to say, for instance, hey, if you're a disobedient and non-submissive woman, non-submissive wife, the last thing I'm going to do is put myself in harm's way because my children are still going to need me. That's actually extremely reasonable and a rational response to that, isn't it?
So who goes first?
Yeah, can you tell me what the right answer
is? Well, women,
so
the thing is you're supposed to take the plunge together, right? That's the point. But as a relationship progresses, what we see more often than not is that women initiate divorce, and they initiate divorce for the stupidest reasons possible, and they initiate leaving a relationship for some of the stupidest reasons possible. That's the opposite, again, of submission. So if they're looking at it, we can make a good determination that women may start out submitting and then decide based on arbitrary means that they don't want to anymore. That's the whole point, right? Yeah.
So what is a man supposed to do when he has a woman that's not being submissive?
Well, that's what Protestantism generally doesn't give you this, but that's what the ecclesiastical authority of the church is for. The authority of the church, you're not supposed to have the marriage to the state doesn't mean anything. It's totally irrelevant. It's nonsensical. There's no support for it. That's why.
Yeah.
There's no groundswell community support. The ecclesiastical authority of your church is supposed to be that groundswell and community support, which helps prevent that from happening. But within a secular framework, they don't have that. And so what ends up happening is these relationships basically get iced. The second a woman sees that, hey, this guy over here makes a little bit more money, he's more handsome, and he's into me, they tend to leave their husbands for that guy or for other arbitrary reasons. Whereas the church would provide massive quantities of shame from the community that they grew up in, and that's why that stuff didn't used to happen.
The church would provide shame? Is that what you said?
Yeah, of course.
Like they would shame her into staying in a marriage?
No, they would shame her from stepping out for arbitrary reasons.
Oh, I see. Holding her accountable. Like you're not doing what you should be doing.
Holding her accountable, saying, listen, how can you have these expectations that your husband makes these grandiose sacrifices for you, including taking a bullet, when you won't even submit to him?
So what would you say to a couple that is married where the wife's not submitting to the guy? What advice would you give that man?
That fucking chick needs to behave and submit. What do you mean? That's exactly what you need to behave.
Or what? Or she should take a bullet?
You need to follow what your role is.
Well, he probably already told her that.
If you don't have that, if you don't have a Christian marriage, my advice for you is why even get married? It's the stupidest thing on planet Earth.
That's my question. But I still think that people should get married because it's the right thing to do.
Why is it a right thing to do? Absent a religious marriage.
Well, this is a question that I have for myself.
Can you make a single reason why a secular person should actually get married?
Because there's a design behind getting married, and I'm asking because I genuinely question, like, if people don't have a real relationship with God, what is the point in getting married? Because the entire point
that's my point to you.
No, okay, but I'm saying that I still think that it's the right thing to do is to get married.
Yeah, but why?
Because the wrong thing to do is to continue to have sex outside of marriage.
Yeah, but I mean, both are wrong. The thing is from a secular
that's kind of like a legalistic view.
From a secularist perspective, right? Mm-hmm. They're not doing anything immoral. They're not Christians. So from their perspective, why in the world what would be the advantage to a state marriage for a secularist? There isn't any. There's no advantage to a male in a secular marriage. Can you name one?
Taxes.
No, not even. Because I don't think that's a good reason. I don't think that really benefits you at all. But
no, it doesn't.
Well, we need to fix this.
Yeah, but we can't fix it unless people submit to an ecclesiastical authority, and people will refuse to submit to an ecclesiastical authority, especially women.
Love Jesus.
Seemingly, consequences for women are not a thing that they like to see happen, and so they prefer to go through the state rather than a church ecclesiastical marriage because then they have some kind of safety net. Well, and so what's happened is inverted. Right now, society gives incentives to women to leave men, which is crazy. The opposite should be true. They should give them disincentives for leaving.
Yeah, I agree.
Can I ask, just for conversation's sake, I'm not putting an argument forward, but what is a benefit that, and I know you're going to say like alimony or whatever, but men can also receive alimony.
Well, so men are typically the breadwinners.
What we find is if you were to say, for instance, in secular marriage, that there was a 50-50 percentile of the time that men were awarded custody and that men were awarded alimony and men were awarded these things, you might have a good point there. But that's not what we see. What we see is that the court system is very biased towards women. It has been for years. It's starting to get a little bit better due to men's rights advocacy groups being out there and due to probably the red pill sphere in general has been helpful towards that. But that is not what you see. And so from a secular perspective, if you're a secular man, you're a non-Christian man, what in the hell would be your incentive to get married when you can just shack up with a chick and have all the same benefits?
Yeah, and that's part of the problem, is that sex is so available to guys. Why would they get married?
Well put.
There's no need.
Good point.
Well put. So then Brian's stance, again, I guess tying it all the way back, is completely reasoned and rational. Mm-hmm. He says there's no value in marriage, therefore it can't really even be his wife, even if they are married. So he doesn't value putting his life on the line. There is no submission which can possibly happen because there is no ecclesiastical authority. Mm-hmm. From a secular ethic, I don't know how you fight against that because it's just objectively true.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to fix that.
I think it's very real and honest.
Just couple quick things. Well, finally, we got to get into this bear shit. The man versus bear. We're getting there.
What is this,
Andrew, really quick. Gerald did ask you. He was asking about what book should I read that would bolster my skills in debate and further my understanding of logic and
I
reason.
need to ask him fiction or nonfiction. And I know that that's kind of a cheap low blow because I'm basically telling you to send in another super chat, but I'm going to be elitist Andrew tonight, and I expect you to send in another super chat so I can tell you fiction or nonfiction.
Do you want?
Maybe just skip.
Should we do just 3 for both, or are we going to be? Should we be goblin?
No.
Oh.
I'm being elitist Andrew tonight.
Oh my.
Sending in another super chat, and then I'll answer.
Fiction or non-fiction, Gerald?
I've been trying that lately. Yeah, fiction or non-fiction. And then when you send in the next one, I'll be even more hyper-specific.
Should we, do we do a champagne pop if he sends in the TTS?
Yes.
Do we do
We
champagne?
should.
Yes.
We should.
Because it's
champagne pop.
I feel like it's a little goblino, a little goblin to be like, we'll send in another TTS and we'll answer. But really quick on your thing.
I mean, you didn't ask him to, and I'm a guest. I can,
that's true.
Wipe the mud off on the floor, right?
That's
because
fair.
I guess.
If it was directed at me, Gerald, I would have answered. Unfortunately, we can't force Andrew to answer. Those are the circumstances. All right. Really quick, you said that you disagreed with me because of the responsibility. I should still take the bullet. What did you say? Like, oh my God.
I said,
Just Gerald donated $200.
He says both. Okay.
Both. But I like your style.
Is it I don't know if is that a champagne pop? I don't think it's a
you gotta do a champagne pop. I mean, he played along pretty well,
yeah.
right?
That was nice of him.
All right, Nick.
He played along pretty well. Should we do it?
Gerald.
Andrew, you want
Look
to?
how excited they are, by the way.
W. Gerald.
Book Rex.
Okay, so surprisingly, one of some of the nonfiction books that I would recommend, I would start with you get a good understanding of libertarian arguments, and then you can reject them all. Or from a fiction standpoint, I would go with Terry Goodkind. Those are excellent books. Also on the fiction side, of course, you may not believe this, but Lord of the Rings will help you because what you're trying to understand is narrative building. You're trying to understand how to frame worldviews and frame narratives. Then on the non-fiction side, what's that?
we're all scared.
We're popping bottles. Don't hit the cameras.
Yeah. Okay. Then on the non-fiction side,
oh my God.
I would recommend that you go over to the Patristic Faith. There's some books there by Father Deacon Ananias that will help you immensely when it comes to argumentation. I would also read all of the books that you possibly can by a gentleman named Aaron Clarey. I don't know if he's ever been on the Whatever podcast, but if he hasn't, he definitely needs to be because he's been a powerhouse in the Red Pill community for a long time, or what is considered the manosphere. I'd highly recommend that he go on. He has great books, including the Book of Numbers and books which are in regard to what would happen if men disappeared from the economy tomorrow. Those are fantastic. And then Jay Dyer also has several books which will help you with arguments as well from the Christian perspective. If we're going to get into detailed philosophy, we can get into that too, but it's going to cost you another $200.
$600. You can do this.
Yo, this one's fucked. I swear to God, bro.
Oh, no.
I believe in you.
I'm really.
You did so good last time.
What do you mean it's fucked?
It's not coming off, bro. I'm doing the thing.
It's just gonna explode.
I'm doing the fucking thing.
Hold on to squeeze the top a little tighter.
I'm doing the death grip on this shit.
No, you're not.
Are you twisting
Not
it?
the death grip.
I did. I watched the tutorial. I
and the
just did this
twist.
shit, bro.
It's that grip and twist.
I'm.
Are you really?
You don't have a lot of practice with that, Brian? I'm sorry.
It's not, dude. I swear it's glued. Did you glue this shit, Nick? Yeah. You fucking super glued this shit?
No, you.
Just Gerald donated $200. You son of a bitch, I'm in.
Oh my God. 600.
You son of a bitch.
Gerald.
Are you popping it?
Dude,
He's trying.
Can you? I'm doing
Madison, help Brian out.
You do it?
I can't. Nick has to do it. Nick, can you do it?
We need an alpha male.
We need an alpha male.
Nick.
Bro, I swear.
He's all covering his face.
Oh my God. Don't point it at him. What?
You look like you're like not trying.
This is gratuitous. With the moans. This is gratuitous.
You're just scared.
You got it? Do it next time.
Someone's gonna take the audio from that and just.
Don't do it like that way.
know.
Oh, it was so easy for him.
I loosened it. I loosened it. Nick, right? I loosened it. It was like almost
Team
it was ready
effort.
to go.
What? That was weird.
I got these dainty gamer hands, bro. It's fucking genetics. Fuck. All right. Everybody wants a little champagne?
Yes.
Wait, so what did Gerald, what was it? He wanted something more?
He
No,
wanted
he
me to
said I'm
get a
in
little
because
bit more
he donated.
hyper-specific.
Oh, did
Gerald
you?
the generous.
Yeah, with
He said,
particulars.
Son of a bitch, I'm in.
So
Yeah.
I actually had my wife bring them down. This is one of my favorites. It's The Story of Philosophy by Will Durant.
Are we showing them?
And this goes into a complete overview of some of the greatest philosophers on planet Earth and their mainstays for their arguments, but also tells you a little bit about their personality so that you can understand why it is that they came at those worldviews the way that they did. This one from Aaron Clary is another one that I highly recommend, A World Without Men. Highly recommend that. And then Dogmatic Theology. This one is by Vladimir Lossky. So I don't know if I was allowed to actually show those because of like maybe brand stuff, but he did ask for the question. Is that okay, Brian?
Oh, to show the book covers?
Yeah.
Oh, like.
And
you
then
mean-
also for
that's fine.
arguments against feminism, I would highly recommend, of course,
Oh, yeah.
Rachel Wilson's
Wilson.
book,
We'll get-
Occult Feminism. Her new upcoming book, which will be released near the end of the year, or I think even she may have said at late summer, is literally going to be called Arguments Against Feminism. So highly recommend. I think she's going to put that out for pre-order soon.
Nice. Good times. Good times. Does everybody have some?
Cheers, folks.
Also, thank you for
wait,
the
I-
Grade 600 and supporting whatever. They've often had me on as a continued guest. I think I'm the longest lasting male guest
Where'd-
on whatever. Most recurring.
Does
So.
anyone have a
Andrew,
good
where's your
toast?
liquor? Andrew, where's your liquor? You got some?
Right here, man. I got vodka. We're
Oh,
ready
shit.
to go.
Let's cheers to
Gerald.
polar bears.
Oh, okay, never mind.
And
To
Gerald.
polar bears.
Koala bears too.
Koala bears. Cheers.
Pandas.
And to
To
Gerald.
bears.
To bears.
To Gerald. Cheers. Thank you for the champagne
Thank you.
pop.
Tasty.
You got like a 2-for-1. You got a 2-for-1 combo there. You got a discounted, heavily discounted champagne pop. So, salut. Okay, almost on to. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime
Do you
sub if
shave
you have
do you
one.
shave your arms, Brian?
Stop.
No. Actually, one time when I was in high school,
Were you on the swim team?
I was on the wrestling team, and all the other wrestlers would like. I did the legs too and shit.
I think swimmers
But-
shave their legs.
Can we get a picture
Yeah.
of that,
Right,
please?
yeah.
No, because I was
Yes, we want a fully
everybody on my
shaved
team,
Brian.
everybody on my wrestling team in high school, they would literally like
your
intentionally
hair
like
legs?
rip your hair out on your legs.
Oh,
That's
So I was like,
gross.
fuck it.
yeah, you
Like,
shave that shit off.
Wait, so you shaved your legs for the wrestling team?
and I did all body hair, bro. All body hair. Dude, they was
You
dude
shaved or
the
waxed?
fucking what's it called? The hazing. The hazing on the wrestling team was so fucking intense.
What was
I was like, bro, I gotta get rid of. Huh?
What was it?
No, they would when
Oh,
you're
They, like,
wrestling.
rip
part of the
in my
hazing
hair
was
out?
They'd like
pulling
rip
body
your
out.
like the
Oh, I thought you meant
upper.
like when you were wrestling the people.
Well, that would happen
No,
naturally
they'll just mess with you, right? So
Oh,
you go
they-
out and
oh my
you could just be in the locker room. They might reach over and rip some leg hair out just for fun, right?
Yeah, well,
How long
yeah,
is
messing
your
on the mat.
leg hair that you can just like?
Yeah.
Well, it's men's.
Men are brutal. Like
Dude.
they're brutal, especially
day.
when it comes to team building like that. They do shit like that all the time.
We
Yeah,
used
well,
to-
the shit that went down when I was in high school would never fucking fly.
They used to
Nah,
leave
the fucking
welts
hazing.
on each other with Twizzlers.
Oh, we
with
did
candy.
some crazy
Yeah, yeah.
like
Leave welts.
would not be allowed.
Guy things.
Anyways,
Just breaking.
so yes, I did shave my legs one time. It was the weirdest feeling ever.
How about growing back? Did that suck? Was it super
a bit
itchy?
weird. It
Yeah.
was pretty weird. Pretty weird. Never. Anyways, Twitch, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow on the Prime sub if you're watching over there. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow on the Prime sub, boys. Appreciate it. And then we have a super chat. Hold on, let me pull that up. Natalia, can you read these? Read this.
The greatest Saint Olivier is not feeling. It is a very agape. Agape. What does that mean?
It's a type of like, isn't it unconditional
Submission.
love? Or
Submission
something?
is a higher form of love being thrown away. A marriage should. Throwing away a marriage to feel in love. Submission is a higher form of love. Been throwing away a marriage to feel in love. Sorry,
Thank you, Realistic Heart. Appreciate it.
Feelings
Yeah,
come and
so
go.
just to, that's a longtime supporter of the Crucible. If you don't mind, Brian, I can explain what he was saying there.
Sure.
Is he's saying that submission is the ultimate form of love. It transcends a feeling. So there can be times where in marriages, and you know this, you're married, and if you don't know it yet, you will, that there can be years where things can be rocky and tough due to maybe work schedules or children's needs or things like that. And sometimes you have to literally go through hell.
Yeah.
And they're remembering that the feeling, the butterfly feeling of love can come and go. You can transcend that with submission,
if I
understanding that you can move back to that, and that's kind of the ultimate form of love, is what he's saying.
If I may, I know we're going to talk about the Bears. I'm sorry, but if I may say one last thing,
You may not say one last thing. Okay, go ahead. I'm just kidding.
When I met my husband, or like when we started dating, I was not attracted to him. I literally just heard I heard God tell me, "This is your husband. Submit to him." Okay. I know that sounds crazy.
Did you hear the voice? Did he come down? He said, "You will marry him." Split. Is that how it went?
Came in a burning bush.
No, not at all. It was a feeling. It was a still small voice inside my mind, inside my heart, and I knew that we had a future together, and I knew that the way that he appeared during that time wasn't how he would always be, and that he would grow into the man that he was meant to be. So when I submitted to him and I showed him, even though I'm not attracted to you right now, I know you're going to transform later on. And I know that both of us, we had a glow up together.
Did you tell him that?
It was really beautiful. I say this to his face.
No. Would you say that you molded him into what it was that you wanted?
I know I'm not attracted to you right now.
Yeah, he knows. But sorry, what was it?
You molded him into what it was that you wanted?
No.
Are you sure? It sounds like a little bit of molding going on.
I invented him. No, I'm kidding. but yeah, so I agree with you when you say submitting is the highest form of love, because it denies feelings. It denies the fleshly desires that we have as humans to submit to our feelings. And feelings are real, but often they lie. So.
For shizzle.
Beautiful.
It was good. It was good.
Bears.
Okay.
Bears.
Bears beats Battlestar Galactica. All right. So, guys, this has been going viral. We did touch on it.
Wait, what beats Battlestar Galactica?
No.
Bears beats Battlestar Galactica.
It's a office thing. Guys.
Nothing beats Battlestar Galactica. But anyway, okay.
The vegetables.
So, yeah, he's talking about the vegetables. Beats. So, guys, this has been going viral. We talked about it a little bit last show, but I think we got to bring it back up. So there's all these stories. Nick, scroll down just a tad. Yeah, all these, it's been everywhere. Other tab, Nick. Next tab. And scroll down, get to the third page on this. Look at all these articles about man or bear, viral hypothetical question, blah, blah, blah. Oh my God, the people are making TikToks. Yeah. It's just gone insane. All this bear and man talk. So, going around the table, the question is, would you rather be stuck in the woods with a man or a bear? Go ahead.
That's attacking you?
Oh my God. Bro. Just.
Sorry.
Answer the question, starting with you. Go ahead.
A man.
I think a man.
A man.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
I have a reason why.
Just.
Do I have all my regular stuff on me?
What?
Do I have pepper? If I was in the woods and I had pepper spray on me, I think that's going to be more effective against a man than a whole
Unless
bear.
It's a bear spray.
No. You just.
Oh, it's just me by myself?
You don't have guns, and you're not John Rambo.
All right, I would take the bear.
It's just you against the elements, and that's it.
I would take the bear.
The bear. Okay. What about you?
I guess the man.
You guess the man?
I mean, both don't sound very fun, but I understand people's argument. I know where you're going with this.
Okay. What about you?
I'll pick the man.
It depends what kind of bear.
Why the hesitation?
Because I have a billion things running through my brain.
Okay.
If it's a koala bear,
100% the man. No questions asked.
Apparently.
Oh, fuck.
What? I can change mine. I can change mine to the bear. I was going either way.
I said the bear.
Let me,
You wanted to be with me about the bear?
reframe the question so we can go around the table again, if you don't mind humoring me here, Brian.
Yeah.
If you knew that you were going to be in a plane accident, somehow you had a crystal ball and you were in the middle of a forest, you had essentially no supplies, would you rather be stuck in the forest with a bear or a man who you did not know?
Are we going around again?
Yeah.
Oh.
A man.
A man.
A bear, because a man that I don't know could be very unpredictable, and a bear, like, it can be unpredictable, but if you leave bears alone, they will more likely leave you. Like, the man's not necessarily going to attack me, but he could.
What type of bear is it?
You don't know.
The worst kind.
But look,
let's assume it's one of the less aggressive species. It's a
black bear?
It's a black bear.
Okay.
I just feel like if it was a man, maybe they had a cell phone. I could call for help. You know what I mean?
No, he has nothing. He has nothing. You have nothing, right?
But I understand the argument.
You're kind of naked and alone in the wilderness with nothing but this guy.
Is the man hot?
Bear.
Do unspeakable things that a bear wouldn't be capable of doing.
Does the man have a...
Does the man have a...
What's this man look like?
What if he's cute? Like, what if I like, you know? You
Maybe
don't
the
know.
man should be afraid to be in the...
I think I'm going to choose man.
Okay. Did you answer? I don't think you really answered.
Me?
Yeah.
Let's say he's not hot.
Yeah, an ugly man, and you don't know him.
Okay. I feel like I could outrun a man, but not a bear.
Probably
right?
neither. Probably couldn't outrun either of them.
But I know the argument where people are like, oh, well, people would believe me if I was attacked by a bear, but not a man.
I think it would actually be better before you ask the question to show the video, Brian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
I don't...
Oh, there's a video?
I don't think there's a video.
There's
no
like
video.
Yeah, this was all based on a viral video.
What was the...
Are you talking about the one where it's like that shows a picture of the bear and then the next slide's like Chris Watts and then shows the bear and the next one's like Ted Bundy?
The reason that all this happened was viral TikTok where women were asked this question on the street as to whether or not they would rather be secluded with a bear or a man if they were in the middle of a forest. Now, obviously, this assumes that you don't have, advanced ninjutsu skills like you may have. Perhaps you're a jujitsu expert. There have been many jujitsu female experts on the panels here who break everybody's legs. But assuming that you're not one of those and you're not armed to the teeth, that's what the question is pushing towards.
Did you answer?
I thought I answered already.
Oh, did you?
Oh,
Sorry.
you kind of like reframe the question.
Okay, so what is your reframing? I thought you were talking about a specific video. You're explaining it to Brian.
I can pull up the video. I think I found the video. I never saw it, but I think I found it.
Yeah, it's a double viral TikTok.
It's on the street.
Well, no matter what, my answer stays man.
Nick, it's private check.
I'm very confident.
Oh, frick. I don't know if we're going to get much pushback on this one, but...
Well, okay, to the argument that, like, at least someone would believe me if I was attacked by a bear, if your odds of survival of being attacked by a man are a lot higher, so I don't care who believes me or who doesn't. I'm trying to survive. I could probably survive a man.
Me and my sister got in a pretty big debate about this the other day, and I had made the comment. I was like, even if hypothetically I knew he was, like, a bad man, and I think you can put together what I mean by that by the video I explained, I still feel like I would have a slightly better chance.
It's only one, Nick.
I'd have a slightly better chance fighting off a man than
if it was
a bear.
A bad man, I would go for the bear.
I still would.
If it was Ted Bundy or Chris Watts,
Do we have
The thing
it?
is, like, a man could, like, stalk you through the woods, whereas, like, a bear's not going to do that. Like, I would maybe change my answer if it was, like, a hungry, starving
Wait, you don't
mountain
think animals
lion.
stalk their prey?
That's what I'm saying.
That's
Like,
literally
a
the
mountain
origin.
lion
That's
that's
the
going to stalk me
origination
like
of the
prey.
word stalk.
Look,
But
okay, so I have a question for her.
Like, for the most part, they're going to leave a human being alone unless
Are
they're
they?
starving or
Are they?
You probably
Are they? Hold on. Wait, Nick, pull up
them
that
in some way.
YouTube. The YouTube.
Are we
thing.
going to watch
We're
someone
not-
get attacked by a bear?
No, we're just.
been in the
It's a
woods,
YouTube tab.
the odds are you-
Not that.
Yeah,
It's already on the
definitely
thing.
been in the woods with a bear.
before.
Yeah.
Hold on.
That's a fair point.
Hang on, calm down. There's too much woman prattle at one time. Just one at a time.
You got it, Nick?
Which one do you want the first? You think the bear one?
Yeah.
No,
we're not going to watch it. Bear attacks woman and then start scrolling down, Nick. I don't know. A bunch of women just got fucked up by some bears.
What's going on in those?
I don't know. They're just all fucked up. The bears just fucked them up. Anyways.
All the videos are like, a majority of it is one person too.
They got fucked up by bears.
That shows how low the
bears
chances are.
That's
there was
true.
like three or four women.
Okay, well.
Wait, so I have a question.
That's because you don't encounter bears all the time.
So you chose the bear, right? You were the only one at the table that chose the bear.
Who chose bear? Just
me?
Just you?
I wasn't sure. I don't know.
I'm on the fence. I think I'd be more scared of the man. I'm not going to lie.
Do you think that the probability, okay, because we're assuming that like for probability's sake, you're not willing to risk the probability that the man you're stuck with is a bad man that could hurt you.
Mm-hmm.
So,
because why is he in the jungle alone? That's my question.
You guys, that's irrelevant. Okay,
That's a little weird.
No, but basically, what I'm trying to say is, you're assuming that if you're stuck with a man, he's more likely, probability-wise, to be bad than good. To help you, if
No,
he's there alone, yeah.
I wouldn't say like there's a higher probability that he's bad, but if he is bad, there is a higher probability that he could Ted Bundy me. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. He could do unspeakable things a bear would not be capable of doing.
Yeah.
If I
what
did survive.
unspeakable things would a bear not be capable of
The TikTok
doing?
one?
A bear wouldn't kidnap you. A bear wouldn't like assault you. Like
yeah,
a bear,
just
a bear
you eat
would
your
kill
face, right?
You would, yeah, you would be dead.
You could die from either,
Yeah.
but
Fuck. Sorry.
You know.
Shit's all fucked. Is that happening to you?
That's why I can't. Yeah, for some reason it's not working. That's why I was going up like 3 times.
Okay, don't even click that link. It's absolutely fucking my computer.
It was a virus.
Oh
no.
Is that the bear segment?
A lot of the girls on social media
We're
that
just not gonna watch
do
the video.
answer bear and like come out and explain themselves also are just a specific category of girls who've just had bad experiences with men. So it's like, that's
I think
why.
that's fair.
I mean, if you ask me if I'm comfortable, if I would feel like really safe if I was sitting in a room with a bunch of men that I didn't know, I probably would feel a little bit uncomfortable. Like if we're gonna go down that road, then I could argue for that point.
Would you feel more uncomfortable than if you were in a room full of bears?
No, that's why I answered man.
Yeah.
But I mean, if we're trying to go down like
So
for
okay,
argument's sake,
who says bear? Because I'm gonna give you some alternatives. Who says bear?
Give me some
Just you. That's it.
alternatives.
Okay,
That's
great. Terrible that there's only one bear answer at the table.
I kind of agree
So
with
kind
her.
Yeah, she kind of said.
Am I bringing
Okay,
some
fine.
people to
Both
the
of you-
bear side?
For argument's sake,
Both
I'll
of you
say
are
bear.
bears. Okay, so I'm going to give a couple different alternatives. Let me try to get through all of them. But okay, let's change it up. What about a giant lesbian woman who's a professional MMA fighter or a bear?
What the?
I mean,
The giant lesbian who's an MMA fighter.
yeah.
You would.
I don't have that same fear of women at all. Doesn't matter if they're a lesbian.
Because isn't one of the fears?
She is not afraid of lesbians.
One of the arguments I hear on this one is that, well, the guy could SA you. So I was like,
Exactly.
okay, well, what about it? Does it change anything if the man is homosexual, if he's gay? Does that change your answer at all?
How do I know though? It's like a
That's-
strange
weird
man. I
things.
don't know. That's the
You're-
thing, is the not knowing.
No, but you know he's a man.
They can still
so you
chop
can
me up
also
Yeah, but
know.
I don't know that he's
pieces.
gay or not. Like, how would I
He's-
know?
Bro,
Wait, is he
he's
wearing,
listening
like-
to
He's
fucking.
wearing a rainbow tutu.
He's listening to Cher. He's listening to fucking Cher.
Oh,
He's,
then I would have a share party in the woods with this man. This sounds fun.
He would be no
But
help.
just so
He would scream and run away.
what's that?
Something
John?
bad is about to happen.
You can hear through his iPads, like it's like he's listening to that, like I'm your Venus, I'm your fire, your desire. Like that's how you know he's gay.
Just walking around.
You knew that song.
You know
that song pretty good. Hold on.
Mic drop.
Sus, Brian.
Grid 1
Is the
Motorsports
audio-
donated $200. The better cue is if a
weird.
man would rather meet a woman or a bear in the woods. The bear will simply kill and eat you. A woman will be pit and nag a man to death. Men, if you see a woman in the woods, run.
Oh, I got some more.
Isn't that the thing though?
Completely.
Okay, I got some more.
You could
Okay.
I once
outrun a woman?
witnessed a man be nagged to death
What
before, and
if-
it was not pretty.
Actually, I got to send something to Nick really quick before I ask this next alternative. If you can, try to get that pulled up quick. So, what if it's you'd prefer the gay man over the bear? Did you guys answer that?
A gay man listening to music? Yeah, that sounds like a good time.
Yeah.
Let's have a party.
Okay. What if it's so you get the gay man over
Wait,
the
he
bear?
has an iPad. Does
Just-
he have service? Hold on.
I'm just thinking how to get out.
What if it's a gay man who is a bear or a bear? You know, like there's the
Oh, yes.
there's
Yeah,
like the
okay.
gay
Furry?
no.
Like
There's
tall,
like Nick, pull it up.
like little
Pull it up.
hairy.
Identifies as a bear.
I know what you mean.
Wait.
I don't.
I don't.
How do you know?
Do you know
Nobody knows.
sexuality?
It's a gay man that is a bear.
It's not clicking. Just go back to the private chat, please.
It's a gay
Look,
bear.
do you see what's happening? You got to copy and paste the whole thing. Okay. So, okay.
Oh, we're gonna learn about bears.
Gay bear?
No.
Like a Care Bear?
So in gay culture, bear is a term for men who are large. Scroll down a bit, Nick.
Is this
Scroll
kind of
down.
like the opposite of a
Wait,
twink?
there's a better photo.
almost?
Scroll down.
Do we know what twinks
Like
are?
that's a bear. Oh
Yeah.
my god, I can't believe I'm
what?
looking this
Are
shit
they
up.
gay?
Yeah, they're gay, but
So they
I
just
don't
call
know.
themselves bears.
Okay, how about this? For you two, a trans woman or a bear?
Trans woman. Anything but a man.
Yeah.
No, but that's
And then
still
honestly though,
male.
like anytime you're in the woods, like the likelihood that you're in the woods with a bear and you just have no idea is very high.
What about a trans woman or a man?
The trans woman.
A woman.
Still okay, because there's trans woman or a bear. What about a serial killer woman versus random man?
Okay, random man.
Random man.
If
Like,
it's a
no,
proven
serial
killer.
Finally got him.
Okay. What about lesbian serial killer versus random man?
Okay, we're gonna
But
pick
that
anything but
already
the serial
falls
killer.
into serial killer. Yeah,
about-
female serial killer, lesbian or not, no thank you.
What about a man who is dressed as a bear, like a furry, or a bear?
How realistic is this furry bear Is it like furry style or is it like real bear style?
Like he's wearing a furry bear
like a-
uniform.
Does the man
a
believe
furry
he's a bear?
kind of person,
Yes,
like the
he's-
cartoon
That's a mentally ill
eyes.
man.
He's
so I would
there.
go for
It's
a bear at that
he's an
point.
otherkintharian. He's otherkintharian. He's an otherkin.
Okay, so he's mentally ill. So I would
See,
go
here's
for
the thing with the bear costume is like that sounds like it would keep me warm in the night.
How about this though? Here's another alternative. 10 men or 10 bears.
Where, in the woods
In
or
the
like
woods.
in
Oh, that sounds like a
bears.
recipe for disaster. Yeah, bears.
Still bears.
Bears.
Yeah.
Even though there would be
No,
enough good men in that
Yeah,
group.
I think I would rather get eaten by a bear than what would happen in that
No,
scenario.
10
I'd rather
men.
be eaten by a bear
Well,
than
hold on.
man.
So 10 men or 10 bears. So you'd still
10
prefer the
bears.
bears. What about you?
bears.
So what percentage of those 10 men do you think would? Because I'm assuming they're
Here's the
victimizing
thing.
you.
If there's
They-
one bad man, then it stands to reason that the men he hangs out with and his friends
they're not. Let's
They're
say
random
they're all
are
strangers.
probably.
Let's say they're all strangers.
They're like, it ain't fun if the
They're
homies
just-
can't have
they're
none.
just-
You know what I mean?
what,
Oh my
going on a
God.
hike in the woods?
So what percentage of men do you think? Okay, so there's 10 men or 10 bears. You still pick the 10 bears. What percentage of the 10 men are bad men then?
It just takes one. If one
No,
of them
because
is
No,
there's
but
9 good
let's say
men,
they're all-
gonna protect you.
Let's
Will they? Because
let's say you're all in the same
if that's
region.
what makes a
how
man
often
good.
do men stand around and watch their friend or their buddy or
Yeah.
some random man do some fuck shit and not intervene?
I will say though, I think it's
That's like
interesting.
so
You said-
R-slurred.
actually, Brian,
That's so R-slurred,
You said
bro.
that you wouldn't intervene. Are you saying you're not a good man because you wouldn't take a bullet for a woman from a bad man in the woods?
Hold on.
Hold on.
The fuck?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
That's
If I was with if there was one man
You
who
wouldn't
was
be
assaulting,
willing. Yeah, you wouldn't be willing to step
Yeah,
in
would you
and
step
risk
in?
your life to step in. So are you a bad man?
if you wouldn't do it for your wife,
actually
would
I
you
don't
do it
think
for
that.
random?
I think a man's unwillingness to potentially intervene in a scenario where he could face
But you have 8 other buddies.
Oh, well,
in this
that,
scenario,
yeah, then we'll
it's
fuck them
the
up.
10 men
Then
in
we're
the
good.
woods and there's one bad
Yes.
man.
If there's, okay.
What if
yes,
it's like
if I
5
got,
versus
if there's
5?
9 of us,
But if you're
we're
all
good.
hanging out, if
Okay,
one
but what
man's
if
a
there
bad
was
man.
2 men in the woods, you were one of them, and the other one was like attacking her? Would you?
Yeah, then what?
I would have to fucking assess the threat there. I would attempt to intervene.
As long as you would
You-
attempt
as long
it.
as you'd make
the
an
intent
attempt.
would be to help.
I think I would
You think
attempt.
about it.
I think I would
Is
attempt
it,
an
it's the
intervention.
thought that counts.
I think
as I'm getting like mauled by the
maybe.
bear.
Maybe, not totally sure.
Brian, help me.
Like I'm gonna be super honest. I'm gonna be super honest, okay? If he's like 300 pounds and like 6'5", and if I attempt to intervene, I'm gonna die.
But also, she's a
I'm
random
out, bro.
woman. It's
I'm
a
out.
random woman. So
yeah, and
that
she's
you
random.
Don't
yeah,
know,
exactly.
Not your wife.
Yeah, I'm out.
I'm out.
I'm out.
But what if he's like, what if the 300 pounds is just like all fat and he's just like running?
Sit on smoke and die.
Basically, a bare gay man would be the same equivalent of what used to be a, I can't say that word, but that thing. Yep.
Like a.
Okay, hold on. So, really 10 men? That's crazy because that means you think that more than like 50% of men would like do some shady shit to you.
Well, I do think it's interesting that we're the only two that do OnlyFans and we feel this way. I just have to say.
Yeah.
I don't know what I mean by that, but it's just an interesting.
I used to.
Oh yeah, I agree. That is interesting.
Well, you
Tell
don't
me
do
more
boy-girl
about why
content.
We're terrified.
Like,
Let's
I
see you
interact
having
with
massive
a large
distrust of
variety of men on
from
a
the
very
sex
regular
industry.
basis.
Tell us more.
I mean,
One at a time. When Andrew starts.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Andrew. I'm sorry. What did you say?
Yeah, so I was saying, tell us more about how distrust of men comes from the sex industry. I'd like to hear more about that.
I'm not saying it does, but I do think there's a correlation. Probably we could both admit that we're terrified because I think it's just interesting we're the only two that answered this.
I think I've probably seen and met and been intimate with more men than anybody at this table. So
Is that like a badge of honor? Or?
yeah, honestly, like, thank you.
It is?
But
do you get like a
but I would just say I have a
prostitution
much
gold star for that,
larger,
or?
I have a larger sample size to be drawing my information from.
But your sample
A larger
size
sample
is a
size of
different
degenerate
sample
men
size,
who
like
watch
That's
pornography.
true, and that's true. It is a very different sample size. However,
Or it's a
if it's a
different
random
sample.
man I don't know, and I don't know like what pool of samples or whatever the fuck we're saying, like, you know, what kind of man he is. If it's a strange man, I think that
That guy
situation
Slingshot
is.
donated $199. And is it just me or does Andrew look younger for some reason? Lol. Thoughtful face.
Do you find the
Because
fountain
I
of
don't
youth?
have the big gray beard that I normally have. That's probably why you think that.
It's
But
the
anyway,
adrenochromes.
appreciate the 200. But kind of back to the conversation. So it's interesting. It is interesting to me that you draw this parallel that the two OnlyFans girls who are engaged in sex work will be as charitable to your language as we possibly can be, I guess, have such a huge distrust of men that they would rather perhaps be in the wilderness with bears than women who deal with, I don't know, non-degenerate porn addict men, right?
Yeah, God, what's that say about the degenerate porn addict men? I think it says more
And
about
what
them
does
than
that
it
say
says about
about
me.
the women who engage with the degenerate porn addict men?
Because you're the one that's sleeping with them.
Okay, well, have you ever met a degenerate man in your
have.
life? Yeah, like I think
have.
everybody at this table probably has.
I also am not sleeping with them.
But the point here is that how can you in the same breath say, hey, there's nothing wrong with this. This is just it's just a job. But at the same time, the pool of men that you choose from have made you so distrustful of men that you might choose a bear potentially eating your face rather than trust a man because of the type of man you end up having to deal with. Isn't that kind of an insane perspective on life a little bit?
Yes.
Also, it's like what came first, the chicken or the egg? I can't speak for you, but I feel like maybe bad experiences led me to get into sex work that I had with men prior to being a sex worker. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
of accountability.
Oh no, I take full accountability. I make my own choices. I suffer the consequences of my
Well,
own
then how
actions.
is it men? How is it men who led you
accountability
into sex
and
work?
like the reasoning behind something is a little bit different.
I'm just saying, like, previous to doing OnlyFans, I had certain experiences in life that maybe got me into that line of work.
I take accountability and I take responsibility by not going into the woods with strange men that I don't know and not
Have you
putting
ever had a
myself in
one-night
that
stand?
situation. A one-night stand? No.
Have you ever met a guy and shortly thereafter?
Well, hang on. I don't understand. If you don't mind if I interject. Earlier, and I took a note on this, you said that you want to be more promiscuous with men. How is it that you can hold the position that you would prefer to be more promiscuous with men, but at the same time not trust them over a fucking savage bear in the wilderness?
Is it savage?
No, I don't want to be promiscuous
said it was
with
savage?
random men that I don't know. I want to be promiscuous with the guys that I already know and I already fuck. Like, I'm
Well,
not
I mean,
trying to put myself in an
promiscuity is
unsafe situation just to get off, but I am trying to get off.
But wait a second. This would... So you're saying that you're only promiscuous with men that you know a really long time?
Not a really long time, but I definitely don't go home with strange men.
That's not my question.
That's just not something I'm
Hang on. Can you answer the
comfortable
question
with.
I actually asked you?
So the men and as you know, because last time I was on the podcast, I explained this, I only have sex with men in the industry who are in the talent pool. Usually
Yeah, that's not my question.
Okay.
Let me repeat the question one more time. Are you saying that you only sleep with men who you've known for a really long time?
What's a really long time?
Oh, I don't know. Let's just say more than 30 days.
For me, yes.
No? It's not even a 30-day gap before you sleep with them? And you're, hang on, and your position
we're just
here
talking about...
is that, hang on, I just want to make sure I get this right. You don't even have a 30-day barrier before you sleep with men. That's the level of promiscuity you're talking about, but yet you're saying, I'm so distrustful of men that I'd rather potentially hang out with a wild fucking bear thinking that they will be less likely to attack me. You see how this rationale doesn't make much sense to me, right?
I'll pull that back up in a sec, Nickelodeon.
Okay, so I lost my train of thought a little bit there.
Are we supposed to read it?
I'm in a very unique situation being in the porn industry. Most of the men that I meet and I have sex with, I met on a porn set having sex with them in a very controlled environment with like lots of other people
then
around.
what does I want to be more promiscuous mean? Does that mean that you just want to fuck more people in the porn industry, or does that mean that you want to have sex with people external to that as well?
Just people in the porn industry. I don't want to be super vulgar on YouTube and get into the specifics of how I want to be more promiscuous.
YouTube doesn't care about the specifics of sex work. They only care if you're preaching for Jesus Christ. Then you'll get banned. They don't care if you talk about whatever degeneracy that you want. They don't give a shit.
Okay, I just don't want to get you guys in trouble. Like, I want to do more more gangbangs, more double penetration, things like that. But I don't mean I want to do that with random strangers or be unsafe or practice unsafe
That's
sex.
fucking disgusting.
Let me interject really quick. Let me read a couple of the chats here, or actually, Natalia, if you can read.
Maybe it is the blank.
Corn.
Adult brain rot men that have experienced that make them these bad men, able to see nude women whenever they want online, thanks to women like you.
Yo, Nickelodeon, thank you, man. Sorry that the TTS didn't go off. I think because there was corn in the TTS. Anytime it has to bleep anything out, it's not going to do the TTS voice, but I tried to get it as quickly as I could. Could you read this one?
32 years old, divorcing father of 3 boys, $88K a year, about to go through bankruptcy because shiz is tough in Cali for a single father who is paying child support. Ladies,
yikes.
Who would let me take them on a date?
You sure you want a date? The single girls are.
Did you say that you are interested in making porn? Sorry.
Wait,
corn?
is this related to the TTS, the message that just came in?
I said Why do I need to answer that first?
Well, I have like 5 chats I got to get through.
Oh, okay. Go.
Honestly, though, I'm not really interested in the porn is bad conversation any longer. To be honest, it's rather, huh?
Thanks.
Oh, I was just saying I wanted to hear her
So
point.
who's interested in dating this man?
Okay,
That's
we'll go. Yeah.
He's bankrupt?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't want to date.
Work on that first. We don't know him at all, so we're just basing it off like the negative things he's telling us. Like, he might have a lot of really positive attributes and other things that he's not highlighting.
How much are you paying in child support, Thrash Man? I know you sent this in like 20 minutes ago, but
what if the question is reversed? If there was a panel full of men instead, the reverse question was, hey, I'm going through a brutal divorce with my husband, right? I'm real pretty and stuff. Do you think that the response would be the same?
$88K a year in California.
No, I think that you should not date her. She needs to get that stuff figured out first.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree, but my question is, do you think the response would be the
I
same?
think men would be more willing than women would be
I
in
think
the
men
opposing
would
situation.
be willing to have sex with pretty much any woman. A date is different, but like sex is, yeah. I think they would be willing.
Well, I don't know. I don't see many of them on this panel talking about how they can't wait to get double penetrated. I'm just going to point that out.
Well, you asked for a panel of men. I mean, I feel like at least one of them would
Sure. Let's do another chat.
Okay, same question, but instead of a forest, you're in a women's bathroom. I mean, a bear wouldn't be in a women's bathroom.
But what if
In a
it
That
typical
bear's probably
situation?
agitated as hell in the women's bathroom.
Yeah.
Which do you pick?
Make it even worse.
Is the man I guess?
You pick that. That's interesting.
I don't know.
But wouldn't that be a
like,
trans
bathroom,
bathroom?
like,
If they were in
can
a
I
women's
just
bathroom?
leave the
In the bathroom,
bathroom?
the bear or a man in a woman's bathroom.
Am I in the stall already? Like, can I wait for the bear to leave? What is the bear doing there? What is the man
you
doing
can,
there?
you can wait in the
It's
stall for
crazy.
either to leave. Like, whatever the particulars are that you want to attribute to the hypothetical, you can. But just hypothetically, you're in a bathroom and a man wanders in, or a fucking black bear wanders in. Which one would you prefer?
I would prefer man.
Man.
The man. Allie.
Are you answering man or bear?
She did. She answered man.
Yeah, I guess man.
What's the
Begrudging.
No
difference?
cheating.
to
You don't
I'm
get
just
your
curious.
answers from someone else.
I'm
No
just
cheating.
curious. I'm just curious the difference why you'd pick a man now versus before. I don't really understand the
know.
question.
You're in an enclosed
I think
space.
in an enclosed
Yeah.
space, it's harder with the bear. Like the bears definitely. Here's the thing: with bears are more predictable animals than strange men.
What?
And I know that in a enclosed space in a bathroom, like what is the bear doing there? It's gonna
do you
freak
mean,
out
or-
for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What
It's
does
not
that- what
like
does
their
that mean? They're
habitat
predictable
anymore.
Like at that point, like no.
That guy Slingshot
You think you can
donated
predict what a bear's gonna do?
$199. Fun fact, bears, who are vicious meat eaters, spend their time in the woods, searching for their next meal. Men spend their time in the woods to escape from whatever woman is currently on their nerves.
Yeah, but maybe I'm in the woods because I want to escape from the man that's getting on my nerves, and then I don't want to see another man.
Have you
I wanna
ever
see a
once
bear.
gone out to the woods by yourself and camped so that you could escape a man?
Have you been to the woods? You do much camping?
Have I been to the woods? I go hiking sometimes. It's not really
Well,
like
is
to be
it with a
honest,
man?
it's not really my thing.
Is it with a man when you go hiking?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of figured.
But like it's not a strange
You ever
man.
hiked with a bear?
I have seen a bear on a hike.
You've
I
seen a
have, and
bear?
it was
Wait,
really, really
I have
cool.
a question if
yeah.
I
Yeah.
can ask her. So if you're going on a hike with a man that you've known for less than 30 days, how is that different from a random man?
See, but I haven't gone on a hike with a man I've known for less than 30 days.
Here, hold on. I got another scenario here. Let me give you another scenario, and then we'll pull up some more of the chats here. So, okay. If your question is bear over man, what if we just replaced, a lot of you live in a city, right? Do you think you would be safer in a city if we just replaced all men with bears?
No.
But all of you live in probably metro, like either the metro area or the city itself,
How
surrounded by
city
men
function?
constantly.
I don't
right?
know where I live. There's a lot of wildlife, but not bears.
But when you're not alone with them, like there's like other witnesses, like they're less likely to do certain things.
Well,
Yeah,
I
like,
don't
that's
think
what I
there's
like
many
about being in
attack
a city.
squirrels, right?
Huh?
You don't think
But would
that
you be
we're
more
worried about
safe?
Attack squirrels and attack rabbits?
Would you be
No,
more
not-
safe or
not
less
squirrels and
safe
rabbits.
if we snapped our fingers and all men in your city became bears? Just we replace them with bears. Would you be more safe or less safe? And let's say you're even out somewhere when this happened. Like let's say you're at the club with your girls and it just switch, all the men become bears.
You're just throwing it back on a bear now.
You think you're safer with the bears or with the men?
Okay, like in a city situation, yeah, with the men.
I don't know
Okay,
if the
that
bears are
one
gonna
makes me
roofie
think
us.
about- One time I ate bear meat.
Oh my
I'm not
God.
kidding. I was in Canada and I ate bear meat and it smelled so bad.
That's
I can't
cool.
imagine how
You
that
bear
city would
meat?
smell. Yeah.
What is that? You
Bear, like
ate
from a
bear.
bear.
Oh, you
Yeah.
ate bear meat.
Yeah, it's nasty.
What
I
if
don't
we
recommend.
what if we change the setting? Andrew kind of already asked this with the
I
bathroom
think we
thing.
eat this horse. To
What? Change the setting a little bit.
We beat this bear.
What about a 10 by 10 room?
It's like a bathroom.
That's like the bathroom
Bathroom.
situation. That's the same question.
Yeah, a little different though.
It's a little different.
A little
'cause
different.
That makes me choose man. But if I was in the
And
bathroom,
you're so far away from the mic.
Oh, sorry. So if it's different in the bathroom, because my thing with it being a random guy in the bathroom is why that increases his chance of being a freak.
Yeah.
That's true.
If he's in a
I just don't get like
bathroom.
why with my other one with the city one. If your choice is bear, why choose to live in cities, which are occupied by hundreds of thousands or even millions of men? Why not go into the woods or forest with bears if you really genuinely feel like bears are safer than
I don't
men?
leave my house much.
We live in like a society.
Okay, men
I
can
would
break
love to
into your
just
house.
run off into the woods.
I'm very scared of that.
Okay.
I'm terrified of that.
So is it because you don't trust men that you choose the bear for both of you?
I guess.
Yeah, and I think this argument kind of proves it because a lot of men are more focused on like, oh, why don't you trust me? Like, you know, instead of just working on being more trustworthy people.
Okay.
And then you know, like I've seen all the memes of like, oh, this is what a bear would do. Like they're you know, not everyone, but there's people online who are definitely relishing and getting kind of excited and like very into the idea of like women being mauled by bears.
That guy Slingshot donated $199. Look up Timothy Treadwell and tell me again that you would rather trust a bear over a man.
I'll know if the photos are kind of
Yeah.
are gruesome, then we probably can't. We can't
Yeah,
look
they
it
would
up.
be.
But
They would be gore.
yeah,
That
or
would be
gore. Yeah.
Yeah, and
I don't think
I've
we can do
seen
that.
photos of people mauled by bears, and I've seen photos of people attacked by men.
Yeah.
Like,
well, in this bathroom scenario, did you guys have definitive answers to that? You prefer the
I
men or the
guess
bear?
because it's like that's not their habitat for a bear. So I think I could picture it going crazier than like in a huge jungle forest, whatever.
yeah, in that scenario, I think Aspen, right? You brought up a good point that a man in the bathroom would be like, the fuck is he doing in the
I
bathroom,
don't
right?
think questions
And at
based
at
on
that
what
point,
the
it's like,
intentions are. Like you just are
Well, I
randomly
mean,
all
wait a second. They
the
go
same
in there
place.
all
but
the
I
time
think that's
nowadays,
kind of
don't
like why you
problem,
would
into.
be nervous or why you would not trust like, you know, somebody because you
Would
don't
you
know
would
their
you trust a
intentions.
man wearing a wig to go in the bathroom then?
No.
Is it a man
No.
wearing a wig or are you getting at something else?
Well, I mean, it's the same point, right? They can still have all the plumbing, but they just say me a woman, right? So I mean, would you trust them to go in the bathroom then?
But I do think that then in that instance, like intention is important. Because I've definitely been
suddenly intention is
in the
important.
bathroom with trans women before, and they have not assaulted me, and it's not been an issue at all.
I don't know,
So
because I
you've
feel
been
like
in
you
the
hear a lot of
bathroom with
stories
men
that come
before
out
and they haven't
about
assaulted you.
stuff
Sorry,
happening
what?
in the locker rooms and
So
stuff.
you've been in the bathroom with men before and they haven't assaulted you. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, but I haven't been.
Yeah. So I don't understand.
Well,
how you
in the
draw this
bathroom
parallel
scenario,
there.
I did say that I chose a man.
Yeah.
Ooh,
So what are
okay.
you getting at, Andrew? You listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. I don't know. My conclusion on the whole bear thing is, I mean, at least my analysis, you can't really understand, at least for those who pick bear, you can't really understand it rationally or logically.
Because it's not.
I think the bear choice is simply social signaling about how much women don't like men.
Agreed.
Or how they're afraid of men.
Yeah, I
Or
don't think it's
how,
like a dislike.
how they feel unsafe around men. But I mean, how you feel about a situation and the reality
Yeah.
of a situation are completely different.
Well,
it's just
I've
not a
doesn't mean that
definitely,
they-
again,
It's
like,
not-
I've been in the
it's not a
woods with
rational
bear.
choice.
It doesn't mean that they hate men. I mean, you can feel afraid of
They
something
might be-
and not hate it.
Well, then they're bigoted.
Well, like I could be afraid of a lion, but it doesn't mean I hate lions.
Well, that's-
Valid.
Yeah.
So just like if you can replace the word hate with like afraid, I guess, and that would be a valid, or that would be.
Well, I didn't use the word hate. I said don't like men.
You said hate.
You said hate.
You said hey.
No, I don't. I didn't say hate.
Also, in this scenario, I'm picturing like a
Pretty
scary
sure
like
I
guy
could-
with an
Her point
axe.
still stands. Her point still
I'm pretty
stands.
sure I
up.
said
She can be
don't
afraid
like
of lions
men.
and not
I'm pretty
dislike
sure.
them. So that's.
Did he
Did I say hate?
You did.
Did I?
Yes.
Okay, I could have. I'm pretty sure I.
I don't disagree, though.
But
I don't hate men.
I
just
thought
for
I said don't
clarification.
like
yeah,
men,
no, I
but
don't,
maybe
I don't
okay.
hate men.
they feel unsafe around men.
Or just distrust.
But also the bathroom scenario as compared to the forest scenario, I'm picturing two different men in my head. Someone who would be isolated in a forest versus someone who's just in a bathroom, which everyone goes to the restroom every day.
I do think it's fair to say that a lot of women are like distrusting and maybe a little bit afraid of strange men that they don't know.
Okay.
I
mean,
just
they
don't
Yeah, sure,
understand
but I mean, I would be afraid of a strange bear I didn't know, right?
Do you know a lot of bears?
Yeah, but do I need to know a lot of bears to know that I'd be distrustful of a wild animal who was a giant bear? Do I need to know them? I don't understand. Do I need to have an interpersonal relationship with bears to know how fucking dangerous they are?
Brian was just bringing up the whole point of the conversation and why we were having it, basically, is that a lot of women are afraid of men.
I think it's just like I said, an opportunity to socially signal. A lot of women just have sort of biases against men.
Why would they be afraid of men anyway? I mean, most of the domestic violence happens from women to men, not from men to women. In fact, there was a meta-analysis that was done on this, which I can send over. Brian can pull it up if you'd like.
Men are 3 times more likely to commit a violent crime than a woman.
No, this is absolutely, well, now hang on. That may be true against other men, but not against women. When it comes to women, you're looking at domestic violence stats. It's absolutely not true.
If you're talking about
meta-analysis done on this. And this was done. Here, I'll pull it up for you right now.
No, domestic violence.
Just so that
correct me if I'm wrong.
You guys have it. It's the difference in frequency of violence and reported injury between relationships with reciprocal and non-reciprocal intimate partner dynamics. Inside of this, it was discovered that men are just far less likely to report that they were the victims of domestic violence because it's demasculating. However, women are the ones who assault men far more than men assault women.
Okay, that's domestic violence, but you can still look up the statistics if you want, but I know that they're correct.
Well,
men are
but if it's
3
not
times more likely to commit a violent crime.
No, they're not. They're not correct. Against women? No, that's not correct. Domestic violence accounts for most. Domestic violence accounts for the overwhelming amount of violence committed towards women.
I'm not saying it's against
street assaults are super rare.
I'm not saying it's against men or women. I mean, it doesn't really matter anyway, because either way, the man is still the aggressor, which is the point of the argument. Who he's being aggressive towards isn't the argument, but
no, that's not the point of the argument. The point of the argument is that women distrust men because they consider men to be physical threats. And what I'm saying to you is that while it may be so that they do, that doesn't mean it's justified that they do, because when we look at the statistics on this, it does not appear that their justification is there. For instance, have any of you guys here? Let me finish the question. Calm down. Have any of you gals here had random men just show up and beat you? Has that ever happened to any of you? Just a random guy just shows up and beats you up? Has that ever happened?
No, but assaulted, yes.
Yeah. Not random.
Yeah. No, that's
women
not, but that's my question.
Yeah. Have you ever been assaulted?
This is why it's phrased this way, so that you can understand the question. Has a random guy walked over and beat you up?
No.
No. Has that ever happened? Show of hands if that's happened to any women.
Assaulted, yes. And you can be afraid of
listen, that's not my question.
No, the answer is no. Have you seen a woman go up to a random man and beat him?
It's not my question. Answer my question. Don't ask me one before it's answered.
No.
Show of hands for the women here who've had a random guy just show up and beat them up.
And beat them up specifically?
Yeah.
No other type of assault?
No.
You're not going to accept any other action?
Okay, hang on. Just before you go into but this other thing happened, just bear with the actual question. Holy shit, don't divert. Don't ask something different. Just answer the question. It's not that hard. So since that's never happened to any of you, you understand that this actually is rare that this happens at all to any women outside of a domestic situation. So that's why we look at the domestic violence stats, because that's going to be the overwhelming amount of these types of abuses. And it seems that the threat of men is wildly overplayed in society towards women.
Is sexual assault not a form of violence?
That's what I'm scared
maybe
of.
They're not beating you.
No. If you want to get into essays, then let's talk about the fact that there's so many female teachers who essay their students.
Okay.
Do you want to get into the stats on that?
That's not Alone in the Woods, though.
PR Aquatic donated $200. Do you think you have better chances of surviving with a polar bear or a man in the wild?
Man in the wild.
Here's the thing.
Hold on. Answer. Let's do this.
A man in the wild.
Let's do this. Answer the polar bear one.
Man.
Pick the polar bear or man.
A man, I guess.
To survive a man.
Okay.
Well, polar bears are the most
But
aggressive.
that's not what I'm
bear.
scared of. I'm specifically scared of getting essayed by the man in the forest alone.
So what okay, that's a possibility. What are the...
Because I don't really think a bear is capable
What
of doing
percentage
that.
of men do you think would do that? Because, okay, so you're being, in the man versus bear thing, you're being assigned a totally random man. So based on that, you're having to make some assumptions there about the probability of any given random man doing that. What do you think that the frequency is of men doing that?
Well,
50%?
I'm picturing like the fact that he is in the woods alone is
You're
already
overthinking
weird.
it. You're overthinking it. Let's just... The motivations of why he's in the woods are relevant.
Like he's not home with his kids. He's not with his wife.
You're both randomly spawned.
You're just you randomly spawn in the woods.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's less of a chance for sure.
It randomly selects out of the what?
But you get what I'm picturing,
150
right? Like an
million men?
axe murderer type dude.
It could be. What percentage of men are axe murderers?
No, that's the thing. You have to just.
You don't know.
But
take your chances.
The thing is if we're talking about why men are afraid of women, it's because I can't speak for
why men are afraid of
why women are afraid
what?
of men. Sorry, I misspoke.
Okay.
I could almost bet that every woman at this table, or I know like at least 99% of the women I know in my life have been a victim to a man in some form, whether it was sexually or physically. They're kind of the same thing, but in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, whether they're
Sexual
an OF
assault.
worker or a sex worker or not.
But I don't believe it. So here's the thing,
believe it.
right? Like I don't actually believe
100%
that this
of
is
women
so.
have been-
What I think happens
said
instead, and the stats bear this out as well, is that things which women would consider to be SA, men just simply do not. So for instance, unwarranted touching by women towards men just disregard it, whereas women will often freak out about it. So I'm not so... and by the way, I also have the Cardinal Wilson rule, and here's the Cardinal Wilson rule. If there was no police report, I don't fucking believe you.
Mm-hmm.
That's my actual rule. If there was no police report, right, then I think that the chances that it actually happened in a significant
Chances
way
split.
are not true. That's my own personal rule for this.
Well, even if
I think
there's
there's
no
no
police
arguing with that
report,
logic.
it's not going to get processed. It just sits on in most
Yeah,
states. It just,
been there, done that.
Well, okay, but there's still a report, right?
Yeah, no, I'm saying
Yeah.
that.
So that's the thing is like that's my rule, right? Is that there's so many of these which end up being unfounded. The women won't say the name of the person, and
Well,
this
there's,
is
like,
I think the
psychological
reason that the
warfare
women
going
won't
on.
come forward with the names of these supposed SA assaulters is because then that man would have an opportunity to refute those charges. And so they don't want to do that because it would actually be a false allegation.
It's
so what they do is they say,
traumatizing
no,
to
I had
relive
this
the
happen to me.
experience.
And you ask for details. You say, well, where, when, why, how did that happen?
You don't always
and suddenly,
have proof of
hang
it.
on, let me finish. I'm almost done. And then suddenly the details go right out the window. And they won't name who these people are. They won't tell you that there was a police report. They won't say any of those things. So I struggle myself to believe that a lot of women are telling the truth about these situations.
As a man, you are more likely to be raped yourself than you are to be wrongfully accused of doing so.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Our word is
But
our
you are more
woman
likely to
or
be
man?
assaulted yourself than you are to be wrongfully accused of doing so.
I don't know if there's data
No,
on
there's
that.
the evidence for this is extremely scant, in fact. So the thing is that while it is, I think I could even grant this and still destroy the argument. So even if I granted that that was true, then there's still a huge swath of women who will make the claim that they were essayed by men, but not give any particulars. So there's no way for us to make a determined verification that it's so.
Is there?
So I'm not sure that that stat would even be valid.
Where are you coming up with your stat of all these women who are lying? Like, what's the validity
My
in that?
stat
Just
of what?
you feel that way? Like, what?
Do you want me to repeat what I just said?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so what I said is I'm not sure that we can say that this stat could ever be completely true that you just reference about SA either direction. And the reason is because by your logic, there's tons and tons of women, right, who are SA'd, but they don't come forward with the fact that they were SA'd, right?
Sexual
So if that is true,
Sure,
then
but that's
logically
not
would
really
not
what
the same be true for men? I guess that's my question.
That guy Slingshot donated $199. And to go further on what Andrew said, those who wait 10 or 15 years to say something about SA, which usually is with a celebrity, I think is nothing more than a money grab in most cases.
In those,
I agree.
In those cases, I think
regret.
it is more likely for false allegations to come. But just because a woman doesn't report an assault doesn't mean it didn't happen. And I think that's a very dangerous mindset to have, to automatically
I think it's
not
the least
agree a
dangerous
woman
mindset to have.
just because there wasn't a police report filed. And by the way, there's different types of sexual assault that isn't our wording. There's other things as well. So.
No, I agree. But then when we get into the particulars of those things, what we find out is that men often will disregard what women will consider to be SA, even though the same exact thing is happening to them in reverse by women. That's point one. Point two is that if it's not reported, then how can we count it as being true? We just basically have to take people's words for it. There's no real reason that we should do that absent evidence. That would be the opposite of how we should conduct any type of study into the SA phenomenon.
You're not referring to children, are you? Just women?
Yeah, I'm talking about women here.
Okay.
Who are adults. So when we're talking about adult women, this is just my cardinal rule that I have, is that tons and tons of women who I've talked to have these SA stories, but however, when pressed for particulars, suddenly the story completely falls apart. Most notably, the fact that they won't name the men who supposedly did this to them. Interestingly enough, I think that the logical reason that I came to for why they do not, is because if they named that man, you'd find out that he was in Kentucky while she was in Wyoming and she was full of shit. That's my personal feeling on the thing.
Can I say one thing? So, I guess the biggest thing is that I don't have the numbers. And it would be hard to find proper numbers on this anyway. But a lot of now women were sexually assaulted when they were children. And that's when it took place. If we're talking about children.
We're not talking about...
Yeah,
no, I think
about children.
The point
that's
that
child abuse. I mean, that's a whole different conversation.
So in this particular case, we can leave that to the side, right? I'm talking about women who are making the claims of being SA as adults. We're being hyper-specific here. We're not talking about the cases of children, though I'd be happy to get into it. We're not going to because it's YouTube and it's TOS. I'm talking specifically about adult women. So this is, from my perspective, if I look at this logically, if somebody makes an accusation, says such thing happened to me, but there's no evidence for it, that would be, a secularist would never, for instance, accept that from a Christian saying, oh, God talked to me, but I can't prove it, and I can't demonstrate it, and I can't show it. So why is it in the world should we accept the counter from women that they make these bold claims that this and that happened to them, absent any evidence that it did?
I'm probably going to get a lot of woman hate from this, but I actually agree with Andrew 100%, at least 95%, because I personally do know a lot of women who have made these claims just because they regret it afterwards. And I'm like, it's almost become like this fucked up trend, just like people think it's cool now to have like some type of mental disorder where it's like, oh, like I'm a victim, like it's cool to be a victim. And that pisses me off. I'm gonna be honest. It pisses me off.
It should. And the truth is that if you follow behavior in voting by women and you follow trends in buying by women, you'll note that peer pressure, even towards things which are not considered to be great, if it brings women attention, they will follow trends which are not even good for them to follow.
Agreed.
This now, men do this too. I'm not being biased here and saying it's only women. I'm just saying that women are more prone to that. That's why propaganda works so well on them. That's how they were able to get an entire generation of women to begin smoking, was because they were so susceptible to that propaganda. So I would actually have to agree with you as well that as I look at this, it's hard for me to believe that the kind of rampant stats on what is considered SA are anything short of lies, essentially, absent proof.
And Andrew, I'm sure you could agree with me on this. I think we both think here that SA is an absolutely terrible thing, awful thing.
Awful thing. Put them against the wall, as they say.
Yeah. I do think though that there is
but that's why the burden of proof should be so high. The burden of proof should be so high because the punishment should be so overwhelming. So the punishment for something like this should be overwhelming towards a man who conducts this. And that's why we should be very careful about the particulars of how justice is served up here. And we should have evidence for this so that we can definitely put these people where they belong, which is in prison for life.
Yeah.
And they have done, I mean, they have looked at an analysis, I mean, comparing this to other crimes, and what they found to be provably false, where the woman either recanted the story and there was proof that he was somewhere else, or she, I think I already said she recanted it, or she proved that she was lying. In comparison to other kinds of crime reports, the rate, I think, is 2x or even 3x the rate of like false accusations of other kinds of crimes. And then I specifically actually want to point out something that happens to minority men at even further disproportionate rates. I don't know if you know the case of Emmett Till, the boy who was falsely accused by a white woman back in the, I believe it was in the 50s or and they lynched him.
Okay, wait.
Wait.
Okay, well, I'll just be quiet there.
Oh.
We're not exactly sure that it was. I've heard it conflicted as to.
Well, my understanding on her.
There's no proof, though.
My understanding on her deathbed, this woman on her deathbed, the woman who accused it, recanted and said that she made it up. At least that's the research that I did.
I remember reading
well,
that
maybe,
too. Yeah.
I could be wrong there. I don't want to throw shade at anybody unless I know for sure that it's true. So,
if my research serves me correct, I do believe that she later in her life she said, I either embellished, I exaggerated, or I just made the whole thing up. But what happened to Emmett Till, this young black boy, he apparently flirted, said something lascivious to a white woman, and her family or friends, whatever, I don't know the exact details, lynched him, killed him. And so false accusations happen all the time, and they actually specifically tend to negatively.
She was jealous of someone else.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, he had.
But this actually happens at higher rates too. Typically, when you see white woman, black man, it happens at a much higher frequency. It happened to Patrice O'Neill, rest in peace. Happens to frequently black men because there's an added level, at least for some of these white women who, for example, have consensual sex with them, and then they regret it for, there's perhaps racist reasons for it. But there's a component of regret here. They regret it. Like if you hook up with somebody consensually and you later regret it, that's not SA.
No, it's not.
But you can
see this. We can also see this same trend happen with the lies of paternity, which is far more prevalent than previously was understood with DNA testing. So now we know that the amount of paternity fraud is, in some cases it's been estimated as high as 20%. I think that might be a wildly high estimate, to be honest with you. And I think that the evidence for that is somewhat scant. But it's definitely more prevalent than we thought it was. There's no doubt that that's true. We're not saying that SA against women may not be prevalent from men. It probably is. We're just disputing as to whether or not the justification for why you should not be around men based on these kind of wildly inflated numbers is justified. That's the point we're making.
What if we talk about biology and the fact that men are a lot stronger than women? And so I would, let's say, like if I had to choose, obviously, to fight a woman or a man, I'm going to choose the woman because I wouldn't be able to protect myself against a man that wanted to harm me.
Yeah, sure. But nobody would dispute that. This is why the question was about a bear or a man. Bear's obviously
it's just a factor.
But a bear is obviously much stronger than a man, right?
I said I would rather stronger. Be a man, but
yeah. But we weren't making the comparison as to whether or not men are stronger than women. Obviously, that's true. Generally speaking, that's true. Even weaker men are stronger than even strong women in many cases. So, we wouldn't dispute this, but that would not lead to the conclusion that means that the prevalence of SA as advertised is as high as it's advertised.
I don't know. Back to the bear thing, though. I feel like
I don't want anything to do with that.
If women were truly this scared of men, as they love to pretend they are, like there wouldn't be such rampant casual sex occurring. They wouldn't be getting drunk around men, partying, being alone with men, having male friends, all this stuff. So I don't know. It seems like logic would dictate that a man would be safer than a bear, but
it's sad to say, but honestly, like, you're far more likely to be, you know, assaulted by someone you know than someone you don't know, like a strange man.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
that's a good point. It's like, would you?
I agree that the predatory behavior in that regard works both ways. For instance, I have the data here as well when you're talking about, for instance, women who are in positions of authority over men, which would include minors inside of prison, where there's female prison guards, the SA skyrockets in comparison to the other way. The same thing happens when you're talking about teachers, for instance. Even when you're talking about clergy, while it's true that more men conduct these things, as a percentage of how many are in these positions, women conduct them against men far more, which is interesting. So I'm not so willing to just say that this is a problem which comes from men and only men.
I'm not saying it is. Why do you think it is that it's more prevalent for women, or like, let's say teachers, to prey on male students? I'm just wondering.
This is an interesting question.
Close to child abuse?
I'm not so sure that anybody knows exactly why, but I think it's due to the fact of basically being able to manipulate and gain attention. But it's hard to say. This is a phenomenon which may have been going on for a long time, just kind of unrecognized because, again, when we're talking about SA, this is one of my points when I say that men often will disregard things that women would consider SA. There's a lot, and this is the truth. Nobody's going to like to hear this, but there are young men probably who are 16, 17 years old who bang their teacher and aren't upset about it, right? I mean, that's probably just true.
That's grooming, though. That's not okay for those men. That's not okay. They were 100% groomed.
No, I'm not disputing
assaulted.
that. I'm not disputing that it is. I'm saying that the way that it would be perceived by a male versus how it's perceived by women are different. And that's why I'm saying that we can't hold the dualistic standard when it comes to this.
I agree with
you. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, I don't disagree with you. It's absolutely SA. I mean, and they're underage, everything else. It's horrible.
Is it because society tells them that it's cool?
I got to move it on.
Perception.
Okay. I got to move it on. We have 5 chats we have to get through. We have Anonymous. Can you read it, Natalia?
Okay, same question, but instead, we already read this one.
We did that one.
We did this one?
Women's bathroom.
Oh, my bad. Hold on. I'll pull up another one. One sec, guys. All right. Is it coming through? No? Okay, well, while we wait, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Oh, no, never mind. Can you read it?
Things to do in the woods: fishing, picking mushrooms, chopping trees, fighting fires, hiking, camping, dressing a bear in a costume, and going hunting lone females. Got it.
Sounds like a crazy weekend.
Dressing in a bear costume.
Well put, Kill of Cereal. We have Big Sarge. Thank you, man.
Brian would intervene by popping a champagne cap in the bear's ass. Oh, Nick better be there as backup.
Yeah. I had that last one. I don't know. I think that one has been in the refrigerator for a minute. Maybe that was the problem. We have David Treziak coming in here in just a sec. Thank you, man. Thank you, David.
A bi bear with STDs or a grizzly. Or a murder hornet's nest or a strange mountain man isolated from society. Squeaky toy Barbie.
That's me.
Okay, that's you. Okay. Is sweet. Oh.
Sweet Brian to pick a bear for the debate. Is Sweet Brian to pick? She'd pick a man.
Wait,
what?
What?
Sweet Brian to pick a bear. Pick a bear for the debate. Okay. She'd pick a man. Okay. So, do you guys? So a bisexual bear with STDs or a grizzly?
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, the bear.
The bear's bi.
Bear, though, right? No, well, he put bear in quotes, so that's
like a man.
So you got to tell her to speak into.
Oh, you're talking about like the gay men we were talking about earlier that are considered.
Yeah, you're talking
bears.
when he said
bisexual, so they're also interested in women. That's what he meant by that.
Oh,
but he's referring to a human, not an actual bear.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure I'm understanding that correct.
All right, thank you, David.
Would you guys rather be on the whatever podcast with men you don't know or a bear?
I want to be on a podcast with a bear. That'd be quite interesting.
You'd rather be on it with a bear?
What the hell?
That was scarier than a bear.
Okay.
Okay. We have Nickelodeon.
Perpetrators of SA, 59% were acquaintances, 34% were family members, and 7% were strangers. Why do you expect saving in the city, but assume that men will join in the assault in the woods?
Yeah, we
right. To extrapolate on this, he's saying also
acquaintances.
The reason that we know this is because that 7% by strangers are reported, and there's evidence and things like this. That's why we're able to get those numbers so firmed up. Whereas these other ones are often anecdotal and things like this. So it's an astute observation from that chatter.
All right. Also, what happened to the British?
Oh, I forgot.
I miss it. All right, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drops a follow, drops a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drops a follow and the Prime sub if you have one. Thank you, guys. We are going to pull up Stifler really quick. Stifler, ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. We'll start with you, and we'll go around the table. Go ahead.
My own looks?
Yeah, your own looks on a scale of 1 to 10.
6.9. Don't do that.
What about you?
I think on a good day, like 8 or 9. On a bad day,
One
like
sec.
a 3.
AB check. Thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. Sorry, repeat.
Like on a good day, like an 8 or 9, but on a bad day, like a 3.
What are you right now?
We'll say a 7 today.
Okay.
10.
10. Okay. Can you scoot your mic to the edge of the table, please?
Oh, yeah.
7.
I'm a 7 today.
I say 5.5.
7-8.
Okay, we'll come back to the
Killer
same
of
thing
Cereal donated $200. Women don't want to run into a man currently hiding a body in the woods, but would only want to be in the woods with a Care Bear. Got it. Would you get into a zoo enclosure full of bears or men?
That's a good,
Zoo.
Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, going around the table. Would you rather get into a zoo enclosure full of bears or men?
Men.
Men.
I assume there would be people there at a zoo, so men.
Oh, okay.
Men.
Oh, me. Almost always going to be man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. Thank you, Killa of Cereal. Appreciate it. It's a good argument. So unfortunately, the thing is that the table's not really leaning very much towards bear to begin with. I think these would be much more compelling arguments if there was actually a bit more of a majority on the bear side of this argument. So
Like the last show?
We could, we can still argue for argument's sake. But.
So let's see here. Where were we? Oh, the rating thing. So you're a 10.
Yeah, I explained this last time. You want me to explain it again?
What was the explanation on that?
So because I make my living off my looks, as long as I'm making my... This is kind of how, in my mind, I relate to my own physical appearance and attractiveness. To enough people, I'm a 10 out of 10 that I'm making plenty of money. So, you know, and beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
How do you know that you're a 10 out of 10 for them?
Because they tell me all the time. My fans freaking love me.
Couldn't they just be trying to flatter you?
I guess. I mean, they can be rude to me, too. I'll still, you know, do my thing.
Okay.
What if they were rude to you and didn't send you money?
Well, then they'll get blocked. Then they're not a fan.
Right.
They're a troll.
Is there anything about your looks that you would change?
Hang on, we didn't even answer the question. What?
No.
What? I did answer it. Oh, you didn't answer it, Brian?
No, we
them
didn't
too.
answer.
Oh.
I'm just gonna. I mean, we can, but I give myself a 5. Go ahead, Andrew.
Would I change anything about myself?
Okay, so, well, hang on, calm down. Now it's my turn. So I'm gonna, you know what? I'll answer this. I'm gonna try to use your voice to answer this.
Okay.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Hi, everybody. I think that I'm a 4, huh? I think it's great that I'm a 4.
You're
I don't
so
even
good
take
at that.
steroids or shave my arms, huh?
Sounds like Elmo.
That was good.
Did we
10
get
out
it?
of 10 impression.
If you ever need a new job, you would be perfect for Disneyland.
Yeah.
Can you actually try to can you try to speak normally? Like, how's that sound? Can we hear that?
Well, this is how I speak normally.
No, but like try to like adjust your voice. So like, for example, I could go high pitch, I could go low pitch. So I think lower the pitch a bit.
Okay, hold on. Let me kind of like get into it. It's really hard for me to talk low. I guess this is kind of as low as I can talk, and it's uncomfortable. You can probably hear my voice is like
that sounds
straining.
A bit more usual,
no, this is like not.
I feel like it just sounds like she's almost whispering a little bit, but it sounds the same.
Okay. Good shit.
I feel a lot more comfortable and a lot more like support behind my voice.
Question for you.
I'm comfortable.
Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years than you do now?
To some people I will be, and to some people I won't be. I think to myself I will be. I think like...
All things being equal, do you think you'll be more physically attractive in 10 years?
To myself? Possibly, yeah. I think, like...
Even with the whole aging thing?
Yeah. Well, I'll be 34. Aging. I mean, I'll obviously be a decade older. When I'm 44, I'm going to be a hot-ass MILF. It's going to be awesome.
I took some MILF.
Okay.
So you're going to have babies?
I'll be a MILF in spirit.
Okay. I don't even want to. A little delusional.
I'll wear that like a badge of honor.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, you can't fix them all, right? All right. Did we go to Twitch? Did we go to Twitch?
Yeah, we did.
Okay. Let's get into some of the pre-show notes here. We got to get into... Oh, wait. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to drop it. All right, guys. We're getting into the semi-chaos section of the show here in just a moment. In a few moments, not until I really tell you, we're going to be lowering the TTS to 69. It's going to be absolute fucking chaos. So, hold on, boys. All right, it should be boom. I'm going to hide that. And then boom. All right, boys. If you want, TTS has been lowered. $69 TTS. Rest of the show. Does anybody here have any disagreements with either, maybe you've seen the show, maybe you've seen Andrew, clips from Andrew, any disagreements with either Andrew or myself on any topics you've maybe heard, for those of you who've seen the show?
I think I've heard you say that you're okay with abortion. You're okay with abortion if under the circumstances of someone's been essayed. I don't agree with that.
Hold on. I don't think I've actually even really made that argument. I think, I don't think I've ever even made that argument.
No. So to clarify this point, he has granted the argument that even if true, for the purpose of moving the conversation forward, because most abortions do not occur as a result of SA, almost none of them do, in fact. So I've heard Brian grant the argument, but I've never heard him actually state that as one of his positions.
Wait, so you're not in favor of that in the event of an essay?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not really inclined to have an abortion argument right now, but I've not actually said that. Any other disagreements, though, from anybody?
You're looking at me like I'm so disagreeable.
I don't know.
I haven't watched enough of the show. I'm sorry.
I don't know. Come on, Demi. Demi? Is it Demi or Demi?
Demi.
Demi?
But you can call me whatever you want.
Oh, God.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Okay. That was interesting. What's that? You do a lot of the... You said you've been single for 4 months, and this is like the longest period of time you've been single.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any correlation with like you doing all this, like the ahigao? The ahigao? Ahigao?
Ahigao?
Ahigao?
Yeah. To do with my dating life? Do you want me to do it right now?
Question is that?
Oh, you don't gotta do...
Oh. I thought that's what you were telling me to do.
Not with the spit. Ew.
It's in the thumbnail.
Gross.
God, you're spitting out of your mouth, moron.
Does that have to
You said
do
I could
with...
call you whatever you want.
That's fucking disgusting.
You guys are offended that she just did that, but you put it in the thumbnail.
No, I'm not offended. I don't give a fuck.
No, I'm offended.
Oh,
Andrew's
I'm so
offended.
sorry.
Andrew's deeply hurt.
Wait, I have a question.
What's
I
that?
have a question.
Go ahead.
Why are there two different pictures of me in the thumbnail that look completely different? Like, one of them is when I like Photoshopped my face like to out of proportion 5 years ago, and then one of them is more current. I was just confused. Did someone think they were two different
You had
people?
good photos.
Because I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't blame you if you thought it was two different girls.
I don't even recognize one of them, but I've known her like.
I just wanted to.
Oh yeah, we did a deep dive. We did the deep dive into the Instagram. Yeah, shit. Got to go far down to find the good photos. You know what I mean?
It's a very scary photo of me.
What, the one with the beanie?
Yeah.
That's a good photo.
No, you look cute.
Honestly,
Is it just over photoshopped? It doesn't look like you.
I gotta be honest. I'm partial to the dark hair. I think the dark hair is a good look.
Thanks.
But we're also confused. You said you had like a glow up, right?
Yeah.
But come on, I mean, you were always glowed up.
You're always glowing.
Someone farted, Nick? Nick just, I was posting something in the chat and Nick just also wrote someone farted at the same time. Is it a smell?
Freeholero_in_Britain donated $69. Mena da do dee do two, mena dee do do two, mena da do dee do two, mena dee do do two, mena da do dee do two, mena dee do do two.
You know
You're
what?
welcome.
This is actually a really good quality in a woman. A really good quality in a woman who's easily amused. Great quality. Great quality to have in a woman.
Okay, amused in what way though? Because like I just thought that was funny. I'm not easily impressed. I thought
it's like
that's different, right?
Full-blown laughter over the most like pretty tame.
That's
it's
really
good.
hilarious to me.
No, it's good.
What's your sense of humor?
Yeah, maybe it's because I was an only child.
Doobie doobie. Nicole Never donated $69. First time donating.
Oh,
love
thank
the
you, Nicole.
podcast.
Thank you, Nicole.
Andrew keeping it real.
Oh.
Nice to see him on the podcast.
Oh, yes, we'll come back to the
BTW,
bow.
I would bow for Brian all day, every day.
Hey, thank you, Nicole Nava, for supporting whatever. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I like your name, Nicole.
Appreciate it. So really quick, actually, I want to maybe, let's do the bow. Ladies, would you bow for, let me show you the video first, then we'll see where you guys are at. All right, let's see this. This is like ideal. Boom! Did you guys see the fucking technique on that
What'd
shit?
you pick up?
God damn, she's well practiced.
A sock.
She's got, I think it was a shoe. And look, you know, she's getting the dirty laundry. The dinner is ready. I'm coming home to my penthouse apartment.
Is this a POV?
Yeah, look at this apartment.
After a long day at the podcast, she's got my noodles ready. I don't like the tomatoes. I had to, you know, I had to rebuke her for the fucking tomatoes. What are those? Are those even tomatoes? I don't know. One more time. Look at this bow. Boom. Look at the depth. Holy shit, she's on fire.
It's almost a full 90
She is on fire. So going around the table, would you bow for your boyfriend, husband, whatever?
If I lived in a country where bowing was traditionally
No. You're in Alabama.
Okay, no.
You're in the deep south, and your boyfriend, who's never even watched anime before, he's like,
yeah, but
Natalia.
you realize that's a sign of respect in Japan to bow.
It's also a sign of respect in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, my dear. So here's what's going to happen, Natalia.
But I mean, what about submission? Don't you bow your head to God?
Precisely.
That's a good point.
Now you're in
and aren't you supposed to, if you're submitting, submit unto your husband as you do unto the Lord, and do you not bow your head when you pray?
I guess that's a good point. I mean,
so then you would bow.
It doesn't matter to me either way. So yeah, me bowing doesn't make me feel lesser than my husband. If it's a sign of respect,
hit him with a bow. After is he? You should go.
Listen,
home.
I curtsy.
Can we see a curtsy?
I
can
do
you
it
show us
all.
a curtsy right now? Let me see your technique. Let's see this.
Pull that imaginary skirt out.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow, you are
Wait, where's she
tall.
going?
She's going to the middle.
Oh.
There it is.
Wow, very nice.
Good
Wow.
job.
Beautiful.
That was very graceful.
She actually came in with a ukulele.
She's gone.
She's going to do a bow to her husband. Okay, what about you? Would you bow to your... She's coming back, don't worry, guys. Would you bow?
If it was that meaningful to him, yeah, but I do think there's other ways that I could show respect.
Can you tell us your boyfriend's name, or is it kind of
His
on
name's
the
Will.
DL? Yo, Will, what's up, dude? You watching this shit? Listen, bro, you got a submissive girlfriend right here. You got to ask her for a bow, man. Ask for a bow. I'm just saying. Give it a shot. Try it out. Okay. So you would do it.
Like,
you would do the bow.
If it was coming from a sincere place and it was that meaningful to him, then yeah. But I also think that there's other additional ways to show respect.
Various crazy people donated $69. I'd call her loud, annoying, insufferable, figure like a 12-year-old boy. No one would essay her in the woods.
Hello.
Thank you, various
Is that at me?
crazy people.
Crazy people.
Sorry.
Andrew Tate just joined the panel.
Wow.
Okay. No response? Okay, cool. So would you bow to your...
I'm going to say something vulgar.
You wouldn't bow?
There's only one position I would bow my head.
Oh.
That's fucking disgusting.
Just kidding. Oh.
David Tuzechiak donated $100.
Treziak. Get it
Lol
right,
cereal.
TTS guy.
Intensive care bear or man in a haunted house. Or Charmint oilet paper bear or man in restroom. 20 logical fallacies. Andrew, what's your favorite? I meant squeakers was nice to Brian.
I think she, Demi kind of, has a crush on me, to be honest.
A little bit.
I think she secretly wants me.
Oh. Is the feelings reciprocated?
No.
No.
Okay.
I love you like you're my Caucasian.
Oh, yeah.
You're my Caucasian.
I'm cool with that.
Andrew, which is your favorite logical fallacy?
Well, I mean, you have to at least make some kind of coherent argument for me to point out a fallacy, honestly.
Okay.
Or at least something that I can understand. Most of it's just, honestly, it's just gibberish.
Wait, Nick, there's actually...
I try to filter it through, but I'm like, so what I always try to do, I always try to steel man a position so I understand that I get what you're saying correct before I respond to it. But yeah, just not much coherency at all. So.
Nick, on the bookmark bar, I think there's actually something to do with fallacies. Do you see it?
Is it podcast?
No, I think it's actually on the bookmarks bar. Huh? It could be on web. Check the web one.
Yeah. Oh, web.
Do you see it? The
Yeah, I see it.
20. Yeah, pull it up. Get it. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Jovan, dude, it's through. You got to do it through TTS, brother. Or sorry, through streamlabs.com/whatever. Otherwise, it won't come through as TTS. We'll read it though. Go ahead. Make it bigger. Make it bigger. Yeah, that's good. What are just hover over. There, you got the straw man there. Start at the top, very top. Nope. You got a mouse. Scroll up.
Oh, gotcha.
Nope. Scroll up. Yep. Okay, you got straw man. What's the next one? You don't got false caught. Next one. Appeal. No. You got the slippery slope. Ad hom. Tu quoque. Personal incredulity. Special pleading. I like the. Wait. Hold on. I have this in my memory. I think it's the fallacy of relative privation.
What is that?
That's it's appeal to a larger problem. So basically, we shouldn't talk about this perceived smaller problem because somewhere else in the world, there's starving children in Africa.
Okay, so that's when people comment on but what about Palestine?
Right.
I know that your mom
Brian,
just died,
exactly.
but what about Palestine?
Brian, why were you concerned with body count when there's a conflict in the Middle East right now? That would be, I believe, the fallacy of relative privation. had that shit. Okay, anyways.
That's a good one.
Would you bow?
I would bark like a dog if he told me to.
Ooh.
I'm very submissive. I'll do whatever daddy says.
Yes!
I did it.
That's awesome!
What?
Yeah.
You barked? For Frankie?
Oh no. I bowed, but I don't think he got it.
You hit him with a bow?
That's really not that crazy.
He like
Well,
I don't
he
think he understood. Like he
I would do a lot
back.
of unspeakable things
He
if I was
bowed back
told to.
because he thought we were gonna play like ninja or something.
He was confused.
Maybe I should retry it.
He could have been confused for another reason.
What?
You know. Like maybe
No, I
he
don't.
just never mind. Okay, anyways. Would you bow?
Yeah, I had a hard time with this at first, and then I did some thinking about it, and I was like, oh, yeah, that makes sense, and that's the level of submissive that we should be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if we were dating, it was like third date or whatever, I was like, can I see a bow? Would you do it?
Oh God, that's so difficult.
Third date.
Third date.
Why are you against it?
Why am I against it?
I'm asking on the first date. I was being
Wait,
generous.
I have a genuine question.
What's that?
What
you got?
I guess like the question would be, what is it that you're seeking that the bow gives you? Is it just a reminder of submission? Is it a reminder of respect in that moment? Is it a ritual that you're relying on? Because then if it's a ritual, that isn't even necessarily like...
It's done out of habit.
Yeah, like it's...
Is this meaning?
Yeah, I guess...
Honestly, she doesn't even have to hit it. She just has to be willing to do it. Like, I'm not just like, if I'm hanging out with a chick, she doesn't have to be hitting that every time we're hanging out. She has to be willing to, though.
I think it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I think what she's coming from is kind of like what you're.
And it's also mostly it's honestly mostly to just like trigger the feminists on the podcast.
It's an action of submission, an action of respect. But I think there's so many other actions that show that. It's like if my husband were to ask me, "Will you bow?" I would say, "Okay,
oh, you
sure,
think all I want is a bow?
Whatever you want." But also,
no, it's like,
bro,
look at all these.
I'm
other
high
things.
maintenance. I am high maintenance. I need way more than the bow. Let's talk. She's got to do the laundry. She's got to come over first date. Boom. Laundry. Can you fold it for me? You know, immediately. Immediate stuff. Yeah,
I'll do it.
I don't trust her with that.
Oh, okay.
I'll just do DoorDash.
I think a lot of women don't. They have the response against the bow because it like there's something in them that feels resistant because they think it's making themselves lesser than. But honestly, like if you know your identity and you're truly confident if you're confident in yourself and then you know your place like in a marriage and submission, then that
is the place of humbleness is lesser than.
Oh.
Humbleness is to state, right, that you feel lesser than whatever this thing is which is in front of you. That is what humility is. You don't go to somebody who's great at something and be humble to them because you think you're better than they are, right? That would be absurd.
I disagree completely.
Lesser than in what way?
And
let's get into it then. Who do you go to who is super talented that you have humility towards because you think that you're better than they are? Don't you think that you're lesser to them in some regard? Doesn't mean I'm saying that you're lesser don't equivocate and say, but I'm lesser as a human being. That's not what I'm saying.
Jessica donated $69. We get it, Brian. You want a woman to submit to you, just become a passport bro already. Gosh, and go to Thailand for the lady boys.
Hold on.
But that's what that's what humility is. If you're being humble in front of God,
listen up, Jessica.
You're on par with God.
Listen up, Jessica. I'm finding the bow. I found the bow. The bow is just fine in the United States. Okay, I'm doing good. I'm doing fine. Okay.
Jesus was a humble man.
Jesus said, the Bible said, well, Jesus' words are the greatest among you will be the least of you. So it's like, if you really want to be the greatest amongst your peers or amongst your group, you would be the one to serve them and you lower yourself. That is humility. That is being humble. And it's not me saying, I think I'm above my husband because I submit to him.
Lesser than. If you're humble in front of God, is it because you think that you're on par with God?
Could you repeat that?
If you're humble to God, is it because you think you're on par with God, or you think you're lesser?
I'm a
than
child of God. I am seated.
That's not my question. I didn't ask you to redefine it. I asked you a specific question. The specific question again is: you humble yourself in front of God. Is that because you think you're on par with God or lesser than God?
On par. What does that mean? Like at the same level?
Equal.
Yeah.
Equal with God? No, I don't believe
But her
So you
husband
would
isn't
think-
God.
So
either.
you would consider yourself lesser than God?
Yeah, I would.
And so you need to have humility, right?
Yeah.
And so back to Ephesians says you would have to respect your husband, not respect but submit to
Silky
your
Draws
husband unto the
donated
same way you respect.
$69. How to catch a polar bear. First you cut a hole in the ice. Then you grab a can of peas and sprinkle them around the hole. When a polar bear bends down to eat the peas, you kick him in the ice hole.
What kind of Looney Tunes nonsense is that? I don't think that works.
But yeah, back to this. Back to Ephesians, it says submit to your husband as you would submit unto the Lord. So if you're submitting unto the Lord, and that form of submission is I'm lesser than you, that's why I'm humble, then wouldn't the same thing apply to your husband?
Her husband isn't God, though.
I see what you're trying to say, and I think you're putting the husband in God's position, and even though
what does submit to him the same way that you would unto the Lord mean to you?
It means that, well, I mean, I guess everyone has to define what they believe submission is. Submission.
Now, what does that mean? I'm not asking what you think submission is. I think I know what you think submission is. I'm asking you, what does it mean that you're supposed to submit to your husband as you would unto the Lord? What does that mean?
I think that
Jovan Valencia donated $69. Christ is King. Great work, Andrew, fighting on the front line. God bless you and your family. To the ladies, you should acknowledge a bit more when points are proven, giving other ladies inspiration.
Thank you, Jovan.
Okay.
I think the best answer I can give you, because I don't fully understand your question, I guess.
Ephesians 22, wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands as unto the Lord. If you're telling me that submission unto the Lord and humbleness unto the Lord means that you think you're lesser than him, then wouldn't it mean the same thing to your husband?
Sure.
Yeah, that's the question.
But lesser than.
When you say that you're humble to your husband, you are making the admission that you're lesser than. That's what humbleness is. I'm lesser than you in some regard.
But lesser than in what way? Because lesser
well,
than
we're not
doesn't
talking
mean
about lesser than as far as your humanity.
That doesn't mean
you're
less valuable.
You're not a lesser human.
That doesn't.
No, I'm answering your question. Hang on. Let me answer the question. I'm not saying that you're lesser than in the form of humanity. You still have the same kinds of moral givings that you would give to any human being. But that doesn't mean you're making the acknowledgement that he's the head. If he's the head and you're the body, then you operate and roll lesser than him.
Yeah. So, I mean, lesser than isn't something that I'm afraid of. I'm not afraid of being lesser than, because I think what you're trying to say is just that, like, he's the one that makes more decisions, operates, is the head, the leader, whatever you want to call it. Like, more than, I feel like that's just, I guess you're just using terminology that's polarizing, but yeah.
No, it's not polarizing. I'm using terminology which is within the purview of the Orthodox Church, which is the original Church of Christ.
When you say lesser than, like in what way? In value?
No, he said.
In many ways in value, yes.
Yeah,
but not in moral value, but perhaps material value, and also perhaps your role in regards to your children. You have a lesser role than your husband, and that's why the humility is there. The humility is there because you know that he has a greater duty than you do, which is why you have the expectation in Christian role, he takes the bullet. That's why he gets the big piece of chicken and you have to fucking bow. That's why, right? Isn't that the whole point?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Am I wrong from your purview?
Are you asking me? To be honest, I don't know, because I haven't studied that, so I can't really speak on that. But if that's your,
you haven't studied Ephesians and you're a submissive Christian wife, really?
I haven't studied it and had that revelation personally. So if that's your revelation that you've gotten from that, then that's fine. But for me, I don't view myself as lesser than, I guess, than my husband, because lesser than I see,
wait, it needs to be revealed to you?
Yeah, if it
And
if it
how are
can be
things
revealed to me
divinely revealed to you?
in a way where I hear it from God and not in a podcast where, you know.
And how do you clarify if it's coming from God or not?
How do I clarify?
Yeah, like for instance, how do you know it's not Satan talking to you? Would you maybe go to verify
that's
the Bible?
discernment, and if you have the Holy Spirit.
Well, wait a second. Wouldn't you go to the Bible to make a verification too?
Well, I truly believe that the devil knows the Bible more than we do. He knows the Bible. He quotes the Bible all the time. So to say that the devil wouldn't speak to you through Scripture, it's happened to me before.
Listen, I don't disagree that's true, but I'm asking you, how do you verify these things? If you have no ecclesiastical authority you appeal to, and you have the Bible you don't appeal to, how do you know that it's God talking to you?
Usually I just check with my spirit, but if I have to go even further than that, I'll run it by a leader in the church. Sometimes I'll even ask my pastor if this aligns with Scripture, because I'm still learning. I don't know.
So what happens if
I don't
you
know
think God's
everything.
talking? So what happens if you think that God's talking to you and you go to your pastor and he tells you, no, the voice you're hearing is wrong. That's not what you should be doing.
Well, a good
do you
pastor,
adhere to the pastor, or do you... Hang on, let me finish the question.
Okay.
Then I'll let you respond.
Sorry.
Do you adhere to the pastor, or do you adhere to your own internalization of whatever this voice is?
Well, let me be honest with you. I would go to my husband first before my pastor. So I would go to my husband and I would review this revelation with him. This revelation I would either get through studying Scripture or through sometimes just having visions or dreams or things like that, things of the Spirit.
Yeah, but how do you verify that that's God?
But it's like saying, like, how do you know God is real? Like,
no, it's not like saying that.
I can't describe it.
I'm asking if you're getting actual divine
Cereal
revelation.
donated $69. Would you rather run into the devil or a bear in the woods?
Yeah, we can get back to these. I'm sure Brian will read them all off, but I'm sorry, I'm not quite ready to let you escape the question.
That's okay.
So tell me, how do you verify?
Ability.
How do you create a verification that this is actually the voice of God? How do you know?
How do I know?
Mm-hmm.
Because it'll bring you peace. It won't bring you anxiety.
Well, the devil can bring you peace and non-anxiety as well. So how do you know?
How did the people who wrote the Bible know that it was God's words that
Well, this is a $400 million question. I have the answer, but before I get into it, I'd like to have the answer from her as to the question I asked.
Well, I just check with my spirit and see if the revelation or the words that I'm getting are giving me the feeling of peace and comfort, because ultimately that's the feeling that comes from the Father. Truth is going to ultimately give your spirit peace.
So wouldn't that make you the ultimate arbiter of God's word then? Because after all, he can just give you revelation, and if you check with your spirit, it's verified that way. Could anybody convince you different? Aren't you the ultimate arbiter then of God's word?
No, because my conscience is very personal to me, and the conscience is a huge part of this argument, because the conscience is, that is a very individual thing on an individual level. So like what the Lord puts on my conscience or convicts me of could be very different from your convictions.
Well, then let's put this to the test and find out if this is true.
Okay.
Let us assume for a moment that a vote is coming up, okay? And you have one of these revelatory dreams where you feel, and you've checked with your spirit, that God has told you to vote for X political candidate. And your husband goes to you and he says, no, you need to vote for this political candidate instead. What do you do?
I would listen to my husband over my own dreams.
So then you're saying then that this divine revelation that you get, you're not actually sure it comes from God.
Like I said, I would check it with my husband. If it was trying to call me into some sort of action, like making a decision or something like that, then yes.
Yeah, so
I would check it with my husband.
Yeah, so this is really weird then. I don't understand. So is your husband the ultimate arbiter of God's word, or is the revelation which you feel like you've received from God the ultimate?
Since I've been married, yes.
Your husband's the ultimate arbiter of God's word to you?
Yeah, I guess I haven't even really realized it until now, but yes.
So then what authority does he appeal to? Like, how do you know your husband's giving you God's word?
Because I just have faith that he is.
Because you just have faith?
Yeah. I just have faith. At some point, like, you just have to have faith. Like faith is what you hope for. It's what you hope to be true. And also, honestly, like it's the reason why our marriage works so well is because like I have so much faith in him. And
you should look into orthodoxy. It'd be good for both of you, because this is I mean, you can see how incoherent this is, right? This is why Protestantism is an atheist factory. So you claim that you have divine revelation, but you can't verify it. And then you say, no, I can verify it, but just with my husband. But how do you know that your husband's giving you actual divine revelation? You say, because you just have faith that he does. That doesn't seem circular to you and kind of insane, just a little bit?
Okay, so what makes like someone worthy of interpreting God's word then, if not me?
You don't interpret it. You just read
Well,
it.
you don't. Well, wait a second. You don't interpret it, right? You just said that you have divine revelation, have to check with your husband and know if it's true. So he's the interpreter.
What I'm saying is, what is the alternative? So you're talking about orthodox.
The alternative is an ecclesiastical
Just
authority,
Gerald
which has
donated
apostolic succession.
$69. Okay, I've purchased the books. Any other recommendations for $69? A paltry sum, I know, but perhaps it's enough for a sci-fi title. Sorry for the pause. Keep cooking, sir.
Yeah, so I go for Ender's Game, man. And you know what? Go for Ender's Shadow. That's even better than Ender's Game. Do Ender's Shadow if you want a good sci-fi recommendation. You can also do, I don't remember what it's called. I think it's called Red, but it's a really good one too. So I don't remember exactly where we were. Oh yeah, we were talking about Revelation, how you confirm which revelation is correct and which one is not correct. And I was just kind of explaining to you that you should try to think of this as a circle, and a circular argument, so you can know if it's coherent or not. But if you make the claim, I get divine revelation directly from God, but the way I verify that I got divine revelation from God is by checking with my husband, then what you've done is put divine revelation to your husband and say that all of your divine revelation comes from him, right? So how do you verify that that's true? That's the question.
I guess, yeah, I don't really know. So are you saying that you need to have like a system of authority in place with the church? Is that what you're suggesting?
You have to have an ecclesiastical authority, or it doesn't make any sense.
Because like if, let's just say it was a circumstance where I felt like my husband and we needed to check, something that we felt like God was telling us, we would run it through our pastor or through our church, because we are involved.
Where does he get his authority?
The pastors?
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, that's like the big question, right? It's like,
that's the question I'm asking you. That is the big question.
You keep going back to the Ecclesiastes submission to your
ecclesiastical authority. Yeah.
So submission to your husband, and she's saying that that's what she does, but then you're also saying that that's wrong. But you're also pointing towards the argument. So I guess
I haven't even said anything is wrong. I just explained there's a circular argument.
Well, you're telling. Okay. Well, so
shall we move it on?
Yeah, we can. Okay. But I was just saying that it's a circular argument that you should look at. I would look into orthodoxy, honestly. Because you seem bright, right? Like you can see the problem here. I'm sure if your husband watches later, he'll see the problem too.
The problem, but it's you're not.
So who are you suggesting that my husband be submitted to?
What, the church?
But just the Orthodox Church. So where does the Orthodox Church get their authority versus a regular non-denominational church?
Through apostolic succession. So they can trace the lineage back of all the bishops to the original apostles of Jesus Christ, and they have an unchanging sacramental chain. That's how you know and you can verify what is true and what is not. It's something which doesn't exist in Protestantism, which was only invented 400 years ago.
Well, it sounds like you know more about church history than I do, but I personally disagree with you. I personally disagree with you because I think anyone that's received the Holy Spirit can be a child of God and have the authority to walk in.
Well, that's strange. So what happens if two people who claim that they have the Holy Spirit disagree on what Scripture says? Which one should I go with as the observer?
Whichever feels right to your conscience, and you might disagree with me, but
so then it's just really the majority of people who say X. That means that X is true, right?
Well, don't you take the authority to the Bible, to the Word of God?
No, because the Bible was written by the church. Jesus didn't come to give us the Bible. He came to give us the church. That's what he came to give us, and that's what he gave us. The church wrote the Bible.
Jesus followed the Bible
the church
also.
wrote the Bible.
Jesus followed the Bible. Is that so?
The Old Testament. Yeah. You would quote scriptures.
No. Listen, they were talking about the New Testament. No, Jesus didn't follow the New Testament. This was most of the New Testament is written by apostles in their letters, and the church put all of that together.
The church, the church put the Bible together. But you're saying that the church wrote the Bible?
Well, no, I didn't say that. I said they put it together. How is it that you think that they worshiped before there was a Bible? You realize that there were Christians long before there was a Bible, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So what did they do?
Well, they had a system in place where they would go to the temple and offer their sacrifices and go to the priest.
I do have to move it along, folks. Okay. I do have to move it along. Going back to
Thanks for your tidbit. But I disagree with you completely.
Yeah, I know. But when put to the question as to what happens if two of these people disagree and they're both filled with the Holy Spirit, which one do we go with? You just say whatever the majority of people think. That's not really that. I mean, that's literally an argument at populace, an appealed majority.
That's not what she said. Boom.
I guess it's up to interpretation at that point.
I do want to just respond to some of the messages here. I do need to re-trigger one since we kind of overlooked it. To Gerald, just Gerald, you're asking for book recommendations. I must certainly co-sign Andrew's recommendation of Ender's Game. Did you also recommend, was it Ender's Shadow too?
Ender's Shadow is actually quite good. It's better. It's from the perspective of Bean instead of Ender's.
Yes, Bean. I'd also like you should continue though on the Ender's Game. So I believe there's after that there's Xenocide, Speaker of the Dead,
Speaker of the Dead,
Children of the Mind, if I recall. Yeah. I read these 10, 20 years ago. Absolutely
they were just as good then.
Fantastic recommendation from Andrew. I think the film adaptation of Ender's Game though was an absolute catastrophe. Total catastrophe. But Ender's Game, fantastic book. You could also consider A Wizard of Earthsea. It's not bad.
Yeah, look at the other one I've been reading lately, the Red Rising series. I would take a look at that. It's quite good. It was recommended to me by a chatter named Peacecraft, and he didn't steer me wrong. It's an excellent book series in the sci-fi genre.
And then we had this one.
Killer of Cereal donated $69. Would you rather run into the devil or a bear in the woods?
So we'll ask it. Which one?
The devil.
Really? Why?
What?
Oh.
What?
Wait, what?
Because you're not afraid because you're safe?
I'd beat his ass.
Oh, okay.
Okay, the devil, I guess.
You'd rather run into the devil?
I am the devil.
Oh my gosh, do not even say that.
Did you just say that you are the devil?
I meant that in a jokey way.
No.
Sorry, I didn't mean to offend.
Does the devil wear Prada?
The devil does.
Yes, she does.
Maybe the devil for the plot, but otherwise a bear.
I'm going to go with bear.
Excuse me?
Okay.
On this one, I too am going to go with bear.
All right. Cool. And then we do have this one. Natalia, can I have you read this? Thank you.
Christ is King. Great work, Andrew, for fighting on the front line. God bless you and your family. To the ladies, you should acknowledge a bit more when points are proven, giving other ladies inspiration to be strong against this crazy world.
I think we read that one already.
I think so.
It
Did
came
we?
in as a TTS.
Oh, he also sent it as a
I sent
TTS?
that.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Joe, and appreciate that.
Appreciate it. Let's get to some of the pre-show notes here. Got some pre-show notes we got to get through. Yeah, really quick, guys. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. Actually, really quick, on the bullet thing. Last thing on the bullet thing, right?
Oh, God.
Okay.
What's crazy to me is y'all want...
PR Aquatic donated $69. Why do you post on OnlyFans if you're scared of being SA by men?
What?
Wouldn't you more likely to be SA to random men that pay for your content that's online wanting to have sex with you?
Fantastic question.
Why do I have a risky job, essentially? I mean, so many people have risky jobs.
I think
but that's like me saying I'm terrified of falling off of a building and then getting a job as a person who cleans windows on a skyscraper, right?
Can I answer this?
The question is like, if you're really that concerned about it, why would you enter into a job in a field where the risk exponentially becomes higher?
I think I was already being sexualized against my will for free, so now I'm just monetizing it.
Yeah, but that actually makes no sense either, because if you say random men were sexualizing me and I wasn't charging them, I can agree that could be true.
It's like taking back your power.
But the men are benefiting from
You're not poignantly giving those men a target of you specifically just by you like existing. It's true that maybe random men could still look at you and sexualize you in some way, I guess. But you're not giving them a pointed target like your OnlyFans or something like this, which would bring the worst to you.
People were literally uploading my YouTube videos to Pornhub, and they had millions of views. So, and like they were putting
What were your YouTube videos about?
I was sponsored by Zoffel, and I was trying on bikinis, but they were just clipping the parts where I tried them on. Not the haul.
Sexualization.
But they were uploading moaning of other people in the background, and it had over 1 million views. I had to get taken down. I was like 20 years old. So this is before I had an OnlyFans. Things like that were happening constantly.
Yeah, but it's the same concept.
They made deep fakes of my Instagram photos, nudes that weren't actually me.
It's the same concept applied across the board.
Should women not post photos of themselves online?
Which is hyper-sexualizing of yourself. Yeah. Of course that's going to attract that
I don't disagree with that. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it was happening anyways.
Well, no, that's bullshit. It wasn't happening anyways. What was happening is you were releasing content which highly sexualized yourself and was bringing that crowd in. It wasn't happenstance. You weren't like walking down the street and being targeted. In a sexual way by random strangers who were targeting you. That's insane, right? You were putting out sexual content of yourself.
Who here at this table has posted a bikini pic? Oh yeah. Okay, so we're all asking for it? Because we put sexualized or content that's able to be sexualized online?
When you say asking
there is a risk.
Hang on, I'll answer your question.
Posted that.
Let me just get clarification.
I wanted it.
When you say asking for it, do you mean asking for negative male attention? Yes.
Oh, so women cannot exist online.
So women who put on a bikini and then go online and say, look at me, what they mean is
fucking look at me. That's what they mean.
Not assault me.
Goddamn.
No, I didn't say assault you, but how stupid can you be that you're going to put out sexualized content of yourself and then say, but don't look at me, don't sexualize.
Nobody's
That's
saying
insane.
that.
Of course
I'm
they are.
not putting out sexualized content and saying don't sexualize me.
Yeah, but that's my whole point, is that's going to draw in that crowd of men if you sexualize yourself, put that content out there, whereas ordinarily women do not have to deal with that.
So do you think
if they're not doing that? In other words, women who have Instagrams full of them with sundresses and they don't have any type of sexually provocative content out there, they're not going to be targeted by those same types of men.
You can see
at least not with the same
how many people
frequency.
save your Instagram photos, and even photos where you're wearing a sundress get saved, and we all know what they're doing with those photos.
Yeah, maybe so, but the additional frequency is not going to be there.
We know what Brian's doing
like
with
it
those
would
photos.
with people who are sexually provocative. How could they be?
How could they be?
You don't hear these stories from other women who have these clean Instagrams that creepos are just targeting them nonstop. You just don't hear them. You hear them from mostly OnlyFans girls and women who release sexually provocative photos of themselves. That's where you hear it the most.
I mean...
Fishism?
I hear what you're saying, but I don't really think
moving on. Okay. Let's get into some of the pre-show notes here. We have Noir. Noir? Wait, that's your name, right?
Morgan?
Who's Noir?
Liv Noir?
Oh, that's her Instagram.
That's your Instagram. That's what I have you here. Okay, you said craziest probably being your first relationship. Won't mention that, but he was a drug dealer who's gang affiliated.
Yes.
Wait, is that the one who alpha widowed?
No.
Okay. But you were dating a drug dealer who was...
Yes.
Was it the Italian mafia? Which gang?
I don't know if I should say that, but I was 16 and he was 20, and that ultimately led me down a not so great path because I was basically had a free supply of what he was dealing.
What was he dealing?
Drugs.
Hard stuff.
Yeah, no, really. Drugs? I didn't know. What kind of drugs specifically?
I'll say opioids.
Oh.
Heroin?
Okay. Yeah, heroin.
Was it?
She's trying not to share.
No, I mean...
This is a safe space.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yes. And then my family ended up getting a restraining order against him, so...
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, you had
Damn.
to.
No, I mean, I'm not, like, hurt by it or anything, but it was, like...
Okay.
That sucks.
All right.
Touchy subject, kind of.
You wanted to hit on the career-based topic that gets brought up on why women who... Oh, okay. And we'll skip that one. Oh, actually, well, you maybe really quick. So you're saying how women who specifically do sex work, not finding their career red flag, but they find men who are police officers, military, or in politics, that type of a career is a red flag to them.
Correct.
Did you want to talk more on that? Or?
I mean, I don't know if there's really too much to talk on that. It was just I had noticed on a few of your podcasts previously that had got brought up and that women would say that they didn't view their job as a red flag, but then you would kind of counteract that with asking if they would date those type of men, and they said no, because they found it to be a red flag, and I just find that fairly hypocritical.
Okay. Now, you also...
Wait, I'm sorry, can you say that again? I just want to make sure I got it correct here on my notes.
Which part?
So which part did you find hypocritical?
Basically just the fact that they think what they do wouldn't be considered a red flag to a man wanting to... How do I word it? Like that they don't think their job is a red flag, and that they basically don't understand why men would find it a red flag, but yet they think that men in those jobs are a red flag. I find that hypocritical.
I see. Okay.
You also mentioned anytime you've attempted to use dating apps in the past, it's been a horrible, weird experience. One guy asked me to wax his back the first day.
Maybe he just needed help and didn't have anyone else to go to. I can't reach it.
So tell us the back waxing story first.
Okay, I mean, also there's not too much to deep dive into that one. Basically, met him on Tinder and we planned it was basically like a barbecue at his house with like his roommates and stuff, and that was fine. And then he asked me if I would be willing to wax and pluck his back.
Did you do it?
I did do it.
That's the biggest.
How hairy was he? Was he a bear?
That's a ride or die, bro. Like, I give you props for that. First date, she's in
the trenches.
Did you hang out with him again?
Wait, you waxed his back?
I waxed it and plucked it.
And was that the deal breaker, or was there other shit?
Oh my god.
No, ultimately he really just wasn't my type. He was kind of a meathead.
Oh, so he was jacked.
Yeah, he was like one of those like no-neckers.
Oh. He was a no-necker. Once you go no-neck, you never go.
You know when they're so buff, like they barely have a neck?
It's their like
Back to
trap
gamer hands.
muscles like get like really big and they kind of like connect.
It's just a head coming out of the torso.
Yeah.
So, okay. It's pretty ride or die, though. I mean, she's first date. She's going. If everything else was chill, but the only like kind of odd thing was he wanted you to wax and pluck, like it would have been on, right?
Possibly.
Like that wasn't the deal breaker.
No, that was not the deal breaker.
She's still
for me. I just found it really weird to ask somebody that on a first date.
She's got the confidence.
Did y'all after the wax?
No.
There wasn't any.
No.
Before the wax?
No, not at all, ever.
Okay. All right. That's interesting. Did you, was it like that scene in The 40-Year-Old Virgin where he's laid out on a table and like, or is he like, he was a pro?
No, he was standing up and.
Like he took that shit like a man.
I started with the waxing strips, that you like put on, did that, and then the little strayaways that I didn't get, I plucked out.
Beautiful.
Ladies, would you meet a new guy, you like him, he's good, would you do a little plucking, waxing for him first date?
Sure, why not? If I liked him,
Natalia?
maybe not a random guy on Tinder, but
I would wax his eyebrows.
I'm also a little weird with stuff like that though, because I mean, I wouldn't necessarily do what I'm about to say on a first date, but like when I've dated guys, if they ever have like pimples and stuff like that, I love to pop them.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I dated a girl who had trichotillomania.
Was his name Wes by chance?
What? Huh? Honestly, I don't even remember what his name was. This was a while ago, and I wasn't very avid on dating apps ever. I would like randomly like hop on and I'd be like, yeah, this is why I'm not
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Good times. Okay. And then you also said you dated a guy who was batshit crazy. He started emailing you when you blocked him and then showed up at your work.
Yes. But I mean, we weren't dating either. He was
like you went on one date.
Yeah, we went on one date. And the date was actually pretty good, but I wasn't like really sure if I saw any potential there. And he kept blowing me up like nonstop. And I tried to, as nicely as I could, be like, you are kind of doing too much and it's kind of turning me off. And then I made a comment because he got really, really mad when I said that, like, you don't know who you're fucking with, like I can ruin your whole life. And I was like, dude, you're 35, like act your age. He's like, oh, now you want to throw low blows? I'm like, I guess if you're offended by being called your age. And then I ended up ultimately blocking him because he would not leave me alone. And he knew where I was working at the time because that had got brought up. So he ended up showing up and had to be escorted out.
Good times. Good times.
He was also a meathead.
Okay. Moving on to our dear friend.
You say he was a narcissist?
Ben donated $69. I'm sorry, Andrew, but I believe you have the wrong view of Protestants. I'm a Baptist, and my absolute authority lies with Christ alone and the millions of manuscripts. I believe orthodoxy is wrong.
Quick response to this, if you can.
Come debate me on it. So that aside, or debate with Jay Dyer and many of the great ortho apologists who are out there. But that aside, would you consider this guy you were with a narcissist?
Oh, the second guy?
Yeah.
No, not necessarily.
Killer of Cereal donated $69. Can you wax a bear silhouette on my back? Then maybe in the morning, make some bear-shaped pancakes. We can paint wilderness views with bear families or tell fairy tales of Goldilocks by the fire.
I would absolutely do that, and I would even fold your laundry in a bear-shaped basket.
And then bow.
and then bow.
Nice. Very nice. Moving on to our good friend here, Natalia. It's Natalia, right?
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right. So you said in your pre-show notes here. Well, let's see. By the way, like you're pretty big on YouTube. Like you have a really big YouTube channel, 2.2 million subscribers.
Wow.
Well, congratulations for. Okay, no, never mind. So, but you kind of stopped, right? A little bit on the YouTube thing.
I still upload, but it's not what I focus on anymore.
It's not your main thing. Not your main thing anymore.
I do it for fun here and there.
Funsies.
What kind of videos do you post? Like, is it
today?
Like
I do
related?
mostly vlogs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good shit. Good shit. Now, in your pre-show notes, you said that I was an addict. My husband was a drug dealer until we found God.
Yep. That's
kind
true.
of like the similar.
Only mine didn't find God. He found prison.
Oh, wait.
What kind of addiction?
So I was addicted to weed, cocaine, Molly, and hallucinogens. So I was doing all sorts of hallucinogens. I'm very open about it. I've talked about it on my YouTube channel even. Just to be clear, my husband, when he was dealing, we weren't together. So we both, basically, he got arrested and I actually, separately that happened. So he got arrested. I went into a psychosis because of all the hallucinogens that I did. So I was in a full-blown psychosis for over a year. And
What is this, when you say psychosis, do you mean you were locked up in like a mental institution?
No, I was barely functioning, but thankfully my family helped me, and I was working part-time and doing the best that I could, and I actually had I actually had like a boss that I had to stop YouTube basically because I couldn't even remember how to work my camera because it got so bad. I couldn't edit my videos anymore. I couldn't work my camera. I couldn't function. I couldn't make proper sentences. My family let me move back in with them, and they basically like helped me. I was going to really intense therapy. And so I started working part-time at this clothing store, just folding clothes. And so I went from being like really big on YouTube to like literally psychosis, working part-time at the mall, like folding clothes. And I could barely do that without having a mental breakdown.
So I'm just, if you don't mind if I ask a few questions here. When you say you went into psychosis, was this due to the fact that you were kicking these addictions?
No, it was actually, I entered into this state of psychosis because of the drugs that I did.
You mean you think that the drugs created X amount of damage, and so you were dealing with the damage that the drugs had on you?
Yes.
Okay, so it wasn't recovery from addiction, but you like basically fried your brain with psychedelics is what you're saying essentially?
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah,
and when you were on those psychedelics, did you receive any visions from God?
I'm always hesitant to talk about that just because like yes and no. I want to say like my personal beliefs are that drugs like are bad. You shouldn't do drugs. I don't condone doing drugs, especially things that can change your brain chemistry, especially if you're predisposed to mental illness like I am. Like my father had schizophrenia, so it was just
sure. I agree. Drugs bad. It's terrible.
It was a bad mix, but
yeah. I'm just curious, did you receive messages from God when you were on the psychedelics?
No, not necessarily. I was searching for God while I was doing them.
Gotcha. All right. So I'm not asking the question to be tongue-in-cheek. I'm actually genuinely curious if you think you were receiving messaging when you were on, because there are people who take DMT and things like this, see the DMT elves, right? They see it basically lowers your inhibitions, and so it's often been postulated that the demonic can attack through that, right?
Yeah,
you would agree that
exactly.
That's true.
And I personally am open about this. I believe that all hallucinogens are witchcraft, and I believe that like anything that has to do with that is.
So you were a witch? You were a witch?
Not knowingly, but I was pursuing God through those means because I didn't know any better. I didn't have an open enough heart to like the traditional form of God, which is what we all hear about, because I thought that was just religion. All I knew was the rituals, and all I knew were Christians that had just given God a bad name for me. So I was closed off. I didn't want to pursue that route to truth. I wanted to do something that felt more personal, because that didn't feel personal to me. No Christian ever told me like God loves you and I love you. Like I'd never had that experience.
So you became a basket case. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut off your testimony. I'm just trying to move the conversation because because we have to. So,
but
So you go through, right? You're suffering from this psychosis. Your husband is a drug dealer,
and we didn't start dating yet. So.
Yeah, I understand. But
during the same time. So
this is all unbeknownst to you.
Unbeknownst to me that he was dealing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
because you didn't even know him, right?
So he got arrested, and he actually had multiple felony charges, and he was going through court, and he got hit with.
Wait, tilt your mic down just a bit.
Okay.
Tilt it down. Go ahead.
Yep. So he was facing potential prison time and I don't want to go into detail because I asked him, and he's okay with me sharing this story, but not the details. But yeah, he was facing prison time, and he ended up getting like all of it basically expunged just so he could take this recovery class. It's like a class that's offered in my home state, where it's if it's your first time like with a major offense as an adult and you're facing.
Is that where you met him?
Yeah, I met my husband in high school before we actually started dating in adulthood. So I met him in high school. Yeah.
Okay. So how'd you guys end up linking up after the psychosis and his prison, when
I was in my recovery and he was on probation taking his classes for recovery, that's when we reconnected via social media. We were friends on Facebook, and I remembered back when I met him in high school, and I I was like, oh, he was actually the only guy that was actually nice to me because he brought me flowers in high school and put them on my car and stuff. Aww. So I was like, I'm going to reach out to him and give him a shot, even though he's not really my type. You know, he was going through a lot. And yeah, when we connected and I came over to his house for the very first time, I heard God say, this is your husband.
I'm so glad him not dating donated $69. He's strong, handsome, witty, smart, and PP is veiny and oh so yummy. He brings you back to his place for the first time. Next to his bed. Fully loaded AR-15 with 30 road magazine. Your reaction?
Yo, good to see you in the chat, man. So we'll go around the table on this. Your reaction?
Question mark? I don't even know what that said. I don't even understand what
it says if you were with a stud and he took you back to his place and he happened to have an AR-15 which was there next to his bed, what would your reaction to that be?
First time back to his place.
Leave?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
We'll go around the table. So he's strong, handsome, witty, smart, big PP apparently. Veiny PP, that's what this is what he's saying. He's yummy. Brings you back to his place for the first time, next to his bed, fully loaded AR-15 with 30-round magazine. Your reaction? So you said leave. What about you?
I would think that's a safe home to be in.
Well, that it's like out and loaded, like next to the bed, like that's not good gun safety to just leave it like that. Like,
How do you know?
I have no other problem with
shot
guns.
a gun?
I don't have problems with guns or being with guys who have guns.
Yeah, I know. That's my question. Have you ever even shot a gun?
Have I shot a gun? Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever shot an AR-15?
No.
And how do you know what makes it safe or not safe?
Well, any gun shouldn't just be like loaded like out next to your. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, well, that's where you want them, right? You don't want them next to you. They're not very useful if you can't get at them, right?
You want to get to it quick.
That's true.
I guess I don't want to go downstairs when a burglar is coming in and open up my safe and then pull out try to load it. That's insane, right? Don't I want it loaded next to me?
As long as it's locked and safe, has a lock on it.
Well, why do you want it locked?
Mine doesn't have a lock on it.
Yeah, you don't want to lock. That's
like on the gun. On the gun.
E-lock for a gun.
You can also put a lock on the trigger, I believe.
Yeah, you can, but why would you want a lock around the trigger? Why would you want to have to unlock the gun?
I'm not saying you have to, but like, it can be sitting there and still be technically like locked up, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, but why do you need it locked up is my question.
Hold on, go ahead. You can answer.
Well, I mean, if you're practicing gun safety, if there was like someone that comes into your house, essentially anyone can use the weapon if it's not locked.
Yeah, but so.
Yeah, he don't know me.
It's at night. The gun's next to the bed, right? So he's going to use the gun. He's going to use the gun to defend himself. That's the whole point, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, it's not unsafe to have a gun that's not locked up. A gun can't get up and use itself, right?
The point is that it can still be safe and have a lock on it, I guess is all I'm saying.
I would probably just ask a lot of questions, like are you trained to use this? Like, do you have a license? Like, do you have any criminal charges? Like something like where you shouldn't own a gun, etc.
No, clean. He has a clean criminal record, and he just picked it up at the local Walmart, and he doesn't even know hardly how to use it. But he just has it there, and he thinks it's awesome.
No.
I would definitely make a note of that mentally. I don't know if I'd want to stay the night or anything if I didn't really know him.
Okay, that was for her. Your answer to the original.
Run away so that I don't start sinning.
Wait.
What?
Oh.
Because she finds it attractive.
I think it's a good thing.
She'd fuck him.
No, I wouldn't. I have to run. You're like, no.
I would be more attracted.
I wouldn't mind.
Okay, going back to this really quick, I have a lot of notes I do need to get through here. So just to be clear, so your first date with your now husband, it was 6 years ago? How, 7 years ago?
It's like 7 years ago.
7 years ago. You were battling psychosis, and he was still on probation. So that was the first date. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And let's see,
And I'm fully recovered from my psychosis now. I'm fully functioning in it, and I'm actually like really blessed because a lot of people never recover from drug-induced psychosis. They actually are institutionalized.
Minnesota wise man donated $69. Just tuned in, heard Minnie's MFN voice and puked in mouth. Here's $69 for anyone to pick a fight with her dumbass. I need a good laugh. I'm out of rocks after putting grammar to sleep. 2 hearts, you guys. Hashtag got wolves.
Thank you.
Now that you've recovered from psychosis, are you going to do
Big
YouTube
Sarge
content
207 donated $69. Question for the corn stars. If a EMP shut down the online delivery of corn for an extended period of time beyond your funds, or it was outlawed and enforced, what would your backup plan be?
That's a good question.
You want to go first?
I mean, there's
Wait,
other
hold on.
there's other forms.
Maddie
of...
actually whispered into my ear, just leaned over, whispered into my ear, and she told me she wants to pick a fight with you.
Oh my god.
Do a split, Nick.
You know, I would just never wear what you're wearing.
What?
Okay.
What's wrong with
that?
She's picking a fight.
That blue shirt.
I wouldn't wear what you're wearing.
You're just gonna let her say that to you? I hate the color blue, and it looks terrible on you.
Damn.
Don't let her. It would look worse on you.
Well, sorry, what?
I said it would look worse on you.
Really?
I don't think blue's your color.
Why is there only one strand of pink in your hair?
Because they're cheap ass clip-ins.
I don't want to do this.
Fire back.
You're too sweet.
You're not invited to her birthday party.
You are not invited to my birthday party.
You dumb.
Whoa. What were you about to say to Madysen?
Nothing.
That wasn't me.
What do you mean?
I didn't say that. That was her.
Oh, no, I know.
Oh, were you just trying to like...
No, I can't be mean back to you.
No, I actually
sorry.
like her. She's nice.
I don't know. This guy,
If it was someone I
the guy
didn't
from
like,
Minnesota. The guy from Minnesota.
Minnesota.
He wants somebody to beef with you, I guess. Where's this?
So are you going to make YouTube content again, do you think?
I still do. Yeah. I just, it's not my main source of income anymore.
Hold on. We didn't even, I just to be fair to the TTS or Big Sarge, he did send in question for the corn stars. If an EMP shut down the online delivery of corn for an extended period of time beyond your funds or was outlawed.
I'm so glad I'm not dating donated $69.
We'll come
You're
back
on a
to
hike.
that one.
Fork in the road. 100 yards down each path you see the following. First path. Mom, a grizzly bear with her cutie little cubs. Second path, a man with a hunting rifle. Which path?
Definitely the man.
Here, let's just start over here.
Sorry.
Are we at, so this is the corn question, or is this
No,
question?
the one that just came up.
We're coming back to the corn question.
No, the one that we just heard.
Mama bear and
the high
Mama
corn.
bear or
Mama
hunter
bear.
man?
The man with the rifle.
I think I would turn around and just walk in the direction I came.
Yeah, but you had to choose one.
But he said I was walking down a path and there's a fork in the road.
Yeah, so that would be an indication of 2 choices. So you have these 2 choices. The one is that you can go down the path on the right with the man with the hunting rifle.
Technically,
or
there
you can
is
go
a
down the
third
path.
choice, which is turning around.
Yeah, I know, but there's no third choice.
One of the two.
Like, that's the confines of the
I don't know, I guess the
hypothetical.
rifle. The rifle.
Okay.
Yeah, the man with the rifle. I want to get between. See, here it is. Bears are predictable, and you should not get between them and their babies, because I can predict that they will lose their shit.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, same for me. When they have their kids, they're like, they want to protect them, so it's different.
Hunter with the rifle. Hunter with the rifle.
Man.
For shizzle. And then Big Sarge, EMP shuts down the internet, I guess. What would your backup plan be for you two?
I'd go back to the strip club. I love the strip club.
All right. What about you?
That also, and then also.
Are you a stripper?
I'm like employed at 11 Miami and in Vegas, but I don't do it much at all. It's just kind of like in case I ever needed to fall back on that actually.
Plan B.
Yeah, so there's that, but that wasn't my first thought, but also same. I would. I still do, I don't make much money from YouTube anymore, but I still do have that, and I used to do Patreon, but I also have my college degree, and I'm not, above getting just, a normal job.
What's your degree in?
Communications.
Nice.
And I was a minor in public speaking.
Ooh, calm.
John Slide Rule Bulle
I know.
donated $69. Woot woot.
Yeah, thank you.
First
Thank you, John. Appreciate it, man.
TTS.
Thank you.
Panel, if you would like to
Appreciate it.
show appreciation to Andrew, send him Domino gift cards for pineapple and ham pizzas. Great show, Brian. Shout out to Andrew and the Crucible Nation.
Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you, John. Thank you.
But you guys are so smart and kind. Like, don't you think, is there anything that you would want? No, it's true.
Erroneous! Well, I just said, like, I would get a normal job. I love working with animals, like, especially. Like, I feel like I could do something with that.
Yeah.
I'm, like, really into, like, psychology. Like, I wouldn't be opposed to just going back to school and, like, getting a degree in something else.
Oh
like,
my God, who the hell cares?
You guys
Someone asked.
Yeah.
That was Nick.
I don't feel like sex work is my only option,
that is
if that was the question. I don't feel like that at all.
I've heard a lot of like former sex workers say that it's because of the money that they feel like they can't leave. Do you guys feel the same way? Like that's really the only thing, is that you're making that much money?
Yeah, of course it's for the money.
I think it's the freedom as well, honestly.
What freedom?
Which is
I
the
can
money.
work
That's
from
the
anywhere
money.
in the
That's the
world.
money.
I get to make my own schedule.
Yeah, self-employed.
Yeah. It's a nice lifestyle.
Okay. All right.
If you could, so the question would
not
be
for
then,
everyone,
if you had the
but-
same work, or not the same work, but if you were self-employed and you made the same amount of money doing something with the same amount of effort, but it wasn't sex work, would you do that?
It depends what it is.
Yeah, I went to art
Whatever
school
it is,
and
it has the same amount of effort, but it's not fucking strangers on the internet. Would you prefer to do that or not?
Well, I don't fuck strangers on the internet, first of all, for like the 10th time. But second of all, it would depend what it is, because I might like it more or less than what I do now, and it would depend on that.
Moving on. Okay. Do you consider yourself, did you say you consider yourself traditional? Do you consider yourself traditional or?
Traditional what?
Traditional. I don't know.
do you identify with
Do you
that term?
consider yourself traditional?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. All right. All right.
Sorry.
Let's see. Moving on to Nico. You said you have a few toxic ex stories and how you caught them cheating. Do you want to share those?
Yeah, quickly. I'll just share my condom cup story.
Your what?
PR Aquatic donated $69. So you would go back to a place that pretty much promotes essay and has a very high risk for it too? This is for Squeaky Toy.
Two? Did anybody else hear that? Two?
Yeah, I would go back to the strip club.
Where did you dance?
Cool.
Upstate New York.
Oh,
And,
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Her condom cup.
Probably
You guys
not back
ready?
there.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is the ex that was super
Upstate.
toxic, that was friends with my current boyfriend. We lived together for a brief period of time, and then we broke up, like my first year of college. And we were like in the process of breaking up. We weren't quite fully broken up yet, if that makes any sense. If you've been in a long-term relationship and you live with a person, you may understand. But I went home to Palm Springs to visit my dad, and he was supposed to watch the house and not bring other people there, specifically women, because he wasn't paying for rent anymore. I was just allowing him to stay there. I came back with one of my friends, and I could just tell a woman was there, because he was so dumb. Like he moved like my purse into the closet, but the whole house was clearly decorated by a woman. There's like flowers and stuff like that. Anyway, he adamantly denies it. He leaves, and then I go back into my room, my bed, and there's a cup with a condom wrapper inside of it.
Ooh, like a red Solo? Like what kind of cup?
No, it was a
Paint
little.
a picture.
I still have it.
For
It's just, like,
Stanley.
it's just a glass. It's just like an orange glass.
Sometimes I drink out of it.
And yeah, I still have it. It's like the cursed cup. But I remember my friend and I, we just like completely took off all the sheets, put the bed in a different area of the room. I'm like, this did not happen in here. It was just, yeah.
Aww.
So
Andrew's
it's okay.
enjoying.
Why would
Andrew's
you
dying.
It's the condom
What
cup
a
story.
fucking, what a Chad. What a Chad. What can I say?
In my bed.
Wait,
Fucking Chad.
You were dating a
Does.
guy. In your bed, he slept with another woman.
Yes.
At least he used a condom.
Yeah, but he left it right.
Well, I mean, how upset could she be? She kept the cup.
It was a set. Okay, the only reason I kept it is because it was a set of 4. So
couldn't get.
That's fair
can't
enough.
Can't get rid of it then.
Exactly. It'd be weirder to just throw one cup away. Just
yeah. I mean,
just because of that.
At least it was the wrapper, not like the used condom.
yeah.
Now you said you also wanted to talk about waiting to have sex and why women should wait to have sex. Did you want to elaborate a bit on that, or how long?
Yeah, so I think if you're looking for a serious relationship, I think it's better to wait. And I mean, I guess there's no specific time. I would say like at least a month, preferably longer than that. But until you guys have like a solid emotional bond, and then moving forward with that, because just from experience, it always sucks to
Killer Serial donated $69. Opportunity to swindle men into giving you money for sexual motive will always exist. What other skills do you currently possess that you could use for another job? No breaks. Your resume says what?
You two real quick if you want to answer.
Well, Killa, you made a good point that I can always use my swindling skills, as you call them, swindling, to get men to give me money, and I really don't need anything else on my resume if that is true.
You're funny.
Yeah, as far as like marketable skills, like honestly, I went to 3 years of art school and then dropped out. I have some experience in retail and things like that, but...
Wait, you went to art school and then you dropped out?
I did because of COVID.
Wow, we got a real Hitler on our hands over here.
Is that when you went into porn after that?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But I'd been dancing in art school and just, you know, it was just always kind of the lifestyle I wanted.
Yeah.
So other than sex, no marketable skills?
The swindling.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she says the
talking.
swindling would also require sex, right? Because she said I would swindle men using my sexuality, right?
Yeah, and well, I was saying like,
Yeah,
Killa Serial said that I'll
absent
always
anything
be able
sexual,
to do
what are the
that.
skills?
I'll always be able to do that, so I'm not worried about having other skills.
Yeah, but assuming you couldn't
I'm
use
very
sexuality, that's the point of the
I'm
question.
sure she saved enough money too. I don't think
I've
she'd
saved a
need
lot
to
of
work.
money. I'm very business savvy. I'm very technologically savvy.
Doge?
I run my own
You got some crypto?
live streams and things like that. And Chatterbait, I do my own photography, videography, editing. So if ever, you know, I did want to be in front of the camera, there's so many roles in this industry
Your
behind the
response
camera.
to the TTS?
I do think people like underestimate how many like the skill set it actually takes to do the job. It's a lot more than just like using your body.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I wish that's all it took, you know, but I'm more than just a whole. So I have experience like before I ever did that with like working with children, old people, animals. I also am really good at sales. I feel like I could go into something like high ticket sales or just like, I don't know. There's like endless things you could do. I don't feel like I'm that limited.
Let's go back to this though. You said women should wait to have sex. You were saying a month at minimum, maybe longer.
Yeah, I mean, it's really kind of up to your own discretion, but I think you're at a good spot when the man is not pressuring you to have sex. At that point, I mean, if a man is, for example, going to say like, oh, if you don't have sex with me, then I'm not going to continue seeing you or whatever. Like having sex just to shut him up
That's
or
valid,
keep
right?
him.
Don't you think that's valid?
So Flo Act 954 donated $69.
Thank you, so Flo.
Cheaters gone cheat. If you can't stand the heat, stay out the kitchen.
Thank you, man.
Move on. Plenty of fish in the sea. Stay off the knees and expect chivalry from these. Boys to men, foes and friends.
Some Shakespeare from Flo
Aren't-
Shakespeare.
Didn't you say that
was
you're
beautiful,
a
man.
Christian?
Mm-hmm.
So why would you tell girls to just wait at least a month before having sex with somebody?
Well, not everyone is going to.
Oh.
Minnesota wise man donated $69. That's a great start, Mady. Love it. Your turn, Gustavo. Public shaming and embarrassment in any way. Perfect way to cancel the next wave of MF'd and degeneracy. It's the humane thing to do. Hashtag wokefolk. Rock on gesture.
Yo, Gerald.
Gerald donated
Thank you. Thank you, Minnesota Wise
$69.
Man. Also.
For all your recommendations, I leave you with this. Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky. The Three-Body Problem Trilogy kicks in lieu. Sleep well, panel. Good night.
Yo, good night.
Thank you so much for all the
Gerald.
super chats, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
What was the question?
You were asking her.
Yeah. So earlier you had said that you're a Christian, and then you're now like trying to give advice, saying like, oh, if you want to sleep with somebody, you should wait until you've at least known them for a month or have an emotional connection with them.
Not if you're trying to sleep with somebody. If it's more for women who are looking for a serious relationship. Not everyone is going to be a Christian. I guess I'm just as a blanket statement for women that are looking for a relationship, you know, don't sleep with a guy so soon, I guess is what I'm just trying to say.
Yeah.
Do you think it's okay for a guy to move things along though if the girl's not willing to sleep with him? I think that's like, for me, I think that's a perfectly valid reason. If the guy wants sex, she doesn't, he can just dump her or just move along.
Well, yeah, and that's obviously something you want to talk about. Like, I'm not saying you have to wait forever, but it's more so like if the guy is only interested in you for sex, that they'll be fished out pretty quickly because they'll make it known.
Well, a lot of men will lie about that. Like they want you for sex, but they'll lie and say they want a relationship or, and so
the second you sleep with them,
it'll
they're
be tested by time, essentially.
That's wrong. Yeah. And I think it's wrong for men to lie about their intentions. But I guess the dilemma is, right, on one hand, I suppose it's always better to be moving in a better direction when it comes to that. But like for me personally, I'm not waiting until marriage. I'm not really particularly inclined to wait long. I am desirous of a long-term relationship. That's always, for the most part, been my preference when it comes to dating. I have really no interest in sleeping with a girl once, try to get her and then sleep with her once and then that's it. If I sleep with her, I want there to be continuity. I want to continue seeing her, but I don't have any sort of like, well, we need to wait some arbitrary set period of time. Now, if she's, there might be a bit more leeway, for example, if she's a virgin or her standard with all the prior men she's been with was, I'm going to wait X period of time until we're in a relationship, until we're committed, whatever. But if she had 10, 20 previous sexual partners and she slept with all of them relatively quickly, and then she lands on me, and now she wants to wait 3 months, she wants to wait until marriage.
Well, there is no there is no arbitrary
That's
amount
crazy.
of time. It really is just until you feel like you have a solid foundation other than sex, I guess. And that could be, I mean, it's different for every relationship, and that's something that you would want to communicate.
Fooled. You can be fooled. Like a guy could just be telling you what you want to hear. And so I think it would be better to encourage women to like pursue purity and to pursue like understanding their value and valuing what they have and waiting for somebody.
Chastity, right?
Yeah,
Pursue chastity.
And so my fear in like saying that to a girl is that she's going to be let down and then she's going to go through another heartbreak, right? Because you have an attachment with somebody that you have sex with. And I don't think that that's good advice to be giving somebody.
Well, I think that she's just trying to be realistic because that's like, that's not like the norm for like everybody.
Yeah, but I'm saying
not everyone is going to have Christian values and wait until marriage.
But you have Christian values.
Yeah, you have Christian values, and there's still like a right way to go about life. And I believe as a Christian, we know what that is. We know that the way that Jesus says to live, the way that the Bible calls us to live, is to have abundant life.
Wait, are you waiting until marriage with your next guy?
Oh yeah, I don't want to.
You're not going to have sex before marriage?
I don't want to have any kind of sexual.
Well,
no, I'm not. What do you guys call it?
Hold on. Let me ask you a question, though. Hold on. How long have you had this position that you're waiting until marriage?
Well, my whole life I've.
Well.
But have I followed that? No.
But your first boyfriend wasn't the case. That sounded like an incredibly toxic relationship. Then you were celibate for 5 years. Then you met this guy who wasn't even a Christian, and it sounded like you went on a couple dates, slept with him a couple times. You ended things. As recently as a month ago, you were, despite knowing that he's not a Christian, you were, as recently as a month ago, in communications with him. I suspect if you had met up with him, you would have had sex with him. Is that fair to say? If you were to have met up with him again, is it fair to say you would have had sex?
No.
Why else would you meet up with him then?
I don't think that I would have had sex with him.
Why would you meet up with him then? For what other reason?
The emotional connection.
What do you think his motivation would have been to meet up with you?
Probably that.
Okay. When you were texting him, did you explicitly state, hey, change of plans, I'm not going to have sex with you? Did you tell him that?
Yeah, he knew where my
that's why he flaked on you then, probably.
Oh, okay.
Non-Christian man.
Yeah. What was your point in saying all that?
Well, I'm just a little confused because, like, you say your standard is you want to wait until marriage, but the two men that you were...
Yeah, because I understand the value of it, and I understand every time I don't follow it, it's worse for me.
Right, but... like, I feel like a Christian man that would be inclined to date you, who perhaps would be willing to wait until marriage, it would be a little, I don't know what the right word is here, a little disheartening for him to hear that as recently as a month ago, you were trying to solicit I assume, date or meet up with a man who's not a Christian, who you've previously had sexual intercourse with. That would, to me, would make me kind of question your motivations.
I mean, the temptation is natural.
She's not claiming to be perfect. She's
Sure.
not claiming to never have been tempted in her life.
Yeah.
And sometimes we even give into that, but it's a natural double-mindedness, like the flesh versus the spirit. And so I think what she's trying to say is, even though she is a Christian, she follows Christ. It's not always like I'm going to be perfect all the time.
Yes, people make mistakes. Absolutely. I guess.
I'm
sorry for speaking for you. Maybe that's not true.
I think that's impressive that you've.
Yes, I will grant you that. The fact that you were celibate for 5 years and then another 2 years, and you claim your body count's only 2. That's commendable, at least compared to your peers of your same age. But it seems like, let's say there was a Christian guy, but he's not inclined to wait for marriage. I mean, I feel like he'd be getting a bit of a raw deal to learn that as recently as a month ago, you were soliciting at least at minimum a romantic hangout with a man who you had previously had sexual intercourse with. And I mean, it's very likely that you could have fallen into temptation and had sex with him.
Yeah, it's probably likely.
It's likely that you would have had sex with him.
Then God's protecting her.
I think that too. But I think that just because you mess up doesn't mean you still shouldn't strive to be better, try to be pure, try to be those things. And there's forgiveness and
Sure.
and I totally, but that's just the reality of like my sin and my mistake and my not following like what I know to be true and what I know to be right.
Mm-hmm.
And like you just have to take it or leave it. Like if that's too much for somebody, then that's too much for somebody.
Mm-hmm. Well,
which is why you should try to value what you have even more.
I think one of the issues is I mean, there are women who will kind of claim that they want to wait. They meet a guy, they've had 10 previous sexual partners, they slept with all those men relatively quickly, and then they land on you and they claim to really like you, but then they're wanting to make you wait for sex, even if you're desirous of a long-term relationship with them, and you're desirous of
you can look at it from a different
sex
perspective. Like maybe it clearly didn't work out with the last dudes that someone slept with, and they don't want to follow that same formula because they really like you and they don't want to mess it up, and there's different ultimately it would be coming from that place because you care about the relationship. Does that make any sense?
So you reward the fuckboys who will never give you commitment with immediate sex, and you punish the men who are worthy of a relationship by making them wait weeks, months, or even until marriage.
Well, you also don't know what they've been through. What if they got pregnant and STD? Like, you don't know their sexual history.
How's that relevant?
Because they're traumatized and maybe they're like scared to have sex.
I don't know how that's relevant. What do you mean?
It's not necessarily a punishment.
What if he's desirous of having sex?
Well, that would make sense.
Then he should date someone else who's desirous of having sex.
Well, yes, I agree.
He's punishing himself by dating somebody who doesn't want the same things that he wants. He's punishing himself. He's putting himself in that position.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, but hold on.
He's more than welcome to move on and
go. The cat's kind of already out the bag. You're no longer a virgin. You've had a promiscuous past. Look, I suppose.
What should I do differently, you think?
Well, I'm gonna. Okay.
He's gonna push back on this.
I have to. Brian, let us assume for a second that a man murders another man. The cat's already out of the bag. He's already done it. Should he just keep on going, or?
Nice try, Brian.
No, he should not continue murdering.
Then why not, though? But he's already done it.
So what advice would you, Brian, give to women who have previously had intercourse before marriage but want to turn their life around? What advice would you give them to go about that without, for lack of a better word, offending the man?
Yeah. So I mean, look, here's a bit of my criticism. I think it's fair for men to be skeptical. Mm-hmm. Is kind of where I'm going with this. Is it really how you feel, or are you just using it as leverage to secure a long-term relationship? Because where I get skeptical is that, one, are you actually attracted to the guy to begin with, or are you feel like you're settling, and then you're just not really that attracted to him, but time's ticking, time's running out. Okay, here's a nice provider provider, nice guy. Okay, I'm gonna make him wait until marriage. Boom, boom, boom. Then like all those guys who like hit it within the first 20, I don't know, 2 hours, whatever. You're gonna be thinking about them, and they pleased you better sexually, whatever it may be, and then it just makes for just a terrible relationship.
That's a very niche scenario.
Yeah.
I think
Well, no, wait. Hang on. So I did back you guys up on this because me and Brian do have, it's one of the things we do have a fundamental disagreement on, but he is right about this in this sense. And I'd like to actually see you refute it. Christianity has become a safe haven for reformed prostitutes who then move in and say, oh, well, now I'm going to be chaste and I'm going to follow all of the criteria which is required for a Christian. I'm a good girl now, right? I'm a good girl now. And it's used as a form of camouflage in order to attract a mate later in life. And you just say, hey, I'm reformed, so you can't hold that against me. And that's what his point is a red flag. He's saying this is a massive red flag for men. And why wouldn't it be a red flag for men that suddenly your behavior massively changes, sometimes overnight? Shouldn't men be skeptical?
Not the right men.
I don't really think that's the case.
What do you mean not the wait? Why do you mean not the right men?
It's okay to be skeptical. He probably should be skeptical because he needs to figure out if I'm somebody that he would want to be with,
or if you're being genuine,
or
about
if I'm
your
being
change.
genuine, or if I'm like.
Yeah, so it's a massive red flag.
So Floac 954 donated $69. On the first date, him going in for the kiss. After the third date, if we ain't acting like apes under silky drapes, shoo fly. Him not the dinner date kind of guy being used by 304s as a wink in the eyes.
Beautiful.
That was good. It's just it's a skepticism thing. Like, okay, because there's this thing where maybe we pull up the flower cuck meme, Nick, the censored one if you can. It's like, okay, last 20 guys, you hooked up, first date, then you come along, oh, wait till marriage, or wait 3 months, and then maybe the guy does it. He does all the right things, courts you, blah, blah, blah. Let's say you break up with that guy. I hear plenty of stories where the guy will do the right thing, wait, whatever, and then that girl, after they break up, rebound, fucks a guy within 24 hours of meeting him. So it was never actually a genuine standard.
Yeah.
You just use this like, you're basically playing a game. You're manipulating.
Or they're just immature, and maybe it was, there's a part of them that means it.
You got it, Nick? Yeah. Here's the meme, right? Okay, this is what it is. Okay, maybe put us on the corner or something. Put us on the corner. This is the meme. Oh, you're gonna do you want to be the guy who's got the flowers, and do you want to be that guy?
What message?
I don't want to be. I don't want to be any. I don't want to be any of those men.
I don't
send that message
think that
to
any
men
guy
out
would
there.
want to be
That's
that.
This is it. This is what's going on.
So you're saying to
know he doesn't get sex?
So
this is what's going on.
You don't want to be that guy with the flowers. It's best to just get in line. That's not a good
you don't want to be
the opposite.
You don't want to be anybody in that line.
He's giving you an internal critique. He's saying, look, there are men out there who want to follow virtues, and they want to follow a Christian ethic, or maybe a Muslim ethic, or maybe some other Abrahamic religious ethic. The last thing that they want is to be made fools of by having a woman who claims that they're suddenly pious, and they're just utilizing them and utilizing the religion as a mask so that they can basically protect themselves from the ridicule that would normally come with their promiscuous past. And that's what we're seeing a rise in. So from the secularist perspective and Brian's perspective, the logic here is really sound. He's saying, like, look, if you're willing to have sex with all of these men, why, and then suddenly you're a chaste Christian, don't you think that should throw up red flags for other men that perhaps you're just utilizing this as a cloak in order to hide from your promiscuous past? And I think that that's a totally valid criticism, and one which women in the Christian church, and Christian churches anyway, especially Protestant churches, have been really pushing on men. Oh, she's reformed, it's okay. but I mostly see this from women. I don't see this from men who basically they don't want to marry reformed prostitutes. And why would you blame them?
Talking about like
I don't blame them. I don't blame
at all.
them
This
for that.
it's going down the whole point was just like from the get-go for girls to just be like more choosy about being like so quick to sleep with people. That's really just like
that's fun. Yeah.
That's it.
I have a couple really quick on the whole waiting for sex thing.
There's entailments here though, right? Is like the problem is that the one thing leads to the other thing leads to the other thing. So it's like it's nice to say, women should be more choosy, but you were saying, earlier, well, they should wait at least a month. But even that within the Christian ethic is incorrect. And then I heard Blue Cross say, hey, look, that's not the right kind of man then if he doesn't want to marry a reformed prostitute. Well, wait a second. I mean, that's the wrong kind of woman, right? He's the right kind of man. She's the wrong kind of woman. Isn't that the right way to phrase that?
So you're saying the right kind of man is the type that want...
Various crazy people donated $69. Why invest time, money and resources to a disinterested woman when you know she has given it up to someone else on the first date?
No one is making...
She's just not that into you.
I think you said it best yourself. A disinterested woman. Just go pursue women who are interested in you.
I think you said disheartened.
Yeah, I mean, my advice is find another woman.
What?
Yeah, no one's making you do that.
This is my point, right? It's like, from their perspective, how can you even blame them? If they're like, oh, well, now suddenly you put a cross on and you're a Christian, but you were humping everything that moved just a couple of years ago, right? Doesn't that seem, from the perspective of especially secular men, that would be like the most enormous red flag I could think of, right?
From secular men, yes.
I'm not a secular man.
But even from Christian men, why shouldn't that be a red flag from Christian men that you have a highly promiscuous past?
Hopefully
why would
that's
that not be
only thing that they know about the person. There's also other things that come with the person. You would.
I think if you want to pursue a woman with a past that has been reformed, then that ultimately you're gonna know that. You're gonna know if that is a person that you want to try and date, and if that comes with that, ultimately that's your choice.
Sure. But let me ask you this then, to kind of expand on Brian's point. Your future daughter, Cindy Lou, okay, comes over, and or you know what? Let's do this even easier. Let's say your little son Jack comes over to you at 19 years old, and all things equal, Jack has the choice between two women. They both adore him. They're both beautiful. They both have what you would consider to be great virtues. But one of them had a past that was highly promiscuous and the other one does not. Which one would you want Jack to end up with?
Well, are you asking me? Because my personal opinion, like what I would say is whichever one he felt like he wanted to pursue, and whichever one.
Yeah, but he says, Mom, I can't decide. They both adore me.
Then neither.
And I like them. If
you can't decide who you want to pursue, then neither.
Right? They're both pursuing me with rigor, right? If you had to make,
I think it'd be better.
Hang on. Let me finish the question. I just
your question doesn't make sense. No,
I'll help out.
It does. Hang on. It does make sense, right? So the question is that if they have the same current virtue but not the same past, wouldn't you recommend that your son move for the one that has the same virtue as the other, but without all of the bear down of the past?
I don't believe that the past has any relevance to the current.
Yes,
I just don't understand.
Hold on,
hold on.
Just to answer his question, he's asking you, just actually try to engage with.
Well, that's insane. What do you mean the past has no relevance? So
we'll get to that.
If she was a felon, that had no relevance. If she blew 100 guys, if she blew 100 guys in a month-long blow dick affair, right? She had a blow dickathon, and she blew 100 guys. That would have no relevance to you whatsoever. Really? Go ahead, tell me with a straight face that you're not lying to me.
No.
Tell me with a straight face that would have no relevancy to you whatsoever.
No, you do think that.
You're full of shit. Bullshit.
There's consequences.
Who the fuck would ever believe you that would mean nothing to you for little Jack? You'd be like, Jack, don't worry about it. Sure, she sucked 100 dicks in a blow dickathon. Move past it. Leave the other shit.
How do you get invited to the dickathon? Hold on.
Because this stemmed from like the advice to have girls wait and be less promiscuous.
Well, and then he was talking to me about it.
Hold on.
About my past.
I do actually want to see if we can get an answer to Andrew's question. If you had to counsel your son, which do you pick?
Well, I mean, as a mom, I'm sure I would prefer the one that was less promiscuous, but I truly believe that people can be reformed. People can separate themselves from their past and start anew. And that's from my own experience, and that's from my husband's experience.
We're not doubting that people can be reformed.
That's what I base my answer off of.
Yeah, but nobody's doubting that reformation is not only possible, but is key to the Christian ethic. But that does not erase your previous deeds. It does not erase your past, that just because you have been redeemed, the past no longer exists. For instance, you would agree with me that a murderer who horribly murdered people could be redeemed by Christ, right?
Yeah, of course.
Are we going to just suddenly forget that he murdered people?
You don't forget. You don't forget, okay, about the past.
No, it matters.
But it is forgiven, and so when you
I didn't say it's not forgiven. I said it matters. That's the point. Is that it matters. It's not that it's an equal thing across the board. That murderers still took loved ones away from families. They still did horrible things.
So let me ask you, Andrew, why does it matter to you so much?
That a person has a past, because
why does it matter to
my children.
Various crazy people donated $69. Jesus forgives your past, men don't.
I got something here. So look.
Because if I had to counsel my children, to answer your question directly, of course I'm going to counsel them to go with the person who has the higher virtue without the past, because it shows a pattern of behavior that they've always moved towards virtue. It shows a pattern of behavior that they've always moved inside of that field of view. And so I'm not going to just dismiss a person's past behavior because their head was dunked in holy water and they say, now I've been saved. Christianity is a lifelong process. That's what theosis is. Your past is not suddenly erased. Mine isn't, yours isn't, nobody's is. That's why. And not only is that logical and consistent, but that's within the ethic itself as well. Redemption without works is no type of redemption at all. You can take a lifetime to really repent for the horrible things that you did, like St. Mary of Egypt, for instance, who was a sex worker, promiscuous prostitute, spent the rest of her life in seclusion in repentance. That's the type of thing that is redemption, not I got my head dunked and now my past is erased. That's insanity.
Well, are you
hold on. Question here. So, okay, do you think a man is wrong for not being willing to date a woman who perhaps she's changed, she's been redeemed, but despite this, she still has a past? Do you think a man is wrong for not wanting to date her because of her past?
Absolutely not. I don't think
so
he
then
would
what are
be
we
wrong
arguing
at all.
about?
That's why I'm confused because well, I want to know why it's so important to Andrew. Because if you look at the fruit of a person's current life, if you look at the fruit of the spirit, and you see that someone is
so then you do object to a man not wanting to date a woman with a past.
Wait a second. You would you couldn't judge the fruit. You would have to ask your husband, right?
This is not a productive word.
Yeah, I mean, listen. I just want to know why it is that you wouldn't give a woman that has a past, a chance if she was trying to be different. Or
I didn't say I wouldn't give him a chance. I didn't say that I would not.
Yeah, that was me.
I would not. Hang on. I didn't say that I would not adhere to the Christian ethic. What I said specifically is that if I was going to counsel my children, which is the question that I asked you, and they were to come to me and say that a person had a very highly promiscuous past, they had had sex with tons of people, and last week or a year ago, they got their head dunked in what they perceived to be some holy water from the local heresy Protestant church, and then said, hey, I'm reformed, look at me, everything's okay now, that I'm going to counsel them against that. And I'm going to tell them, no, that's not the fruits. Fruits are seen through works. That's how you see what the fruit is. Otherwise, how could you ever determine what the fruits are? In this particular case, here's what the fruits are. She was a prostitute, or she was a loose woman. And in any case, this is counseled both ways in the Bible against both types of women, easy women and prostitutes. So yeah, it's going to take a little more than, I just got baptized last week. last month, last year, before I give my blessing to my kid to marry somebody like that. And I would think that you would counsel them the same way. Your past is not just erased.
And I don't say that that's wrong, and I don't say that men should feel obligated to date a woman if they're uncomfortable with their past, whether their present life is like that or not. I don't think that should be held against them. Because
but this is the wrong way to look at it. This is why we keep arguing, right? Because I'm saying they shouldn't. I'm saying that my advice would be you should not do that. Just because they're reformed and Christ has forgiven them doesn't mean it's a good idea for you to marry a former prostitute or a former promiscuous woman. Just because Christ has forgiven them, that's great.
Then
that's the path.
How would you preach that to a current prostitute? Tell me.
I would tell them you're going to have to live with what you did, just like I would tell a man.
David donated $69. Andrew, your point about women hiding behind religion is valid. Your favorite logical fallacies are Marlborough red herrings, straw man, and false dilemma. If a woman can prove she's reformed, may.
Andrew, you were about...
What does that even mean? So anyway...
Oh, wait, sorry.
Various crazy people donated $69. Born again Christian here. Former psycho, man in the forest essay artist, serial killer, axe murder.
Oh.
But you have to excuse my past. Dumb.
That is dumb. But back to this, back to your point, because it's important. Your question was asking me about forgiveness. Yes, of course it can be forgiven. They should be forgiven. And you ask me, well, wait a second. What would you say? I would say the same thing I would say to a man. You have to take accountability for what you did. That's part of the fruits you bear is accountability, especially under Christian ethics. That's what humbleness is about, is part of accountability. I wish I would see more reformed prostitutes who went over to the Christian ethic, who said, I'm accountable for everything I did, and I'm going to spend my life making sure that all these wrongs I did were righted. But they don't do that. Well, they go, I think that's I did these horrible wrongs, but now I'm saved. Don't judge me.
We're disagreeing because you're talking about women that weren't actually born again, and I'm talking about women that were.
Exactly.
No, you're not. We're talking about the same type of woman. You think, for instance, a porn star tomorrow could go to your church, whichever one it is that you go to, and the pastor could dunk her, she's saved, right?
No, you can't just say that you're saved. You can't. I could say that I'm a freaking
she gave her heart to Jesus. I'm sorry. She comes in. She says, she throws herself down. She says, Lord, forgive me. He dunks her. Okay.
These
now
actions
she's saved, right? She has been saved. Is that wrong?
She would know that because she would accept Holy Spirit into her life.
Right. Sure. Okay. So she knows
so
the
only way another person can know is by the fruit. That is the only way another person
could know.
You'll know before the fruit comes out, but
how do you
people won't know until you see
how
the
would
fruit
you
of
judge
that.
a woman
so
who spent 20 years blowing men? What fruit does she need to produce?
The ex-prostitute would feel, after you receiving the Holy Spirit, an immense amount of shame. First and foremost, you would feel conviction in your heart for the first time. And that conviction would prompt you to... Listen, you can laugh all you want, but this is
to do what? It would prompt
you to want to change, reform, and take ownership and accountability for that past. However,
I see. So for instance, if I could tell you that there's a former porn star who exists right this second, who's been sitting literally right where you're sitting right this second, literally been sitting there.
Yeah.
And she went and she got dunked at heresychurch.com. And she went on a publicity tour with her testament. Okay. Her testimonial to the world about how she has been reformed by Christianity. Okay, you would say that this has not been enough time given for us to really judge the fruits, right?
No, I think that telling your testimony and making a public, I guess, proclamation about your past and owning up to it and actively speaking about that testimony in front of people, in front of an audience, or you're saying this person is like, talking in front of an audience. I think that would be considered fruit right?
Now, I would consider
listening.
that a person.
I like I like stone fruits.
Just rolling through with your testimony doesn't mean anything. That what means something is what you actually
fruit is actions.
do.
Fruit is
actions. Okay, but here's the fruits. The fruits are a lot more attention for you, and now a shield and a cloak from criticism, using Christianity as your shield. I would say that I would like to see women like this who reform actually give their life to making compensation towards those that they horrifically wronged, and I don't ever see that, ever.
Based.
Yeah.
How about this? So
I
women,
completely agree with you. I completely agree with you.
So women can change and be redeemed, but men are not obliged to then disregard their baggage and marry them.
Nope, they're not.
These are compatible.
No, and I
It's
think
compatible.
that's part of the works that Andrew is talking about. It's going to take work for you to earn the trust from a man when you have that type of past. And so I completely agree with that.
Which is why you encourage girls
Carnal
to
knowledge.
pursue the highest form of purity.
Damn, she's far as fuck from the mic right now.
I think
Holy
everyone
shit.
is entitled to have their preferences when
shizzle.
it comes to dating.
Here, I do have to move on here. We do have, let's see. Should you wait to have sex in a relationship? Well, we kind of already talked about that. You wanted to men be following OF models on Instagram. I agree with you. Men should not be following any women on Instagram, to be honest. Should you look through your partner's phone? No. Did you do it?
I have in the past, but I don't think you should.
Yeah, I don't think you should. Let's see. Okay, we're not going to do that one. Sorry. Should you... Wait, hold on. Hold on. Trans women competing in women's sports. Not really dating related, but no. Let's see. You said you don't agree. Oh, okay. We got some disagreements here. Okay, we'll get to that.
Minnesota wise man donated $69. W/top surgery than 2 passes Blair White triplets. Here's $69 for a tit job.
What?
Now Plaza throw more stones at Minnie. Almost got enough rocks back to get Graham off with again, and IDGF she's sleeping on them on morn.
What? Is he saying he's giving you $69 towards a boob job?
A boob job costs way more than $69.
Listen,
I don't know where
whatever
you're getting boob jobs,
podcast,
but
there's solidarity. We have solidarity here. The Small Titty Committee. We support small titty women here at the Whatever Podcast.
For the win.
I will not stand for your slander, sir. How dare you insult small titty women? It's rude. It's despicable. You are despicable, sir.
Go,
we are not going to body shame women with small titties.
Wow, I've never felt
Small
so
titties.
defended.
Listen, I'm a defender of large labia and small titties.
woo!
What the fuck? Okay. Nico, you said you don't agree that women being afraid of a strange man is sexist. This is almost related to the bear thing a little bit.
Yeah, we kind of already touched on it.
We touched on that. You said women having single friends is a detriment to the relationship.
No.
You don't agree.
That's what I don't agree with.
You don't agree.
Because you said that.
So women having single male friends, you mean?
No.
Oh, single female friends.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's not always a bad thing, but single friends tend to be pretty bad. What's the word for it? Influence. No, there's another word. Influence, yeah.
I guess it depends the friend.
They want you single again so you can go do some hood rat shit with her.
Not always.
Not necessarily.
You've never had a single female friend who wants to...
I'm a single friend in my friend group, and this is the first time, I'm not even joking, this is the first time I've left my house besides necessity.
In, like 3 years?
We went in 7 months.
Oh, wow.
It's a long time.
Live Like Christ donated $69. Woman 1, of prostitute and corn star. Woman 2, godly traditional housewife. On their deathbed, who will have lived a more joyful and fulfilling life and had a better impact on those around them.
2?
I don't think your job defines your whole entire life and who you are as a person.
I get full and filled being a porn star all the time.
Oh my gosh.
Excuse me?
What the fuck? Hold on.
Said who is the more fulfilling life?
Get some help.
Gosh.
Brian's daddy donated $69.
What?
Andrew, take a $5 and rest your vocal cords. Tee-hee-hee, Gustavo. Let's see a smile for once, go damn it. What is a red flag y'all have ignored in the past that you learned from the hard way?
Good question.
Red flag that I've ignored.
Oh, I know one.
This is for the whole table. I'm thinking this still, so go ahead.
Someone that's like super into mental health.
That's pretty good. That's actually hold on.
Gotta be a big agree for me there.
Big agree. What about you?
Someone who has like a quick temper.
Huh. Okay.
Somebody who thinks like just being insulting is a joke.
Somebody who
I've been nice. I've been nice the whole show. I've been nice the whole show.
I have a red flag too.
The people who talk like this.
Oh yeah?
That's my red flag.
I'm so disappointed I'll never get in your pants, Andrew.
Thank God for small miracles.
You should, because never mind.
Huh?
I was about to say
it.
some sus shit. Never mind. Andrew, I'll let you know. Andrew's a great man. He's a great man. He's very smart.
And you know this.
And you're gay for him.
Andrew, can I say something kind of sus?
Oh no, here we go. Let's see it.
Huge.
Oh.
Oh yeah?
It's huge.
Oh my God.
Probably not bigger
I'm
than
sorry, this is
the biggest I've had.
cringe.
I don't even want to hear this.
He is gay for him. I know it.
Giant penis.
We can just walk down through the typical female arguments, which is we have no argument, so you're an incel or you're gay. That's about the form for you tonight. You've done a great job. You have literally lived the stereotype of most stupid women. I swear you have lived it to a T.
Oh
Done,
shit! What the fuck?
Incel gay. That's basically the entirety of your arguments. You should be very proud of yourself.
Me personally, because I didn't call anybody an incel, and I didn't call anybody.
Hold on. All right, moving along.
Luckily, I
What
don't
was the question again? It was a red flag you ignored.
Yeah.
If they robbed a bank at gunpoint.
What?
Oh no.
He told me he thinks he's on a terrorist watch list.
Yikes.
Probably listening to words instead of actions.
Shizzle.
Men who lie to you and tell you they love you just to sleep with you.
Here's mine. Red flag, ignored it. She said she was a feminist.
Ooh, that's a good one.
That's a red flag, and anybody who here is a feminist going around the table? Yes, feminist? Yep. Yikes.
I don't really know the definition.
Sorry, Demi.
To be honest.
It would be, I can give you the most charitable definition I possibly can. It would be a movement towards egalitarianism between men and women in a rejection of a patriarchal order.
I believe the dictionary definition is the belief that both sexes are equal.
Okay.
Which would entail that you would reject male patriarchy if there's equality, yes?
I suppose.
Yeah, so then my definition was correct.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Okay, you said...
Good job.
Just
really got
just
me.
in some more words, yeah.
You got me good.
Same thing.
Allie.
I'm sorry that I'm specific with arguments, but that's because I don't want there to be any confusion.
All right, moving on
That's me being the most charitable that I can possibly be. So imagine insulting me for being as charitable as I can possibly be to her worldview. Well done.
That was me insulting you, and you called me stupid.
Yeah, I think you should.
I'm sorry,
I think you should. I didn't call you stupid. I said that that was the tier of your argumentation
No,
was
you
to
said
say
that I raised the level for
incel,
stupidity.
stupid, or gay. That was the literally the length of your argumentation.
I literally
Susan.
never
It's been very
said
sad.
stupid. You did, but okay.
No, I
forgive
did.
you.
I didn't.
It's
I
okay.
never called you stupid.
Okay, moving on to Allie. So, you broke... Did you tell us about the Tesla? He vandalized your Tesla?
Yeah.
You told us
Various
that?
crazy people donated $69. I don't understand this term incel. I think men understand what they need to do to attack a woman. Money, success, confidence, fit. There should be the cell. For voluntary celibate.
Word? I mean, yeah.
Right, but it's used as an attack against men who don't kiss women's asses. They make the claim that it's misogynistic and in some way evil because you actually dare question their absurd worldviews. This usually comes from women specifically. You don't see this very much from men, who tend to have no problem having their worldviews challenged. They may get, offended or upset or even defensive, but generally speaking, that's kind of par for the course. In other words, I've never really been in an argument with a man, maybe a couple of times, male feminists, where I've said, hey, your worldview is wrong and here's why. And they've gone, oh yeah, incel? But I do hear it a lot from women, which is interesting.
It is interesting.
For shizzle. So Allie, you said that, I'm going to skip over that one just for the sake of time, but you said you're working on yourself and you're choosing to stay single for a very long time until you've done tons of therapy.
Mm-hmm.
So
why is that a bad thing?
Well, what? It's a bad thing because why are you going to therapy?
I feel like, honestly, everyone should go to therapy. It's just beneficial.
What is it?
Yeah.
What if it, wait, it's beneficial. What if it just doesn't do anything? Then
I think you need to be honest with the therapist and yourself, or else it's not going to work. It's not going to help.
Yeah, but let's say it doesn't actually benefit you. So then it would just be a waste of time and money, wouldn't it?
I feel like it benefits me. It helps me to have someone to talk to. Yeah.
What issues are you trying to work on?
Well, I just started. There was a waiting list, and I hadn't had one since COVID because they stopped seeing people. I have had therapists in the past, but just like past traumas, like blockages I have that would prevent me from being in like a healthy relationship. Because you have to take accountability. So like, I can't just be like, oh, these guys are crazy. It's like, well, I'm choosing to be with those people. Like, I'm playing an active role in that. And I just want to work on being the best version of myself. So I don't think that I should enter another relationship until I just have raised my standards for myself and the person I'm with.
Wow. That's good, Allie.
Thank you.
I love you. Is your plan to try to kind of become independent of doing any of the sex work stuff?
Definitely.
Is that what you call it? Or?
Yeah, I'm not offended by the term sex worker. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I was traditional like before I got into that, and I feel like I will be again. It's not something I planned on doing for my entire life, and that's also why I've had like such strict boundaries with like things I just like wouldn't do, because I know it is out there forever.
So part of your journey to like work on yourself is to become independent of the sex work.
Yeah, I know that I'm not going to be doing it too much longer, but like I am financially dependent on it, and it is like funds my lifestyle. So like I'm trying to figure out an exit plan. But I'm not complaining. Like I don't like hate it right now. Like it does. I feel like the pros outweigh the cons for me personally, but I know it's not like the best for me long term. It's not like what I want to stay doing.
Yeah.
Killer of Cereal donated $69. Best to all, look forward, get sun, get some, don't sweat the small stuff including the itty bitty titty committee, focus perspectives, stimulate the economy, travel, eat well, exercise, stay hydrated.
That's beautiful. Really I do have to move on. Wow. Thank you, Killer of Cereal. Going back to Ali, some of your notes here, you said that you're not sure if it's possible for one person to meet all of your needs, and you're open to the idea of polyamory.
I said this? Was this last show or this?
This could have been old notes, but probably. I mean, this is what it says. In your experience, a lot of men are going to cheat. Hold on.
This is definitely from the last show.
Or leave you disappointed anyways, so you might as well allow it to a certain extent. I think this is only okay when it's consensual. So this is from the last show. These
I'm not saying I disagree with that now, but I do think like my thoughts and feelings have changed, and that's kind of like how I was acting at the time. Like,
got it. We do have some tweets from you. We're going to pull those up. Nick, if you get the tweets going. And are we caught up? Oh, guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a prime sub really quick. Nick, do we have any other things that we were supposed to react to? Just that YouTube video?
A YouTube video.
We'll do that in another show.
Okay.
What else?
Transformations. And
the makeup stuff?
Yeah, the makeup.
And then the other one?
The guy versus the girls, physique. And then we hit everything else.
Let's do the tweets.
Okay.
We have some tweets here from Allie. We did a deep dive on her Twitter.
Oh, God.
Now let's react to these. Can you put us on the other side? You're going to have to scroll it bigger. You're going to have to scroll it bigger. Bigger. I don't want to see any
my Twitter's
post.
so toxic, guys. Don't.
I'm going to have you read them. Go ahead.
Forever leaving men on red.
So we have a bunch of Twitters. We're going to try to blast through them super quick.
Okay.
Just you're forever leaving men on red. What's going
someone
on
probably made me mad.
upset. Okay.
Yes. I think I need to be cleansed of men for at least a good year.
Whoa, Allie Hardest.
Who hurt me? I don't remember. August 2022.
Damn.
Okay.
Damn. Okay, next.
Men who aren't afraid to express their emotions. I still agree with this.
That gives me the
Disagree.
Disagree that you don't think men should express their emotions?
Well, this whole idea like, oh, men should be vulnerable, I think it's it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Women, you
It's
claim,
preference.
like it sounds nice, it sounds politically correct, it sounds like the right thing to say. But in actual practice, when men are actually vulnerable with you, you lose attraction for them, typically.
Sure.
I mean,
Well,
if you work to
just take a
earn
look at
it,
this
I don't think
evening.
so.
Anytime I even slightly raise my voice, a slight pitch, right? Look how upset people get. And I barely even say anything which would even be considered offensive. Just the tone itself is enough. Just the tone itself is enough to set people off. And so it's like,
Not the name
you
calling or the
you
making
think
fun
you
of
think that we
people.
shouldn't be guarded with our emotions? I would say probably the opposite is true.
I'd have to agree.
Well, I mean, you can shrug your shoulders, but nobody's been triggered more than you.
I'd have to agree that it is nice when men aren't the emotional one in the relationship because you can. I feel like women are more inherently neurotic, and neurotic means like sensitive to other people's emotions and other people's energy and whatever. So sorry about that.
But that's not what my tweet said. I think I was just saying like, you know, where you're not confused, they're not playing games, like that sort of thing.
Oh, that's different.
Well, that was a good tweet.
Well,
it was. At least it was positive. No, the one that just flashed on the screen.
The previous one.
Yeah. Oh no, the one
Express
after
their
that.
emotions. Oh, okay. This is a bit different than being vulnerable then.
Yeah.
Men who aren't
I don't think
afraid to
most men are
express their
afraid of
I
expressing
like a man
their
who's like,
emotions.
don't.
I took it a bit differently then.
Brian Estadi donated $69. Notice how the therapy industry is booming, yet mental health declines every year. Therapy teaches you to not care about anyone but yourself.
Let's do the
Therapy
next
breeds narcissists and dehumanizes society.
Yeah, well put. Thank you. Appreciate it.
disagree with
Thank you,
you.
Brian is daddy.
Need a man who can let me feel safe in my feminine energy.
Was this during or after the orgies?
This was like, this is when I was dancing in Miami. It looks like it was tweeted from
Andrew
Florida.
likes that one. Okay. All right, next.
But as I said, I would quit everything for
Hold
a
on.
guy.
Look, he's still laughing.
Love a man that can teach me things. What's wrong with that?
Like, I'm just curious, like what?
How to change a tire.
Like, I want a man I can like look up to.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay.
What's wrong with that?
What if he taught you to stop doing OnlyFans?
That's fine. I already said, like, I have no problem quitting. I will quit at some point in the near future.
Do your thing. Do your thing. All right. Next.
I would love to spoil TF out of a man this Valentine's Day, LMAO.
Did you?
Actually, the guy I was just dating, we got together, like, it was like the morning after Valentine's. But like, yeah. So, but I guess like that's when we started dating.
Do you spoil guys?
Yeah. But also I get taken advantage of, so I'm trying to like wait to like go too crazy, you know?
Gustavo, do you like taking it like, you know, like in like, you know?
Huh?
Never mind. Okay, moving on. I don't know what I'm saying. Go ahead, next.
I don't think these tweets are that bad.
Like taking what?
What?
Go ahead, read it.
You look scared.
I love that my independence weeds out men who are intimidated by it.
When you say independence, do you mean posting your pussy on the internet?
No,
I'm just
honestly,
curious. I just need to.
I mean, like, men don't like if you make more money than them.
By posting your pussy on the internet.
Is it?
Sure.
So is independence to you money?
No, but like
Then
being
why
able to
did you
provide
bring that
for
up
yourself.
as the example?
Being able to provide for yourself, I guess.
Well, that's money.
I guess, but like,
I also like I do more than just that, you know. Like
Yeah, but what do you mean by independence if it's not just about money?
Someone could make a lot of money and they could still just like not be a responsible person, you know. Like I feed my animals, I like clean my house. Like it's not like it's just about
but you
money.
could do all those things even if you were a slave. So I don't understand what you mean by independence exactly.
Also, because you were just saying that you want to stop doing OnlyFans eventually. It's like you sound kind of dependent on that right now.
Well, I'm in a lease right now, but I kind of told myself when my lease is up that like I'm gonna kind of be done with it.
Next week?
That's kind of the plan. I hate when people unsend their DMs on IG. Like, okay, now you're sus, bro.
I agree with you so much. I don't know why this is even a feature that you can it should at bare minimum say a message was unsent, because somebody could like put together. No, it doesn't on Instagram. If you unsend a message, it doesn't show it.
It only notifies you. Like if you're on your phone, it will pop up and like.
You can see it.
But it won't say on the messages.
That's how you can gaslight someone.
If you go back 30 minutes, like 30 minutes after, you can unsend messages from years ago, and it's really sus. And like at the bare minimum, it should say message unsent. But somebody could like string together like a chain of questions, unsend some of them, and like basically paint you as a fucking monster in the DMs. Yeah. It's bad. Anyways, I 100% agree with you on that. I don't know why they don't at least have a message unsent thing.
Meat. What do I look like? A piece of meat? What men see? Meat emojis.
Poi poo.
I'm funny. You can't say I'm not funny.
What was going? And you sent that in Hawaii. What was going on in Hawaii?
I don't see. I travel.
Hawaiian barbecue.
I work from my phone. A pig roast.
Okay, next. The sluttiest thing a man can do is live in Los Angeles. What?
Still agree with that.
That's so true.
Is it?
Yeah.
Kind of true.
Los Angeles is pretty degenerate. Next.
I'm so happy I never said no to opportunities because of a man I was dating, I'm not gonna lie. Always living life to the fullest. I still agree with that. It doesn't have to mean it's based off sex work. It could just be like in general.
Okay, next.
If a man has his entire zodiac chart memorized, he's been ran through. If he has co-star, he's ran through.
Okay, that's
I agree with that.
That's actually really funny. That's actually a really funny tweet. Because,
there you go.
And they say I don't have talent.
I can't disagree even a little bit.
Next, how many more do we have left?
Whenever I have a crush on a man, I will automatically put the word daddy in front of his name anytime I talk about him to any of my friends. I don't even mean to. It just happens. If you know, you know. That's so true.
That's hilarious.
How do you have such a banger tweet?
She knows. I can confirm.
Various
she actually
crazy
does
people donated $69. Women's independence is a myth. Men build the roads, homes, cars, power grid, protection to name a few, that women rely on. Men allow you the rights you have, like it or not.
Thank you, men.
You're welcome.
Thank
Someone
you.
on behalf of this Andrew argument.
On behalf of the patriarchy, you're welcome.
Wow.
You're welcome. 4 left. Okay, let's get through those.
A man paid for our drinks at the event tonight, and then another guy bought our full pack of Trulies at the liquor store. Chivalry's not dead.
Wait, so this is chivalry to you? The guy
I think it's a joke. I think I'm kidding.
Okay, you're funny. All right, she's being funny. Next.
I have jokes. Just told a man half my friends are pregnant right now. He said, let's add to that number. That's a threat.
Okay. That's pretty funny too.
I don't even remember who said that. That was a year ago.
Whoever that guy is, that's subjectively hilarious.
Okay, there you go.
I hate to admit it, but I've actually changed my perspective on a lot of stuff since going on Red Pill podcasts. It's true. Even right now, you guys are changing my perspective on things.
The prostitution thing?
What about the prostitution thing?
You haven't changed that perspective?
Well, she said she was trying to. She was in the process.
First of all, I'm not even a prostitute. I don't do porn.
You don't even do porn.
I don't even do porn. Yeah, I do. Like, I take nudes. I sell nudes.
Stop, hang on. Just so you understand, prostitution is all forms of sex work. You're a prostitute if you do stripping, you're a prostitute. If you do OnlyFans material, you're also a prostitute. There's no delineation between the two unless you can make one for me.
I believe it's all sex work. I don't agree with that, but if you want to call me that, that's okay. You could say I'm an online prostitute. It's fine.
Yeah, well, I'm just asking you whether I agree with it or not. You said you are not this thing.
Not that.
And I don't want to uncharacteristically say that this is the case if it is not. and you tell me why it is not true.
Why are you doing that?
What?
If I can tell you why it's not true.
Madysen?
I don't even
Why did your
do.
face do that?
Huh?
Do it again.
Huh?
Do it again.
Oh, so both
Sorry,
of
we're
you
just-
kind of like flared up
Did
when
we
he
finish
called
the
you guys
tweets, Nick?
prostitutes.
Yeah.
I'm just curious
Huh?
about why is that?
I honestly, like, I wasn't
Fuck it, let's
offended.
run
I
it.
just don't
Run that
personally
shit.
escort, so I
Run
wouldn't
it, Nick.
claim like, oh, I'm an escort.
Go ahead,
and
Allie.
go
girls
through
who
like
do
what
that.
the
Read
girls
this
who
shit
do.
so I can
Yeah.
try. Allie,
Yeah.
you got this. Read it.
Wait, when the original name was Why Men Give the Bare Minimum and Expect the World, haha. But yes, will deaf be there, can't wait. That was a response to something. I don't know what it was.
Okay, wait, pull it back up really quick.
Yeah, what
Yeah,
was I
that was a
replying
response.
to?
Original line was women give the bare minimum. Don't you think it's the reverse? Like, women give the bare minimum and men do all the shit?
Well, I didn't name the things. I was responding to someone
All
else
right.
who titled it that.
Okay,
Yeah,
all
whatever
right.
it was.
So, fine. We have Aspen here. Aspen, you got stood up 2 times in the month by different guys. Was one of them including the,
Yeah.
what happened with the other one? You got stood up?
The other one, I have no idea. Well, so they ghosted me. So I met him on St. Patrick's Day, and then he ended up, I forgot his name, and then he ended up finding me on Facebook, and then he was like lighting me up. He was like, oh my gosh, I want to take you out, all this stuff.
Mhm.
And then I had found out that I knew who his best friend's little sister was, and apparently she'd always been in love with him. So he wanted to like come over to my house and change and like to like go out. It was kind of like just like how the situation worked out. And he's like, if you're not okay with that, I can just go to my friend's house. And so what I have no idea what happened. But what I think happened was that they said something negative about me, or like, which I don't have any like problem with this person. But anyways, I didn't hear from him again, and it was just like, I didn't know what to think. He just didn't message me anymore. So I don't know if she told him like, oh, she's super religious,
Word.
or he said whatever. So yeah, that happened. So those 2 things happened like pretty close together. So
Okay. Guys, few last things. We're gonna not go for too much longer. Guys, I've reduced the TTS trigger to 20. We're getting into the chaos segment of the Whatever podcast. We've reduced the TTS trigger to 20. Absolute chaos will ensue. So if you want, get them in. We have a couple more things to hit on really quick, and then we're going to wrap up here pretty soon.
okay.
I have one question for you. You said you got a kid, right? Is the guy paying child support?
Yes, he does. But I would like to add just my child's father, he is amazing. He is a very hard worker. He's very involved. I would not switch him with anyone else. Since he does make so much money,
Minnesota Wise Man donated $20. I'm sorry that came off way very, very wrong. My bad. I wasn't body shaming these girls. My complete apologies, ladies. I have not ever met a boob that I did not love. Nickelodeon donated $20. Can I just point out all the tweets and offhand dick jokes by Ashley and Cum Demon? The only funny one was when Ashley quoted a guy.
You mean Allie?
You mean, yeah.
You mean me? I was funny? Cool.
No, that's not what he said.
The guy was funny?
He doesn't know what he's
I still
saying.
tweeted it though. Thank you.
Wait, so you're saying
they initially had deemed him to pay a really high amount, and I chose to lower it significantly.
But did the process go through the court?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to bring it outside of the court, or you just told the court, hey, this is being kind of nice to him? You're like, hey, this is too high
I'll just
for
be
him.
honest with it. So basically, when it came to our son getting to preschool age, he said that he was like, yeah, like, because he at that point he wasn't really paying me child support at all before preschool, and I think he was giving me like $100 a month, $200 at most. And I mentioned how we were going to have to look into preschool. He said, yeah, he understood to go figure that out basically, and he'd be willing to pay half. And then when it came to payment, he ghosted me. And I tried to be really reasonable with him, explained to him, look, I don't want to have to do this through the courts. If you go through the courts, they're going to see all your assets. They're going to see how much money you make, and it's going to screw you. Like, you're better off working with me. I'm not trying to take all your money. And he ended up wanting to go the court route, and then they ended up
taking more than what you wanted to do.
Well, so they initially put it at $1,000.
Brian's lint roller donated $20. Brian, is your autistic OCD only when producing the pod, or are you always OCD?
I'm probably generally a bit OCD, I would say.
Toasty donated $20. The reason we value women's lives over men is for the sake of population. If there is an island with 1 man and 20 women, and an island with 1 woman and 20 men, which island will populate faster?
Oh, wow. By the way, the TTS is going to roll in really quick, so it should be a quick statement, or like a yes or no question, but it's just going to be one after the other, so we won't be able to dedicate too much time to any given TTS. So just letting you guys know.
Ziz donated $20. Ally, is it true you and Sneeko hooked up?
No, we never hooked up. He literally just invited me on one of his streams, and then it created like all this online controversy. But I was only with him at a sushi place. That was
Master Baker donated $20. Women will pick toxic bad boys, then wonder why they don't trust men, and also pick a bear over a man but are attracted to criminals.
It's true. It's true.
Reality isn't your fantasy donated $20. Yo, Brian sent you an egg message on it, but if you're a side sleeper, check out Billow Cube. Changed my life. Not trying to endorse, but helped my neck issues when I could barely turn my head.
Yes, I've seen it. I'll check it out. Thank you, man.
Brian's _small_Cox_ issue 69 donated $20. Brian, Cox Communication here. We just wanted to apologize for Cox issues on stream Tuesday. Thanks for being a customer of our small Cox internet service for business plan.
I need to call them. There's something, our internet has been not doing well. But thank you. Thank you, Cox. I appreciate it.
Tickle Fight donated $20. My daughter is a week old today. She is the coolest around. Will be raised to be the exact opposite of these thoughts. P.S. Sneeko is a cuck.
Hey, congratulations on the daughter, man. And congratulations, many years to her.
Table Master donated $20. Christ has risen. It's always an entertaining show when Andrew is on the show schooling 304s.
Truly, he is risen.
Strumpet. We use Strumpet here. We don't use 304. We use Strumpet.
Man in the Woods donated $20.
Thank you.
Yo, can these girls just straight up answer a hypothetical and not analyze the F out of it? Love the 2 black-haired girls on the cast. Girl on the left, HMU, you a real one.
Thank you.
Church_of_Scientology donated $20. Brian, sorry to bother you, but somehow I got demoted in the Discord again. Also, if these girls were in a forest with a bear, they'd be screaming for men to help them.
True.
Refined Randy donated $20. Mickey has more STDs than a used legal receptacle in LA.
It's not going to trigger through super chats, and we're not going to
my helicopter goes like this.
We'll show them, but it has to be, guys. It has to be through Streamlabs. I see some of the $20 super chats coming in. We'll show them, but
_69,696,969 donated $20. Brian, we wanted to inform you of our new glory router. With 6E, 1 gig speed to all its glory holes, it's the perfect fit for your small Cox service business plan. Unleash the power of Cox today.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
TJ 132,018 donated $20. Hi everyone on the podcast, smile off topic, but I wanted to say that I'm an even bigger fan of Andrew since he went head to head with Wes.
Oh.
Andrew keeps that same energy no matter who he is debating with.
Show us your tummy, Andrew. TTS loaded like an AR-15 magazine. Allie, you have such a bright and beautiful smile. Brian,
Thank you.
Are you ever going to drink your tea? It's probably warm now. Go grab him another Gustavo. My tea.
You're Arizona.
Oh,
you don't
know.
even crack it open.
Yeah, I know. It's just there. It's just there. Thank you. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Let's see. Hold on here. Oh, wait. So going back,
So they put it at they put it at 1,000, and then he tried to take.
Oh.
Call 1900 Cox today _ 6969 donated $20. Call 1900 Cox today or visit cox.biz and enter promo code fast _ Cox for 69% off of a full month of
Our
Cox.
internet. We need
Thanks again for loving Cox,
Frontier
Brian.
internet. Frontier can't come
Crucial
quick enough.
donated $20. Asian Roman princess has had the most well thought out thoughts and opinions of any woman on the stream today.
She said, like, you didn't say much, though, right?
One day.
She said, "Blue's not my color."
David Tuzechiak donated $20. Mady and Squeakers need to make up with a hug over the outfits. Great cast all around, and keep hitting the gym. Nick or Brian will be sober.
Wait, what? Thank you.
Buckley Footer donated $20.
Thank you, Buckley.
Gustavo,
Thank you,
I'm glad you're not standing at attention and reducing your blood clot risk naturally by sitting, instead of taking anti-clot medication like Coumadin.
Anti-clot medication.
Religious Weirdo donated $20. I just had sex and it felt so good. A woman let me put my penis inside of her. I just had sex. And I'll never go back to the not having sex ways of the past.
Wow.
Dialedin0430 donated $20.
Thank you.
The Sword of Truth series is the best adult fiction series out there. Essential Philosophy and the Art of the Argument by Stefan Molyneux are great as well. Check out Peaceful Parenting, just published. Nickelodeon donated $20. When two people have sex, it's a twosome. When three people have sex, it's a threesome. Panel guests, would you call Brian handsome? Chris Bacon donated $20. What's the difference between an alligator and a crocodile? One will see you later and one will see you after a while.
That's funny, Crispy. LOL.
You can answer the TTS one if you want to.
Bear with Death Kill you donated $20. Brian, would you take a bullet for a woman you loved? Like, you marry a girl, spend years with her, no kids, but you love her.
Nope.
Bullet?
Nope. Wouldn't do it.
And that's that.
Damn. That's chaotic.
I wouldn't do it. There's probably more coming through. One of the chatters asked if you would... You guys know that's
What?
Huh?
If we find him handsome.
Yeah.
Oh, but
Very
like
handsome.
in the context of the palm.
Thank you. Let me just respond by saying...
I took some MILF.
I'll let...
Percy Oakles donated $20. I asked a pregnant woman, bear or man? Obviously she said bear. Then I flipped it and asked bear or woman? Crazily I heard a voice from her stomach say bear. I'm more likely to make it to birth.
Wait, did we show the super
Ring
chats?
King donated $20. Gustavo,
are you sure?
Careful.
The 20s?
The Baroness from G.I. Joe is next to you. Cobra la 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 la.
The what?
It's true, you do. You look like
Wes
the Baroness
Watson
from G.I.
donated
Joe.
$20. Andrew, please wash your bra from time to time.
G.I. Joe.
IT stinks all the way to my Miami mansion. You have the biggest tiggle bitties of all panel. I bet you on a legal boxing match to see WHO's right.
Andrew, your response? That was Wes.
Show me your tummy donated $21. Brian, get 2 internet lines. That's a thing you can do. Thank you and Andrew for doing the Lord's work. Also, don't let Minnie
Show me
back
your
on.
tummy.
She makes me want to change the dang channel.
Thank you.
No, she's nice.
Church _of_Scientology donated $20. Andrew, if you like political/societal books,
Streamlabs only,
you
guys.
should read one called Rules for Defeating Radicals. I think you'd enjoy it.
I read Rules for Radicals.
Ben donated $20. Andrew, I have different views on Orthodox Christianity. I do believe that they view, just like Catholicism, that you have to earn your way into heaven. That's why Martin Luther disagreed with Rome.
Well, you're wrong. That's not an orthodox belief.
John Slide Rule Bulle donated $20. Ladies, if you lower your standards a little, you'll be surprised how many quality men are still out there. Me? 6 figures for years, 6 foot, but no 6-pack. I don't drink beer. Pineapples for Andrew. Table Master donated $20. Whoops, I meant to say strumpet last TTS.
I'll forgive it.
Ryan, would you take
Thank
a
you,
bullet for a bear or one of these strumpets?
I do for the bear.
You know, Brian says strumpet, but I say harlot.
レスドナーティド20ドル。アンドリュー、イルスマックユアファットアズ GOT ダムン。ザズアバックオブトラッシュユーゴット10インチアームズアンドティッツ。メンドントハブティッツ。
ありがとう
マスタ
ございます。
ーゲーカードナーティド20ドル。A woman is in the woods with a bear and a man in the woods. The bear attacks the woman. The man takes off because she preferred the bear over the man.
Release the powder donated
changed it back. Sorry, I was
$20.
just playing around
Please
with it.
release the
Thank you.
Chilean prisoner of war. He's suffered enough. This much women prattle is cruel, unjust, and against the Geneva Conventions.
The Geneva?
Hashtag free Gustavo, hashtag Beaufort will, hashtag don't free Nick.
Damn, free Nick. Okay.
What about me? What about me?
Yeah, what about you?
Nobody wants to free me.
Nobody wants to free you? Did they all come through? Oh, okay. There's probably more coming. Wait, so you're probably going to get into trouble.
Haughty TV donated $20. I am with Andrew. Big red flag to have a chick with a stupid mfing voice like that. To all the girls, how much negative feedback do you need for your choices before you decide to change?
I don't know, keep giving us more.
Jess Babby Daddy donated $20. Based Andrew as always Discord. Andrew Wilson versus Bryson Gray will be legendary.
Has anybody seen Blue Mountain State? There's actually a episode about the...
Ryan, you should set that up. You should set up an Andrew Wilson versus Bryson Gray debate on the whatever.
Is that the rapper? Who's Bryson? The CC... What's his name?
Yeah, he's a rapper apologist. Yeah.
What would the debate be on?
It would be on religion.
Juxtapose 03 donated $20. This woman cope is only able to exist in modernity. Take away the infrastructure that men have provided for you and you'll revert back to your nature by running back to men. Happy Pascha, Andrew.
Christ is risen, friend.
SoFlo Act 954 donated $69. Who believes as I'm male or female? Under 25 should be promiscuous until you find what you like. Until your frontal lobe is fully developed. Keep it ski.
Yeah, the frontal lobe argument is actually quite stupid.
Wait, what? It's not. Sunny blows everyone who owns Helldivers 2 on Steam. Do your duty to Super Earth and give it a negative review. They're requiring you link PSN account. Also, what happened to the E-Girl TTS voice? E-Girl TTS? Huh?
Just like me.
I don't know if we had the E-Girl. Is it not working? That's weird. Hold on. Let me try to fix something here.
There's something wrong with your voice.
Thank you.
I think it's cute.
Did we? I don't think we ever had an E-Girl TTS voice. Don't think we had it.
Was he talking about the...
Wait, did the one from SoFlo? Oh, it did come through. What were you saying? Go ahead.
Oh, was it that weird, like, accent voice on the woman that he was talking about? The TTS?
I'm not sure. So child support, it came in at 1,000.
And then he took me back to court thinking he was going to get it lowered, and they ended up realizing his pay stubs weren't up to date the previous time, so then they deemed it even higher. And he had asked if he could step out to have a conversation with me, and we did. And I basically told him if he was willing to pay me back like a certain amount of money that he owed me due to not paying the preschool payments when he was supposed to, that I would lower it. And so he did. He paid me the money and I lowered it.
And what did you lower it to?
700.
700 a month. Yeah. And he was paying 1,000 and then it went up to what?
1,600.
I don't know why it's not triggering. Hold on. Just wanted to say, the one in the helmet, your hair looks amazing. Also, Helldivers 2 drama is over. Sony backed down and aren't going through with it.
Yeah, drop the hair care routine.
Yeah, you really do have amazing hair.
Do you want to
shampoo and conditioner?
And that's the
She's
secret.
like, I'm just born like this.
Nice. Nice. So it was at 1,000. It went up to
1,600.
It was going to go up to 1,600. But then you talked to him. You said, "Hey, pay me this," and then you proposed to the court, "Hey, I'm willing to accept a lower payment."
Yeah,
and they accepted that.
Yeah, and we had a written up agreement basically that he had to pay me back that certain amount of money. If he didn't, then we were going to stick with.
What county was this? This is in California, right?
Yeah, Alameda.
Is that up north or
It's in the Bay
south?
Area.
Okay.
I'm from the Bay.
Yeah.
Nice. So, because
I have always said too that because for a while he lived kind of far away, and so the custody was kind of funky at first. He just recently moved closer to me, so I mean, I would totally be willing to switch things up.
Oh, you'd be willing to, like, if he did more visitation or?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Because I always thought, like, when it comes to the court, right, they're always going to, even if you're willing to accept a lower amount, they're just going to take pretty much as much as they, as the guidelines allow them to take, regardless of your input. But maybe that's not the case.
I didn't have that situation happen to me, so I don't know.
You guys came to like a mutual negotiation where, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the court accepted it. All right, that's fair. That's fair. A lot of men don't fare. You seemed. Sounds like you're reasonable.
We're pretty good at like accommodating each other. Like if on his custody day he has something that comes up at work, like we're always willing to switch things around and accommodate each other's schedules.
Right. And does he have custody or?
Yes. So
is it 50-50 or?
It used to be like 80-20. I would say it's more like 60-40 now, maybe.
Okay. Huh. Oh, I had a question for this, but it slipped my mind.
To me sounds like Tolly donated $20. To me, can you say if you go to the beach bring a towel?
Do it. Wait, say it while it's done. If you go to the beach,
make sure to bring a towel. Hey everybody, it's Towel. Actually, I love that comparison. I love South Park.
Okay.
The lucky_man donated $20. Love bears. Google search what are the odds of being attacked by a bear. Being injured by a bear is approximately 1 in 2.1 million, more likely to be killed by another human than a bear or a
encounters. You got to factor in encounters.
West_Virgina donated $20. Thank you, Brixan, for taking our numbers back from the strumpets. If you send the strumpets here, we will feed them to the bears.
You're welcome. You're welcome, West Virginia. I don't know why it's just
Deforngeclo5e donated $20. Bears are ruthless and do not end their prey once they catch them like big cats do. Also, the chance you run into a man who would help you is way beyond the men that would hurt you. Man face palming.
Do the
696 sextillion 969 quintillion 696 quadrillion 969 trillion 696 billion 969,696,969 donated $20. From the window to the wall till the sweat dropped down
do a
my
Twitch
balls
raid and
till
I'll wrap
all
up
these
here
beaches
soon.
crawl till I skeet skeet ma fucker I skeet skeet goddamn I skeet skeet ma fucker I skeet skeet.
What the fuck? Chaos.
Syrium88 donated $20. Sad to see what society has turned into. Woman, how do you ask for a good man and ask for respect but yet not respecting yourself?
If you go
Nick
to the
Ulrich.
beach.
Whoa.
Minnesota wise man donated $20.
the
I have
towel
6
thing
kids
in.
W/4BMs.
As soon as there's a
Last
break,
2 were
you
one
have to
night
do it.
OMG. I can't get prego blah. 5/6 planned. 100 without me and verified with BMs. My 2 girls hate me/men. One's trans plaza. Be better role models for you when we can't.
Okay.
When you go to the beach.
Oh, you had it.
Dialedin0430 donated $20. Addressing circumcision, studies show that 6 months later cortisol levels still haven't returned to baseline levels, proving it is life-altering essay. Check out Sex and Circumcision, a love story.
Make sure to bring a towel.
To me sounds like Tolly donated $20. Wanna go get high?
Say it.
Hey, you wanna go get high?
Word. I don't even know. I don't know what the reference is.
That's from South Park.
says that.
I think you sound kind of like Gypsy Rose.
Yes.
Yeah, people have said that a few times.
You know, she just divorced her.
Wait, I have a question. Has a guy ever told you?
Wait. Do the towel. Do the towel thing now. No TT.
She already did.
If you go to the beach, make sure to
She's been
bring a
doing it.
towel. Guys want to go get high?
What the?
What the fuck?
Wait, I have a question. Like, has a guy ever told you to do you talk dirty during sex?
It depends.
Like, has a guy ever told you?
I do in my scenes, yeah.
Has a guy ever told you to be quiet?
I feel like guys would be into her voice.
Like, have you ever noticed during sex, a guy's just slowly started moving his hand to your mouth? You know what I mean? Has that ever happened?
No, honestly, I don't talk a ton during sex.
Oh, okay.
Unless I'm making myself do it for a scene. It just doesn't come naturally to me.
You're not vocal.
I moan, but I'm not
when I don't want you to demonstrate, but when you moan, is it also in are you doing that Japanese porn type?
Look me up.
Demi Stop the Cat donated $20.
I can't do that. We got a professional.
Andrew, keep laying down the groundwork. Brian, love the podcast. Girl with black hair on the left is based. Demi, your voice is Cap. Grow up.
Thank you.
They're claiming it's fake. Is it true?
Try to do it
No.
voice.
Well, I already did that.
Yeah,
It's not very.
If it's fake, that's so impressive. She did this for so many
That would be
hours.
vocal fry.
I'll do my outro, then we'll do raid. Nick, you have grandma pulled up?
Syrium88 donated $20.
I'll do the outro here in
Always
just a
great when Andrew is on the pod.
Thank you. I'll get that in a sec. Okay.
I don't know. There's been some pretty amazing guests lately. Jake Rattlesnake, I thought, did a banger of a job. He's a great guest.
Yeah, he's good.
I always like to see Q as well. I like to see all those guys. There's been some pretty amazing guests on this podcast for sure.
Absolutely. All right. Let me do a couple announcements here. So let's see. A couple things. Guys, still looking for that lawyer in Dubai, that fucking scammer, David Spearman, Ciara Stevens. Fuck them. We're going to get it. It's my life.
Got you one. Yeah, give me a call later. Yep.
You know Dubai. Yeah, if anybody in the Crucible crew knows anybody a connection in Dubai, if you're part of the justice system, whatever, these guys are scamming. They scammed me. They scammed other people. $2,000 out of Dubai. They're Irish nationals, I guess. I don't know if they relinquished to move to Dubai. I don't know how it works.
_Warzone donated $20.
We'll talk after the show, Andrew.
Also meant to say this on the last one, but Brian, love the podcast. Keep up the good
Warzone.
work.
Appreciate it.
Also, I think she sounds closer to Mickey Mouse than Tolly J's.
I agree.
I don't know any Mickey Mouse lines though.
Welcome to the clubhouse.
It's the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Come inside, it's fun inside.
More.
Nate donated $20. Hello all. W. Andrew. W. Brain. Gustavo, it's time. Robot time. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. The Lucky _man donated $20. There has only been 180 fatal human/bear conflicts in North America since 1784. When a good guy is given the right opportunities, alone in the forest or ocean gives the implications sunny in Philly.
But it's the implication. That's a good episode. I love Sunny.
About the boat thing?
Yeah.
Is that what they say? It's the implication?
Yeah.
It's the implication? You're on a boat.
It's like, I'm not going to hurt her, but it's the implication.
Okay. Does it change anything? Like, ladies, for those of you who said bear, what if you're like, would you prefer to be swimming in an ocean alone with a man or like a shark? That's so dumb.
Ooh.
I don't even know where that came from. I'm having like the most intense back spasm right now.
The shark.
Okay. We are, let me see. Could you give me an ice packet while I just do this outro thing? One of the big blue ones. That one's, yeah. Let's see. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to gather my thoughts here while my back's exploding into a million. Okay. Let's see. We have... Oh, we're going to do a Twitch raid. Actually, let me get... What's that? What's up, Madysen? Yeah, that... Or, wait. Just navy blue. Navy blue. It's on the bottom layer. We're going to raid... Let me do my intro before, really quick. Outro, excuse me. So... Was it? Oh, GG, well played to the panel. Good show, guys. Good show.
So Flo Ac 954 donated $20. Brian, my last question. Does the panel agree or disagree?
That's your...
What was the question?
They obviously...
I agree.
They obviously agree. Obviously agree. Okay, GG, well played to the panel. Last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you for... I'll do a Twitch raid, then we'll wrap. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. We will be live again Tuesday, 5 p.m. Pacific. Got a good guest for that one. Any girls who want to be on the show. We were supposed to have a big guest on this show. I don't know if I should really get into it. I don't know if you guys know Sadia Khan. She was supposed to be the guest on the show today, but I don't know if it's worth getting into it.
When are we getting Rachel?
Spill the tea.
Should I spill it?
Spill the tea.
Well, I don't know if any of you know her, but basically, like, we had her scheduled to come on, and then she, whatever.
Minnesota wise man donated $20. In the time of chimpanzees, I was a monkey, butane in my veins, and I'm out to cut the junkie with the plastic eyeballs. Spray paint the vegetables, dog food stalls with the beefcake pantyhose.
That's a good song.
I'll just say this. There's more details. I like to be fair when I'm like talking about any sort of conflict. I like to try to be, give all the facts. I try not to, like, if there's anything that paints me negatively, I'll actually include that. I won't like withhold anything that potentially makes me look bad and just or overemphasize anything that makes them look bad. Essentially, though, the big crux of it was she was already planning to be in LA. We're 2 hours north. She wanted to have us pay for an Uber there and back and then hotel. I offered for, like, perhaps there were some girls that were going to be on the panel today. I was like, hey, maybe one of the girls who is already driving from LA, they can just pick you up and just drive you back same night. Didn't sound like she was interested. I wasn't really prepared. I wasn't prepared to pay for it. One, because we already booked her, and when I booked her, that would have been the opportunity to have requested compensation to come on the show. Not, granted, I think she did bring it up like about 2 weeks or so before, but it should have been brought up initially when I booked her. And I actually she said she didn't want, for her panel, she didn't want a bunch of OF girls on the panel, and I actually accommodated her. And I said, well, I can't promise it'll be totally without OF girls, but I can try to limit it. And
you did.
Yeah,
usually there's way
just the two of us.
Yeah, so I mean, I already went ahead and accommodated the panel to limit the amount of OF girls. So I already met her there, but then 2 weeks after that, after I started accommodating her request, she
Infinity
wants
Project
basically
donated
$700 in
$20.
compensation.
Aspen, I am a conservative 29-year-old Christian male. I think you're cool and have similar interests. Mind if I hit up your hick?
I have a date tomorrow, so I feel like I should wait.
He's shooting a shot, though. So yeah, I mean, basically just, yeah, I mean, she was trying to make it like, I guess the one issue is she should have brought that up from the get-go.
Who is she? Like, what kind of content?
She's like a psychologist / dating coach. I guess she helps men with dating. fairly popular. But then she started saying, well, you know, it's really not worth my time to drive 2 hours. And I guess she wanted the hotel to go on the podcast. I really don't get, if I'm recalling correctly, I could be slightly off here. This isn't perfectly verbatim, but she said it wasn't worth her time. Her management has, you know, questions as to the collaboration, if it's worth it for her, if it's worth, you know, collaborating with us, perhaps because of our reputation. And then also she said something along the lines of, I don't really get any benefit or get anything from going on your podcast. I was like, okay.
That's rude. Why would she accept in the first place?
I don't know. Hubris, but... And then I told her, I was like, not to be mean. And I told her, I was like, you're the B-side. She's got a big following, but I'm not, look, not to play a fucking dick measuring contest. She's the B-side. I don't want to do like we're bigger
we don't want
than
her
you.
anyways. When are we getting Rachel Wilson?
Rachel Wilson is coming at end of the month.
Oh, nice.
At the end of the month. So, but yeah, just kind of
God
unfortunate.
help you all.
God, yeah. Yeah, so
I can't wait to watch that one.
we were going to have Sadia Khan. I tried to build a panel for her, but yeah, she just kind of
Brian's Lint Roller donated $20.
a couple days ago.
Question for girls. Would you rather be stuck in a room with one of your simps or a random man?
She got, yeah. Brian's Lint Roller, would you rather be stuck in a room with?
One of their OF simps or a random man?
It depends. Is it a random OF simp or can I choose?
Random OF simp, random man.
Ooh, that's such a good question.
That's hard because it's so random, you know. There's fans that are like stalkers, and there's some that are like they would just worship the ground you walk on. They bow down. Yeah, they'd be totally.
I would say maybe random man, just to.
It'd be weird, but not dangerous.
Damn, rip.
Some of them are just like people I went to high school with too. To be honest.
On your OnlyFans?
Yeah,
Oh
for sure. A lot of them.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so yeah.
I'm gonna go with the OF fan.
We will be live again Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM out, whatever, on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, I am going to do a Twitch raid. 07's in
Loose
the chat if
Pussy
you're on
Energy
Twitch.
donated $20. You let him at raw. You didn't have second thoughts.
Oh my God.
Thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom. Hashtag Abdul get the fucking rocks. Hashtag free nick number 8 at 18.
For shizzle. All right. Let's see. Oh, okay.
90_zebras donated $20.
Yeah,
If
thank you,
women are
Zebras.
triggered by Andrew's tone when he's embarrassing them with his arguments, what will they complain about when their worldviews are being destroyed by his wife Rachel in a few weeks?
True.
That guy Slingshot donated $20. When are we getting Nala back on the show?
You guys got to DM her. I've been trying to coordinate potentially getting her back. It's been a little bit of a struggle. She moved from California though. I don't know. I forgot where she moved, but she left California. Rachel Wilson, Andrew, I think it's time for you to start taking Viagra and listen to Wes Watson advice and shave your arms and go to the gym and become fit and filthy rich. I'm tired
Being a
of your
brokey.
brokey. Show us your tummy. What the fuck was that shit, bro? Oh my God. Okay.
Some troll posing as Rachel.
Yeah, of course, not her.
It's really funny too because
Minnesota Wise Man donated $20. Here's the flex Brian, Andrew and crew all deserves. Flexed bicep, flexed bicep, flexed bicep,
God.
flexed bicep, flexed bicep.
Okay, we're gonna
flexed
raid.
bicep,
Whoa,
flexed
Grandma.
bicep,
Nick, could you pull
flexed
that up?
bicep, flexed bicep, flexed bicep, flexed bicep, flexed.
What? Is this real?
All right, we're doing a raid. Those of you on Twitch, thank you for tuning in on
love
Twitch.
her.
Oh, wait, really quick, pull up the Twitch tab. Guys, go to twitch.tv. Really quick, if you're watching us on Twitch.
Anime
Follow
Warzone
twitch.tv
donated
/whatever.
$20.
Drops a follow, drops
I
a prime
hope you
sub
guys
before we
will
do
have
the raid.
Isaac Butterfield back on the show.
We will have Isaac Butterfield back on the show. He was great. Guys, twitch.tv /whatever. Drops a follow, drops a prime sub. if you have one. Right before we do this raid, guys, drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. Oh my God, the follow's on fire. Thank you guys, appreciate it. Bring it back to after this.
Up PR Aquatic donated $30.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Appreciate the live stream, Brian and Andrew. Take care. The girls are wannabe victims and delusional. God help this generation.
Thank you.
He doesn't seem to be so far.
All right, we are doing a raid for Whoa Grandma. Guys, she's 82. Be nice to her. She's playing World of Warcraft. It looks like she's in the middle of the raid, so I'll know how she's probably fucking locked in, tuned in, zoned in. I don't know if, but I'm going to send the raid over there in just 10 seconds. So she is playing World of Warcraft. She's a fucking legend. So guys, be nice to her in the chat. Tell her to come on the Whatever podcast. We'll talk about dating in the during the
awesome
60s, I guess. I don't know. All right. I'm rating you guys on Twitch. 07 is the chat. Thank you for watching on Twitch. Sending now.
Can we see her reaction?
It might trigger. We'll see. We'll see. Let's see. She's playing retail, man. Oh, well, I guess she always plays retail. I'm more of a classic Andy when it comes to World of Warcraft. She might have her notifications, her alerts
she's looking at something.
Off.
Oh my goodness, it's a whatever raid.
W.
Whatever, welcome.
She's
there
so
it is.
Adorable.
Trying to, give him a little love,
Aww.
Are they gonna wipe? Are they gonna wipe on this boss?
You know what it is.
Nah, they got this. They got it in the bag. They got it in the bag. Okay.
I don't think so. I think she just gets all the viewers.
All right.
Yeah, it sends like the.
Okay.
Since we're gonna get offline, send everybody to somewhere else.
Be sure to go check out Andrew's YouTube channel, The Crucible.
He was so cute.
On YouTube, The Crucible. Check it out. Check them out. Andrew, you gonna be streaming for a little bit after this, or?
Of course, yep. I'll be doing probably a 40-minute after show, going through all the super chats on my end, that kind of thing.
Okay.
I did want to thank the entirety of the panel for coming out this evening and arguing with me. I take none of this personally, and I bear no grudges whatsoever. I appreciate the spirited back and forth.
Even with you, it was great.
I appreciate it.
From all of us here at Whatever Podcast, I really appreciate everybody coming out. It was sure swell, fellas.
That was good, actually.
Yeah, he might be better at it. He might be better at your voice than you are.
Yeah, seriously.
Andrew,
you should consider
hilarious.
voice acting. That was impressive.
That was good. It was good.
Thanks, Andrew.
Wait, last thing. Everyone's body count, starting with you.
Oh God, I lost count forever ago. In the hundreds? No, like
Hundreds?
over 100?
1,000.
I don't know.
That's the number for the day, boys and girls.
Definitely your dad. A couple other people.
So between 100 and 200.
Probably around that.
Allie?
Definitely not anywhere near that amount.
You want to give us a number, range?
Probably like under 10.
Under 10?
Under 10?
Yeah.
Me?
Sure.
It doesn't matter because everyone before my husband was boring, so.
Do you want to give us a range?
I mean, I have less.
Wait, the mic is like.
I have
pointed
more
up to the
fingers.
ceiling.
Let's just say that.
You had what?
I have more fingers.
Oh.
So less than 10.
Less than
10. Okay, so
less than 10.
She could count on her hands.
She just stole my
many?
line.
Oh.
I said that
She told me she was going to say that.
Oh, okay.
2.
2.
I'm in the teens.
19?
No.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. All right, guys. 07's in the chat. Thank you for tuning in. Good night, guy. Oh, what's that? Oh, I'll get that. Yeah, I'll do that right now. While I do that, let me just double check everything. I think we're good there. Hold on. Okay. We will be live, like I said, Tuesday, 5 p.m. Pacific. Thank you guys for tuning in. 07's in the chat. Like the video on the way out. And I hope you guys have a good night, and we'll see you guys next time. Good night, guys.